I made the school community post about. It's basically what I've been iterating around for the last couple of weeks, and it takes somebody with zero coding experience and it sets it up so that you have somebody that behaves as a senior engineer, and then you have the hand-on coder that's implementing all the code. You're the in-between. You act as the CEO. That's the non-technical person. You just have the vision for the plan. But there was a gap that everybody deals with, and that's when you talk to Claude on the coding side here, and you tell him to make some changes, and then you're going back and forth asking the chat side questions. They don't have context between each other. There's an issue that you run into once so much code changes and you ask chat, hey, I'd like to implement this next change. He doesn't know what got touched on the code base. So sometimes you'll end up with some design choices or coding changes or recommendations that blows up previous features that were already working and stable. And then you have the secondary issue of context rot. The context will get so long that eventually the drift happens. And the drift is where the model forgets certain things that were done. Chat will compress and you'll lose a lot of the context of what you've been talking about. So there's like a document sync feature that I've come up with to make sure that the code base and chat side are constantly synced together on the very last changes that they've done throughout the entire project. So I'm going to walk through this with you guys and show you. So first, I'll just put up this on the screen here since we're already sharing it. I'll just bring it here. And this is the custom coding workflow that I made for you guys yesterday after the call. And essentially, it's a kit that you plug and play. You start, and we'll start reading the very beginning of the document. And then the goal is you're already working on a project. You already have ideas. You may be halfway in already, and you're starting to run into these issues. It doesn't matter whether you're just beginning or midway through. You drop this in there, and it's automatically going to start prompting you in sequential order how to set up your project the right way for a non-coder to make sure. If you have coding experience and you know what you're doing, this might be a slower version for you. There's still some good things here, some like hygiene, some good hygiene that you could apply to your own workflow with Claude. But in general, I have the link here set for you guys. So just click on it. It takes you to the link, and then you'll download the entire zip folder. There's, I don't know how many files in there. And then you just start. So what's in it? It's the exact workflow that I use. There's 3 roles that we've set up. There's 6 project knowledge files. And then there's the mega prompt structure, so you can move through your code quickly when possible. It says the discipline that keeps Claude honest, like how he has to audit the passes he does, the per commit diff review that we have set up. So you make sure the diff is properly coded up before you sign off and push some commit. The doc sync ritual that I told you guys about. Then we have 15 named failure modes with how to escape each one. So this is a built-in repository of all the shit I had to go through, all the things that messed up with my project, so that he can actually conceptualize some of the issues that you may be running into, but save in his memory so that he can fix from the get-go, potentially. And then there's the 6 templates to customize for your own project. I got 3 stories from my own development of my app, Conduit. And then there's the interactive bootstrap. So you paste literally one file into a fresh Claude chat, and it just walks you through everything. Okay? That way you're not burning tokens, establishing context, or telling them, hey, we already fixed that. We don't need to fix that anymore. Why can't you remember? You know, stuff like that people have been dealing with. As the code grows larger and larger, your project becomes more and more complex. And just a heads up, it's already built in there. It's not a magic kit that solves all your problems. If you have an unclear vision, the kit doesn't fix that. I tell you that up front. If you skip the discipline, like you don't want to do the audit passes because you're trying to save tokens, the per commit review, the doc sync, you're going to hit the same walls that I did. Everybody will. And then you're going to end up burning more tokens to fix the problems that would have never needed fixing anyways. So follow the discipline. It earned its place. Okay, it's that simple. Have the files there dropped, and you can, of course, modify them yourself and get it working in whatever fashion you want. So we're going to go through the files with the initial one that you start, where just literally it says start here. Let me find that file. We have it right here. Once you get to the folder, you start, well, I won't even go here. Let me start explaining. Well, actually, yeah, we'll get into the files and then I'll explain what Claude chat looks like and how I doc sync and how everything looks when it's set up properly. So in order for you to kind of understand what's going on, you just go to the start here, markdown, and it'll open up this right here that everybody can see. Let me make it bigger. Okay, and essentially, this is your little starting spot and how to get this project set up properly for yourself. And if you look here, it's simply, you read this in 2 minutes. So we'll go read it. This is the complete workflow right here. This kit is everything that worked, failure modes that hurt, and the discipline that emerged from both. So how we came up with the workflow. The roles, this is very important. This is how it's set up. The CEO/vision owner, that's you. Okay, you decide what to build, why you're building it. You approve the trade-offs. You also review the diff alongside Claude. Say go and no go on pushes, right? Then you have the senior engineer. This is Claude in chat at the Claude.ai or your desktop, depending on how you're coding, whether directly in the terminal or using their desktop application. This is how you architect how to build. It writes the prompts that go to Claude Code. It reviews diffs, and it pushes back when the CEO is wrong. So it's there to check you too on mistakes that you make. It'll flag risks for you. It never writes prompts that go to Claude Code without thinking through edge cases first. And then you have the hands, which is Claude Code itself. The Claude Code, the CLI tool in your terminal. It executes all the prompts, writes the actual code, runs the test, commits, reports back, does not make architectural decisions by itself. That's between you and your engineer. So we're separating out these behaviors so that the functionality becomes more stable. Okay? When something goes wrong, it will ask which role failed. The CEO didn't define what they wanted clearly enough. You have to reprompt with more detail. Senior engineer wrote a sloppy prompt. You have to audit and rewrite it. The hands executed correctly on a bad prompt, roll back and reprompt again. Okay? And the roles will never blur. This is how you keep the consistency going. Claude Code is not your strategist. Claude in chat is not your typist. You are not the engineer. And it's that simple. So it tells you what you need. You have to install Git. You need a Git repo. There's a reason why. Claude Code, you need to install the Pro version minimum beyond that plan because you need to have access to this stuff. You need Pro or the team account to have projects enabled for yourself. You can't do this on the free account for obvious reasons, and you probably will have one prompt that blows it up anyway. So you don't need to write code. You don't need to understand Git too much. You'll just learn it in a couple of commands. And then to have software ship and a specific tech stack, all that stuff, you don't need to know any of this stuff. You could start literally at zero. This is what makes this super powerful for newbies. And then it tells you read these 4 files in order. They take about 15 to 20 minutes in total. We're going to go through them pretty quickly here. You have the workflow overview, the 6-file system, the mega prompt anatomy, the communication rules. And then number 2, it says run the bootstrap. It'll take you about 20, 30 minutes. Its time estimates are off. It's probably half that at most. And it says open bootstrap, markdown, follow it exactly. By the end, you'll have a working Claude AI project with all 6 customized project knowledge files in your project ready to start building. And then ship your first sprint. A sprint in this kit equals a batch of related commits Claude Code does in one session. Your first sprint should be small 1 to 3 commits. You're going to read that mega prompt anatomy first, and then you're going to use the templates folder to scaffold your first prompt, right? So get one feature shipped end to end before you scale up. So it's making sure you get handheld through the process, right? And what's in each file in this kit? The start here. We're reading that right now. Workflow overview. Essentially the philosophy of how this works. The 6-file system is how to write a batch prompt, project knowledge structure. Then the mega prompt is how to write a batch prompt. That's for Claude, but it tells you how that is situated. And then communication rules, how to talk to chat Claude specifically, right? And it has the rest of what you need. So we'll just go to the next one, which was, I believe, the overview one. So the workflow overview, and let me open that one. Where's the project files? Down here. And this will give you guys a great idea. This is going to be your one-stop shop video to how to pretty much code with Claude going forward on any single project whatsoever. And you're going to ship something professional and it's going to work until it gets so good that you can probably skip all this. We don't know when that's going to happen, but for now, this will work at least for the next few iterations. Especially for a non-coder, you might need this, you know, consistently for a while. So where is the overview? Workflow. Okay, here's our workflow overview, the philosophy. And you can reread these as many times as you need. So you have a vision for software that you want to build, but you don't write code. Claude can write code. So you go to Claude AI, you describe what you want, you get some code, you paste it somewhere, things kind of work. Then you ask for a change, the code starts to drift. Then the next change breaks the previous one, and you're 30 messages deep with no idea what's actually in your project, and the model has forgotten what you are building. Every single one of us went through this problem. And then it tells you what's actually wrong. 5 things, they're all related. Number 1 is you have no persistent memory of the project, so every new chat starts from 0. Even with one chat, after enough messages, the model loses the thread. You re-explain, you re-decide, you re-litigate decisions you already made. The velocity on your development collapses, okay? Then you have 2, no separation between thinking and doing. When the same chat is both designing the feature and writing the code, the design gets lost in the code. And the code gets shaped by whatever the model thought was easiest in the moment, not by what you actually wanted. So this is part of splitting Claude into multiple, making a team around yourself. 3, no structured review. The code will show up. You ask, does this work? The model says yes. You ship it. 3 days later, something breaks. You have no idea what changed because you never looked at the actual diff. This is where the senior engineer comes in for all us non-technical knuckle draggers. Number 4, no discipline of failure. So when something breaks, you ask what went wrong. The model apologizes because it's sycophantic, and it proposes a fix that creates 2 new problems. The loop then continues and you get lost in this hole. Number 5, there's no way to scale up. A small project with 3 features works. A real project with 30 features collapses under its own context. Okay, so what this kit will do for each of these issues for you guys is that you are granted persistent memory from this 6-file project, this knowledge system we have. It's 6 markdown files that live in your Claude.ai project. Every chat reads them at the start. They contain everything about your project, what you've decided, what's locked, what's in flight, what's broken, what each commit changed, what the architecture looks like. They regenerate every 20 to 30 commits so they don't drift. Okay? Number 2, separation of thinking and doing. 3 roles and 3 windows. You being the CEO, Claude in chat being the senior engineer. He'll design, he'll write the prompts, and he'll review the diffs for you. And then you have Claude code in terminal, which equals the hands. He executes the prompts, writes the code, the commits, all that stuff. The roles will never blur. The senior engineer never executes. The hands never strategize. You never write code. Like we said earlier in the Start Here project. And then the structured review. I set it up as a 2-pass audit, plus per commit diff verdict. So every commit you make gets reviewed. Every diff gets reviewed. If the senior engineer finds an issue, he does not sign off on it. If he does not sign off on it, you do not push that in your repository. It stays, and we will have to defer and fix it. Once everything is green, you could do your Git pushes. Until then, it must be signed off, and this helps deal with so many problems. It says, after Claude code finishes, you read every commit diff one at a time, and the senior engineer gives you a push verdict for each one. Okay? Then discipline of failure and failure modes catalog plus a pushback culture. So we don't want a sycophantic retard. When something feels off, you have names for the failure mode. Verify before suggesting, going in circles, auth state, escape hatch. The senior engineer is instructed to push back on you when you're wrong. You push back on the senior engineer when they're wrong. Apologies are not currency. You have to code this in because we know how the models behave. And then scaling doc-sync ritual every 20, 30 commits. When the project knowledge gets stale or the chat gets too long, you regenerate all the 6 files. You run /compact on Claude code to compress its context and start a fresh chat. And the new chat picks up exactly where the old chat left off with cleaner context. and you go into the doc sync ritual MD for that. So the core loop looks like this, guys. You, the CEO, you have an idea or you hit a bug. You describe it to your senior engineer, which is chat Claude, in plain English. Senior engineer asks you clarifying questions if needed, because you might say, hey, there's a bug in the top right corner. The window doesn't close properly. There's context there that he needs. There's a translation. You need to be able to technically describe what's happening without getting him lost. So then he's going to ask you clarifying questions. In what dashboard? What button exactly did you press? Can you send me a screenshot? He's going to make sure that he checks you on these vague words that you're using when you're missing specific terminology needed for the coder. Okay? And then it says senior engineer writes a prompt, whether it's a single commit or a mega prompt doing 20, 30 commits. Senior engineer audits the prompt. They're going to do 2 passes, potentially a third one. So he's going to look at what he just made in the prompt, check it for any issues that could arise, do another check that's model specific. So Opus 4.7 takes specific instructions. He will check that it's written properly for Opus 4.7. And if it's a mega prompt, he's going to do a third check that checks for things that a CEO would not know about, a non-technical person didn't explicitly ask for. So then Claude Code executes and runs, or where were we at? The CEO copies the prompt. You paste it directly in the Claude Code terminal. Claude Code executes, runs for minutes to hours. It commits locally. Claude Code surfaces a report plus a per commit patch at the end. CEO opens the report plus the patches. You paste them back into chat, and then you and the senior engineer review each commit diff, and then you wait for the push verdict. So the CEO runs the git push for the approved commits, then you loop back to number 1. This is the magical process where you're able to ship actual code that's good and not get the context loss. Okay? Why each piece is non-negotiable, and you have to understand this. And it says, why 3 roles? Because the same instance of Claude can't simultaneously be your strategist, your code writer, and your reviewer without one of the 3 suffering. Claude in chat is good at architecture, prompt engineering, and diff reviewing because that's all it's doing. Claude Code is good at executing because it has tools for the job, file editing, running tests, Git, plugins, all that stuff. You're good at being the CEO because nobody else can do that for you and your vision, okay? Why 6 files? Because the project state has 6 distinct shapes. Working rules, as in how we work. Session context, as in what's happening now. The code base snapshot, as in what the code actually is. The decisions log, what has been decided, the changes you've been making. The spec itself, as in what you're building. And a unified roadmap, which is leading him to what's next after making the fixes that you're making. 1 file gets too long and the model glosses over things. 3 files equals too coarse. 6 is kind of the sweet spot. So why audit passes? Because Claude Code interprets prompts literally. A prompt with a hedge like you might want to consider you might want to consider makes Claude Code skip that step. A prompt compounding caution and worse output, right? So audit passes catch these little things so that whatever the directions you give Claude Code are perfect and tuned, and he's only touching that. Why are you doing a per commit diff review? Well, because Claude Code's report says all tests pass, and that's true, and also tells you nothing about whether the code is right for your project. The diff is the truth. Reading a diff per commit is fast. You just skim, the senior engineer reads it carefully, takes 5 to 15 minutes for a 15 commit mega prompt. Honestly, it only takes a couple minutes. Claude chat side does that instantly, and it catches real bugs. Why the doc sync? Because project knowledge files drift. New decisions get made in chat and never make it into the decisions log. Code changes happen, and the code base snapshot stops matching reality. Without periodic regeneration, the model is reading lies, and this doc sync behaves as hygiene and a sanity check for yourself. And then it tells you why you're doing the compact, what this kit is, what it isn't. And it says the mindset shift. The shift that makes this work is treating Claude as a real collaborator instead of a tool. Real collaborators have memory, like the project knowledge files. Real collaborators push back the communication rules. Real collaborators have a chain of command, 3 roles that we have instituted here. And real collaborators do periodic retros and replan, so doc sync. You're not using the AI to write code. You're running a team of one engineer, Claude, and one set of hands, Claude Code, and you're the CEO. This kit is giving you the organization chart, the meeting cadence, the docs, and the discipline. Okay, so that's what we're building here. We're building kind of an organization that's running, and you're the head of it. Okay, and then it takes you to the 6-file system. We don't have to read this in depth, but this tells you what those 6 files is. We've been through all that already. The biggest file, the system prompt for chat Claude. This is the biggest one. It contains the CEO, the senior engineer, the hands-on definitions, the new chat verification ritual, which is what I'm going to show you next after this. All the plugins, the doc sync ritual, the critical diagnostic lessons, how we're appending only lessons learned. That section grows over time. Session context, what's going on right now. What's going on, everybody? We are live. Welcome in. Let me prepare. If you guys are interested in more of the working with AI, building out applications and stuff like that, definitely head over to the private community. We have a free one too, but it's over an hour long. I'm not going to play it all for the start of the stream. We're just preparing in the background, getting episodes, videos out there for free. Marin, what's going on, brother? How are you? Have I tried the GitHub MCP? Of course. A lot of cool things about this Claude Code workflow. I had to do a lot to get there. Believe me, I made a lot of mistakes, burnt lots of money on tokens. But I think the workflow I have now is for anybody that's not a coder. You have no idea what you're doing. I think that's a great setup. Of course, you're going to have to pay for probably the $100 plan at minimum. I'll be completely honest, because you're going to burn through a lot of stuff. And they're making it more expensive on everybody. Trying. You're just trying, brother. Everybody's just trying. Okay, let's see. Of course, you have to, in order to build half your app, you need to be connected to GitHub. You don't really have a choice. I'm on Supabase. I set up Railway yesterday. Yeah, the video is a gem. I agree. I set up Railway yesterday. It took me literally the whole day. That's why I didn't even get on a live stream after the call with the community. Bro, the amount of work I did yesterday is insane. I'm going to end up doing the paid version when I scale up. And then I have to sign up. Today, I believe I've already gotten Stripe. And Stripe is set up. And then I believe Supabase is next. And then after that, it's Vercel to get everything ready for deployment. I even managed, what's going on, King? I even managed to use, there's a new feature that came out called Ultra Review. It deploys multiple agents to review all your code. Found a couple of bugs. You only get 3 free uses of this, by the way. And then they'll charge $5 to $20 per instance from what I saw. So I'm going to have another instance when I deploy the re-OAuth for all the platforms that we're using. Twitch, YouTube, Streamlabs, all of these. Kick. So I have to redo the authenticators and the pipelines for all the super chats coming in. What's going on, Des? All that stuff. All the goodies, boys. Yeah. It's so cool. If you would have asked me a week ago to just tell you what any of this stuff meant, I would have laughed. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, or you're speaking Chinese. But we got something actually working here. You decided to scrap your app idea and just making jerky? Are you the one making jerky in the public community? You're on like step 4? Or no, what was that? Somebody who's making candles. Sorry. That wasn't you. That was somebody else. There's somebody who's making candles in the public school community. Yeah. Yeah, I remember reading somebody else was doing jerky, so that was you, yeah. But there's somebody else that's on their like 4th or 5th iteration of making candles. It's really cool to see what some people are doing. I wish they had a little bit more support and engagement. Yeah, it'd be nice. Look, not everybody's meant to do the coding stuff. Not everybody's like tech literate or tech minded. So vagina scented candle. Some people are really good, you guys, at working with their hands. Is the Spartan Challenge video still available somewhere? Yes, it is. I think if you search on YouTube Spartan Challenge, it should be one of the first ones that comes up. So let me get everything situated here. We're pretty much done with app testing. At least for the moment, until I deploy these 2 big phases for the app, and then I'll come back and test again. But today we're chilling. We're going to just do straight commentary videos today. We have a ton of stuff. From our resident Viking, we got to cover a big conversation on Andrew Wilson. He was on the, not the Lotus Eaters. I can't remember what podcast he was on, but whatever. He's on not a Lotus Eater, some other podcast. With Konstantin Kristen or whatever his name is. We'll see. Bo is enjoying his coding. The rest of us are miserable. It's fun, dude. It's addicting. Let me find the store real quick. Boys, if you haven't, get your merch. Let me put it up. Get your merch. They've been selling. The white hats have been really popular. Extremely popular. Mugs, crushing it as always. Including the shirts, the Vote Harder shirts. And, I should have got my mug. My woman put my coffee in this because it stays cold longer. But, grab your merch while you can. We have the Just Vote Harder stickers. Uniparty stickers, they're already up. I need to get some stickers too. A lot of stuff is going to come off the store, like the She Took a Legion of Men and all that stuff. Those are the fun ones that we just do one-offs. And we'll rotate in some new products. So those are like kind of the seasonal exclusives. Some fun stuff for everybody. If you got them, you got them. If you didn't, I don't think they're ever coming back. We'll make it interesting. We already did this one. Goodbye. Okay. Let's start, by the way. Here's the craziest thing. One of you guys messaged me randomly and said, hey, Bo, is this you? This is you. Do you approve this product? And I didn't respond to you, but shout outs to you for sending me. I was just going through, opening up all the emails. And then you won't believe the slop. Like your eyes will literally, I couldn't believe this. My woman was laughing, watching this shit. She's like, did you approve this? No.
Old, and people think I'm in my early 40s because my eye bags were so bad.
Look at how they did your boy. I can't, we have to play it. I can't actually like rewind the video.
But I lost thousands making.
Look at this. They stole me and they're selling slop with my face.
Mistakes trying to fix them. So here are the 3 most common mistakes I made that you're probably making too. And what I did instead to actually get rid of my eye bags.
This is crazy, bro. Look at what they did to your boy. Look at what they did to your boy's face.
First mistake I made was thinking my eye bags.
That's not me.
Tired since I worked so hard, or that they could be genetic since my.
So we're selling eye bag cream. Look at what they did to your boy, dog.
What I didn't know is that it's actually.
So I have to mute it because of the music.
Lymphatic system under your eyes that starts to fail. As
I probably have to mute it because of the music.
Stretches your skin, breaks down collagen.
Just look at, but I don't want to mute it. Fuck it, we're watching.
I wasted years
Look at what
blaming
they
my
did to your
sleep
boy,
schedule
dog.
while the damage kept getting worse.
This shit is unbelievable. They put me on an eye cream.
Eye creams from the store.
The beginning was the worst part. They made me look like a bug sandwich.
But just repackaged to look like it was.
Whoever you are, you're disrespecting me. I can't believe you could have messaged me. They got me selling goy slop. I'm not even getting paid.
All those DIY hacks, ice cubes,
unbelievable,
tea bags. I even tried hemorrhoid cream once.
I tried hemorrhoid cream. They got me on hemorrhoid creams.
underneath. You might see it tighten for an hour,
This is
then the
crazy to
rebound
me.
hits, and your bags come back worse. So after wasting hundreds of dollars and years of my time, I finally found something designed.
And they even make it so that there's a certain portion, because he's that lazy, whoever this is, there's a certain portion where he's getting the AI to actually, when it's saying words, my voice, he got my face to change. So my lips match the words
that
spoken.
actually works. It's called the eye repair stick from Zentiful. It's formulated with key ingredients like
Look at this slop,
caffeine
bro.
that stimulates lymphatic drainage.
This
The
is
trapped
crazy.
fluid actually moves peptides that rebuild collagen and ceramides that lock everything
It's
in.
wild to
So
me.
results don't fade after a day and last a lifetime. One swipe under each eye is all it takes, just 5 seconds. My favorite part is how it leaves no greasy residue, so nobody can tell you're using anything. After the first 3 days of use, my wife asked if I was sleeping better. I wasn't. My eyes just finally looked like I was. By
What the fuck is this?
the end of the first week, my female colleague asked if I'd been on vacation because of how rested and sharp I finally looked. And after just 2 weeks, they were completely
Jeez
gone,
Louise,
and I
bro.
looked years younger because of it. Now I know you might be skeptical to try this. I was too. That's why every order comes with a 60-day guarantee.
Oh, it's not
So
that
there's no
far.
risk in trying it. Not happy with your results?
There's no
I'll send
risk
you a
with the
full
hemorrhoid
refund.
creams.
Knowing that is the only reason I got it. But I can tell you I'm more than happy with my results. But here's the thing. Every day you let those eye bags sit there, they're causing more permanent damage to your skin structure, making it harder to fix later.
Oh my Lord,
So I'll leave
bro.
the link below so you can try it risk-free before those bags get even worse. I'm 60.
Look what they did to your boy. Look what they did to your boy's face. They turned me into a bug.
Yagooking donated $2. I got 5 recipes to test and perfect. 1 recipe I'm making this week, citrus and sesame. All recipes I'm working with are of artisanal quality. I had Claude make me a business plan to expand into Japan after 3-4 years of building here in the US.
Nice. Don't put my face and make me look like a bug. This is crazy. Look what they did to your boy's face. My God. Bro, what is that? They gave me bug eyes. And then after the bug eyes,
People think I'm in.
they made me. He took the logo of my shirt. The logo of my shirt is here. Not only, and then they gave me a chest tattoo, bro. He got me on the beach, passport broing it up. My face doesn't, it like uncanny valley on my face here. And he gave me a chest tattoo, made me a fuckboy in like Thailand or something. So my pre-bug, post-hemorrhoid cream Chad uplift, my glow up.
My early
Damn, they did me dirty, bro.
40s
What is
because
this? Look at my tattoo. Look. Oh my Lord. I'm 62 years old. My eye bags were so bad I put hemorrhoid cream on my eyes and I had a Chad glow up.
my eye bags were so
Look at me. Look at me. This is me in my business attire, tired, bug-eyed.
bad. But I
Look what they did to me. I lost thousands making mistakes trying to fix my bug eyes.
lost thousands making mistakes trying to fix them.
Damn, son. So hold on. I gotta go back. I gotta see that shit again.
So here are the 3 most
I can't believe they did your boy like this. Jeez Louise, bro. Jeez Louise. Look at what they did to me.
Bruh.
No way. No way, man. No. Fuck, it made me look depressed, too. Jeez Louise. Future me hasn't slept in decades, it seems. Wow. All to sell hemorrhoid eye cream. And then the Chad glow up. Look, I'm touching my eyeball. I'm fucking depressed. No hose. No hose before the hemorrhoid cream. After hemorrhoid
I
cream,
think I'm in my early
hose. This me. Bam. Went to Thailand. Look at this pimping right here. Sheesh. Oh my lord. I can't believe they've done this to me. This is great. At least they reverse aged me after the hemorrhoid cream, so it's not too bad. And if you try it completely risk-free for 60 days, you get to save up to 60% off right now, dude. Right now, they got a deal running. They massacred me. Stupendous, bro. At least they managed to turn me into a fuckboy, and they gave me a nice button up with my own. I mean, they attempted to put my logo on there, but at least they were repping something. So yeah, your boy got cloned on the internet, and then they turned me into a bug sandwich to sell hemorrhoid face cream. Yep. Damn.
because
Look at that shit. What the fuck tattoo is that? Is that, I don't even know what that is. Is that the hilt of a sword or a rose or something? I don't know what. God damn, this is like my alternate universe me. This is like fuckboy, single, in Thailand, smashing up a storm, yellow fever on deck. What is this? I'm on the beach somewhere. Jeez, Lou, that's the tree logo? Is that what it is? It's a copy of whatever that is. Whatever that is, they put that shit, it turned it into a tattoo. Too many nights in Bangkok. Okay. So, hope you enjoyed that. I was both laughing and mortified. This is my successful Playboy twin. Yeah, post-hemorrhoid face cream. Awesome. I would say that's the Temu logo. Which one's the real one? Is that the real me? Or am I the Temu version of that? Holy hell. You can buy the hemorrhoid cream from what is this? Life Without Eye Bags. Dude, they got a website. Oh my God, they do. They sell stuff. For real, for real. Wow. Wow, they want $40, bro. Oh, but it's buy one, get one half off. Look at the amount of slop, bro. How many? Look, we got a James here. I didn't expect it to work this fast. My wife noticed before I did. Obviously, that's a fake review. That's not real. And you could just have the fake. This is so... What's the ingredients? Hemorrhoid cream? Damn, bro. That shit's so crazy to me. He put up this website in like the span of 20 minutes. And he just did some fake before and after. It's all like AI bug sandwich regenerations right here. Before and afters. How many boomers you think are buying this shit? That's what's crazy. What's the refund policy? 60-day money back guarantee. First timers, huh? Haha, and there it is. Why we don't accept returns. For health and safety reasons, we're unable to accept returned products. And that's how they get you. All orders are final once shipped. You see? You see? There you go. They're fucking, yeah. 60-day guarantee return. Oh, by the way, you can't return it. Cool, bro. This is, boomers are getting slopped out of their minds by this stuff. Like a boomer doesn't know what he's even watching. He really thinks these are real commercials. Like the boomers grew up in an era where you had to pay good money to have a commercial on TV. Everything was vetted. You couldn't really sell slop. The institutions functioned. If you did, they would get sued. You know, you had watchdogs. That's all gone in the age of slop online, bro. There's no rules. You can sell hemorrhoid cream for the face and then don't give people refunds, obviously, because you're robbing them.
At Miverda donated $5. LMAO. Damn bro. You out here with the hemi cream. Got on peptides. Got off that impossible burger meat too. Real tie tail. You look even better 54.
Thanks. Appreciate it. At least I'm not smacking hammers in my face. Yeah, getting OD'd. Well, stupendous. That's their only video too. They got 132 views.
Tired of looking
Oh, this is another.
tired all the time. This is
Damn, bro, you can't even record a video properly. Listen how this shit sounds like.
the Zentiful eye repair stick. It has this amazing cooling roller ball.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. If this is not just putting up red flag scammer.
I'm 62 years old.
God damn, they did me dirty, bro. That's going to go on the thumbnail. They couldn't even give me a bitch. They got me all alone, sad on the couch. Look, it's like that meme. It's like that meme with the, where the guy sits in the corner. That's me. I'm on the couch by myself. Look, everybody else is like having a good time talking, having a conversation. They put my ass in the couch. Just all sad and alone. They don't even know I have hemorrhoid cream on my eyes. Should I tell them about the hemorrhoid cream I'm starting to take? Damn. This is me. This is me. If we eat slop, consume slop, never work out, bitchless, my woman left me. I'm all deep in the goy nip, smoking, doing hella drugs. I just gave up. This is me going my own way right here. This is me just giving up, bro. I talked to I'm at this is my doom or black pill right here. I quit life. It's over. I don't want to try anymore. I'm on the McFlurry diet. That's true. It's game over. And then I get awoken by a Chad's channel. You know, I tune on to Tribe of Men in the alternate universe. Some other guy talking shit like me.
And people think I'm in.
And then I go, oh my God, this guy woke me up. I send him email. I tell him, I can't believe how much I've changed. You got me working out again. I stopped the goy nip. I go out. I get pussy. I even got a tattoo. I'm a new man. I got red pill. Thank you, brother. This is me in the alternate universe waking up. Tribe of Bros. Yeah, it's a whole alternate universe here, like fucking Marvel. That was me after watching Tribe of Bros. Holy crap. The internet is a wild place. Isn't it, though? Okay. We're moving on. We have a bunch of episodes today that we're going to cover. We're just going to go through them one by one. There's no stopping. And we might be on for a good minute. Let's see. Some of these, I think, will make us have to actually go to Kick only exclusively later, because I think there's music in them and stuff like that. But we'll try to do as much on YouTube of these, and then we'll head on over. But we have Jet Franzen. How the F are people getting jobs today? And that's a good question, because I'm noticing more and more homeless people around where I live.
Can somebody tell me how in the world people are getting jobs nowadays, specifically younger people? All right. The average age of a new hire, fun fact here, is 43 years old. That's the highest it has ever been in human history. Worse, actually, than the Great Depression. I'm convinced, by the way, that about 60% of job applications that are posted are not real. They literally have to be ghost jobs. There's no way they're real, because you will apply for a job and then you'll hear nothing back ever. You could send out 10 applications a day consistently for a month, and you might maybe hear back from like 3 or 4 of them. I mean, that's not an exaggeration at all. There's so much wrong. There's so much that makes no sense. For example, right, they'll say, it will say entry level. But really what entry level is they want 2 to 5 years of experience. Internships now are requiring experience. So the thing that is supposed to give you the experience to actually get a real job now wants experience for the, are you following here? You need experience for the experience to get the job. How does that make sense? And then the job doesn't just want experience from a resume. Now it wants experience from.
How are you guys doing in the job market, by the way? Those that are looking, or those that just got out of a job, or you got friends that may be looking, or you know, at least how is it in your industry? I'm curious to read in the chat. I've seen mixed things. It depends. If you're working on the oil rigs, those boys, those roughnecks are doing great. If you're doing something tech related, you're struggling right now, big time. I mean, every update they're dropping, they're just cutting entire departments. So if you're pulling the black gold out of the ground, I mean, businesses are booming now with oil prices. Gas too. Energy, great to be in.
2 to 5 years doing a similar job. Well, guess what? If every single entry-level job requires 2 to 5 years of experience, then how does somebody actually get a job at the entry level? It genuinely makes no sense to me. And for some weird reason, I know all the statistics point to otherwise, but why does it seem like everybody else is winning? Right? Like, statistically, it's a huge problem that kids are going out of college and they don't have a job. But tell me why it seems like everyone that I know seems to have something lined up. At this point, it's just blatantly obvious that it's all about.
I see college. Someone said, he said the college kids coming out of school don't really have jobs. I think a lot of college kids are currently in school for jobs that won't exist, honestly, probably by the time they graduate. That's also insane. I don't think people understand that even 5 years from now, 10 years from now, the job market's going to be completely different, but education as well. So jobs are going to, in the next 10 years, probably half of them will be gone because the AI systems, the robotics are going to get that good. But yeah, Viking, we're getting on that video next. Yeah, I have it up here. It's the next tab over. And let me put this up.
@ North Viking 6,584 donated $10. Hey, Bo, are you reacting to the video that I bribed Air was lobbying for?
Yes, the bribe was successful. And those kids that are currently in school to learn a bunch of nothing, I think the colleges are starting to rack up as much money as they possibly can and will be depending on foreign students. Like, this is why I think Trump wants 600,000 Chinese to basically bail out our private education or college education system, you could say, upper academia, because in the next 5 years, it won't be just your children that are going to get taught by a bot at home, a private tutor, an AI assisted tutor minimally, but a fully AI powered tutor at home that can analyze your child like no human could, develop a custom plan for them to learn. The curriculum will be adjusted to your child's strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you're going to get the highest potential education you could possibly get with maximum level of attention for your child. So I think what's going to end up happening is once AI gets good enough that you can learn all these advanced things, you won't need college anymore. I think college is on the way out completely. I think that college as an institution, bar the professional degrees where you need to do some residency or have a level of competency like an engineer, like civil engineer, right? You got to pass certs and all that stuff. You can't just go over there building bridges and, because the AI taught you how to build a bridge. No, like, you need to be tested. We need to understand that you're capable. So I think what's going to end up happening is colleges are going away to the wayside unless it's highly specialized. That requires a certificate or a professional degree of some sort, of like passing the bar or something, right? You need some state credentials. And you're going to end up self-taught at home by AI because, like women's history and like whatever other slop they have in these like uber liberal colleges, intersectional feminism and all this garbage, like these are useless degrees. They're completely garbage. No need for them. And obviously they don't get you any money. These people just stay in this revolving door of racking up debt to get all the way up to PhD, and they can't find a job, and they never will find a job in the real world, and they're completely detached from the real world. But, I think this is where we're headed. So Imagine trucking is going to go away because you're going to have essentially fully autonomous 18-wheelers. They're already working on taxis. Taxis in the future will be fully automated, autonomous. It's cheap to get one of those Tesla robo taxis versus an Uber driver. So Uber's going away, Lyft is going away, all that shit. Uber Eats, all that shit's going to go away. The car will literally go park itself. The people go bring the food there. Waymo sucks too in comparison to robo taxis from Tesla because of the tech that they're using. And so Waymo is going to be the first victim of this once Tesla goes, full bore and is approved for every single city. Nonetheless, boys, the future in the next 5 to 10 years, there is going to be massive disruption in every single avenue of society. If you don't save up a pretty penny today to weather the storm of uncertainty, there's a gap there. There's going to be a lot of civil strife, anger, uncertainty from mass unemployment, whatever else. You better prepare yourself to weather that storm. Maybe the utopia they're selling us will come true. The, infinite abundance after everything gets essentially priced at zero. Everything becomes cheap to produce. The bots make the bots who make the product. So the cost ends up going down to near zero. Until that actually happens, and then slow government finally catches up with, legislatively speaking, let's just say UBI becomes a conversation or some kind of endowment that's supposed to be given to the people, taken from the companies that use robotics, right? They get taxed and that's disbursed to the people as a living wage of some sort. Don't know what that conversation will look like. I just know by the time government gets it correct, we are most likely going to go through hard times and a lot of instability. So take that for what you will.
Connections and nothing to do with actual merit, right? If your daddy is friends with some guy at a golf course and he has a firm and they're looking for somebody, yeah, they'll hire you. But guess what? That's not my reality. And I know if you're watching this video, that's not your reality either. Like, it's not like we just spawned in and had all these great connections. No, bro, I had nothing. My entire family works for an insurance company, and you'll catch me dead before I'm doing that. No way. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of left for dead here. There really is a hidden job market. If you...
Yago King donated $2. Could I send you a sample of the jerky I make for you to review, Bo?
Yeah, why not, dude? Email me some information.
Russell Adler donated $5. Bo, can you please call out my brother? He's literally the biggest simp ever, like a pay pig. The insanely ironic part of it all is he's the one who introduced me to your channel over 2 years ago. He's clearly not listening to your advice.
Well, what did he do? Call him out for what? You got to get specific. What's he doing? Is he on the goy nip? Is he smoking? Is he drinking? Is he not eating? I don't know, dude. What's the low point? That's what you have to ask yourself. You can't force people to change. Guys, no man, you can't force a man to change. You take a horse to water, you can't make it drink. It's so true. Despite everything we say on the channel, despite telling people that they have power in their own 2 hands, despite all this shit, the simp mind is just broken. So it's unfortunate. Did you hear a family died in a self-driving car? I did not, actually. No. Can't say that I have.
If you put in an honest effort.
At Hagnarth Viking 6584 donated $20. Do you think women will return to tradition now that the HR jobs get turned to bots? Will housewives return?
Yes, in some sense, yes. So here's what's going to happen. 80% of the jobs that are threatened currently and will be over the next 1 to 3 year time horizon will be for women. What's going to end up happening is that you're going to get mass unemployment of women, and you're kind of starting to see it already. Have you noticed how there is a new set of women and a bunch of articles that have come out, and there's a conversation saying things like, you know, feminism duped us. We don't support feminism anymore. And, you know, actually, we want to stay at home with the kids. And there's so much more content now that is propping up that seems very genuine, and women rejecting feminism. The only reason women are rejecting feminism is because the pressure in the workforce is becoming too much to bear. If you're noticing it's hard for a guy, it's also hard for women. It's hard for literally everybody in the workforce right now. Jobs are disappearing. We haven't had any job creation. I don't know in how many months. It's all been gains from the AI tech companies and their investment and expansion. But real jobs have not actually grown at all. Women feel that it's getting harder. Inflation has bitten them too. Buying a house, starting a family, just affording to live, a vacation, just normal living conditions have hit everyone. Women feel this pressure overall, and they look for men to bail them out, and they will find men to bail them out. So the conversation, if you've noticed, there's a bunch of videos of women crying in their car saying, I can't do this anymore. I don't want to work. I just want a man to take care of me. And they're like deep in their career and all that shit. That's what it is. That's the pressure. They're cracking from it. They're cracking from the hard times that are here. And now the tune is starting to shift amongst the smart ones that are early in the game, that, you know, we just want to go back to how things were back when men were still the boss. We really don't even need the vote. We'd rather be at home with kids anyways. This corporate life is all a scam. The only reason they're saying that is because it's coming to an end. The gravy train is over. As long as they were benefiting, it was full steam ahead, boss babe mentality. We don't need men. What are they good for? Now, when the next 5 years is going to uproot a lot of the political power women have amassed, and a lot of the workforce that they occupy is all going to go down the drain, they're going to already switch back to, well, men should be working anyways, not us. And that's what's happening. Is it genuine? I wish it was genuine. That would be great if it was genuine. What you're able to get with a genuine movement, maybe one day it comes as more and more people wake up and the consciousness of women evolve, as they're starting to see like they were mind controlled just as much as everybody else. Maybe with the genuine movement, you'll have something akin to women respecting men's roles, respecting men's ability to lead, and just respect overall and submission towards men, because it produced better societies, better outcomes, safer societies for them. And it allowed them a life that they actually want to live in the first place anyways. Corporate shit, they're not cut out for it and they don't like it anyways. But long story short, I think the AI stuff is just adding more pressure and taking power away from women that will put them quicker into the submissive role. You can say that. Again, there's a lot of nuances there, but yeah, women will start to argue that it was them that wanted to go back to tradition. It wasn't men. The way women will argue this in the future is like, we've already tried the girl boss stuff. Working is for men. Where we're really good at is with babies at home. We don't need to earn money. You know, when we got into the workforce, we messed it up because the men were already earning enough money for us to stay at home. I have to go to work as a woman now and pay most of my salary just some stranger could watch my kids for babysitting, for daycare, for all that stuff. This isn't fair. The system's rigged, and we rather go back to the old way. That's how they're going to sell it to guys. And, the chuds, the simps are going to be like, yeah, based queen. Yeah, wow, she's so right. Finally, she's an enlightened woman. And it's like, no, that bitch can't get a fucking job. And if she's got a job, a computer's about to take her job. And she sees the writing on the wall, and you're going to be the fucking bailout. You're a walking wallet. To get a decent woman, a real woman, like they love to say, a real man. What a real man. A real woman that wants to bear your children, have the house clean, spotless, blowjobs, whatever, just cause. Sexual with you, does her job. You do yours. You both have clear delineation and duties based on your gender. Finding those women is hard. You're just going to find the leftover copers that couldn't cut it in corporate worlds. That's it. The failed boss babes that got replaced by a bot. That's what you're getting. So don't give these hoes an inch, because they will want to take a mile still. And just remember, You get this, quote, modern woman that couldn't hack it in the corporate workforce, you're still on the hook to get wrecked in court. Just saying. So be very careful with that. Have some money, racist bump, cry more, bro. Coward, well, thanks for the $2, brother. Vinty, thank you. Let me read that because Kick doesn't allow the messages to be read. I'll call you out, your brother. Bo dropped a 1-hour video about a private community workflow that could change lives, and he's wasting money for Box. L. Yeah. Oh, I'll call out your brother for you. Yeah. Thanks, brother. Let's continue.
Even in school and try with a lot of this stuff, you're certainly not guaranteed to land a job, and a well-paying job at that, because they can leverage the fact that everybody's desperate. A resume will say, oh, the salary is anywhere from 40K a year to 90K a year. And what that really means is you're getting 40K. And we're going to see how desperate you are and if you're actually going to bite at the 40K. The companies, they have all the leverage here. It's really, this is a losing game for the honest working man. The worst part about this is that it's not, like the saying, it's not what you know, but who you know, is absolutely true. And sometimes this can work to your favor. But once again, as I was saying before, if you're an average person, if you don't come from a wealthy family that has all these connections, sometimes it can be hard. Now, I'm not one of those people that believes in just, you know, rolling over and just accepting the reality and not trying to improve your situation. Like, I think you should try, but sometimes you really do try and it doesn't get you anywhere. And that's what I think is tough, because it's hard to speak to other times in American history, but for me at least, I feel like in the past that wasn't the case. Like when my parents were you know, trying to start their careers and work up.
I think he's in a garage. I don't think this is a shipping container, bro. I don't know. It's wrapped in plastic too.
It's like, number one, the purchasing power now would need to be, you would need to make $66 as the minimum wage to have the equivalent purchasing power as our grandparents. So that's cooked. And then even with our parents, it was still much different. Like the average home was like $85,000. Now it's over $400,000. In every aspect, we're just screwed. And here's I've talked about this before, but I'm 22 years old. If you're around my age, you probably experienced this too, where there's never been a period in your life where, like, of which you were actually financially responsible for yourself, where the economy was ever getting better. It's only ever been getting worse. Like, what is it? For me, when I really had to be financially responsible, it was like 2019, I want to say, when it started, 2019, 2020, right when COVID hit. And from there, it's been terrible. So yeah, what are you gonna do to get a good paying job? And this is deeper than just paying the bills. It's also about when you're so desperate, you start working jobs that you hate. I mean, even when you're not desperate, most people work jobs that they hate, but it sucks. It's like, what, I don't understand why everyone is in this mindset of basically, hey, I just need to get by, because getting by is not living. That's just existing, but you're not living. But yeah, we're all so screwed.
So we talked about how the college system's going to go to the wayside. You have to understand, this old work for company shit is going to go away too for the vast majority of the people. If you're not business minded by now, or with an entrepreneurial mindset, at least building, you have to create something on the side. I'm not saying just go off and get it done today. I'm saying if you have a job, that's a stepping stone to financial freedom. You can't look at it as security anymore. We're not in the era where you could work for a company for 40 years, you retire there, they get you a pension. Those days are over, dude. That hasn't existed for the better part of a decade now. Like, you're supposed to, you know, jump from job to job every 2 years just to get a decent salary bump anyways. Your old grandpappy's way of working, loyalty and all that shit, with companies giving you loyalty back, over with when they shipped all our manufacturing and jobs overseas and turned us into a service-based economy. Game over. What you have to do now is get whatever job that you can get, use that to build yourself freedom. Yeah, someone said the side hustle is the real dream. It is, man. I said that. Everybody wants to be self-sufficient and nobody wants to be a wage slave. Yes, it's true. It's hard to become self-sufficient. Not everybody can do it, but the point is you have to at least attempt to see if you can. You're just one decent idea away with good implementation for actually escaping. We're not talking about making millions. We're talking about what's your salary today and could you replace that with a job of your own? And the answer for a lot of people is probably, yeah, you can. The ones that are not going to make it and don't most of the time are the ones that, you know, are trying to quote like a 10 plus 20, 30, $100 million business and becoming multimillionaires. Like that's over the top. That's uber successful. Some people get there. Sure. Most won't. But there are a lot of people in society today that can make $60,000 a year for themselves, $100,000 a year for themselves, $250,000 for themselves. If you could get to 6 figures, hell, 5, yeah, just say, fuck it. $100,000 a year should be your goal with your own business. I think that is doable for people today. And if you just make it to 50, that means you could replace a vast majority of the jobs that people have. That's how you need to think about it. And someone says, start a business, it's the right time. Bro, it's never been better because you don't have a choice. The AI is coming. The bots are coming. The massive replacement of jobs is coming. I'm not trying to say grind set, you know, hustle culture, don't be a bitch, you got to do this. You don't really have a choice, bro, because if you're going to end up being fired from your job, who's going to help you? GPT 5.5 just dropped. We got to look at that after this, and then we'll start the longer video from our Viking friend. Dude, no one's coming to save you but you. You think the government's going to give you some form of a bailout? The government is opening the borders to replace you. The government is handing illegals your fucking pension, your healthcare money that you're being taxed. Every single public service is being pillaged. There's nobody that's coming to save you. If you don't save up yourself, money, and if you don't create a path with your machete in hand and blaze a trail through the jungle yourself, you're going to be stuck on a highway everybody's on, going nowhere, backed up, and you're going to die of thirst. And then you're going to die of no water. And everybody's going to be looking around screaming, help us, help us. And the only ones in society surviving are the ones that got out of the cars with the machete in hand and said, fuck it, dude, I'm going through the jungle. There's snakes, lions, whatever in there. Who gives a shit? Because if we're all staying on the highway of corporate America, and the jobs our boomer parents had, we're going to starve to death. At the end of that, the road goes out. There is nothing. It just turns into a brick wall. So we're all headed towards the brick wall unless you get off the beaten path. When are you doing a collab with Aaron Clary? I don't know, dude. He's not fucking messaging me on Twitter. He added me. I added him back. Dude hasn't sent me a single message. So, I'll message him. I'll message him and Jack right now. 1 second. Let me text Jack real quick. He sent me his number on email. He's a psychopath. Let's see. Boomer moment. Where is it? Here it is. It'd be funny if I leaked his number to everybody. Oops. Like accidentally pressed the wrong screen button. Oh, shit. Sorry, bro. Didn't mean to do that. I could be getting trolled and I'm texting some complete random number. I'm just trusting this random email. This is a boomer moment right here. Watch is Jack Morgan. Watch him not actually email me, and I'm just texting some absolute Randy Johnson just leaks my phone number. We'll trust him. It's a high trust moment. He's white. This is white man contract stuff right here. This is me about to pay for a high trust moment, potentially. Okay. Check one. He has an iPhone. So far, so good. Done. Message sent. Next. Who was it? Aaron. All right, let's see. X DMs. Aaron. Look at that. Ha. Hey, you want to know a funny message right here? Breaking. VP Vance and Secretary of State Rubio has been called to the White House as Israel says it's awaiting U.S. approval to resume strikes on Iran. Oh. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Hey, all our reports are just so fire. Am I switching to Chat GPT? I see introducing GPT. We have to finish this video. 1 second. Let me find my DMs here. I don't know. I'm a boomer. Boomer moment. See, he hasn't messaged me. I don't know what his name is. Aaron. Great, bro. I have to look at who I'm following. Okay, 1 second. Aaron Clary. There he is. Message. Done. You see, this is proof. I sent it. Stop asking me. Go to his streams. I'll put it right here. Everyone keeps asking me. Go to his streams and tell his ass to answer his messages. We're done. We did it, okay? We reached out, as everybody wanted. My side is done. All right. Boomer moment over. Let's continue.
All of the young parents, I mean, I feel for them. Single mothers, are you kidding me? How do you, I genuinely don't know how they do it. How do you take care of children by yourself? And
oh, yeah.
Yago King donated $2. Mine is to have a business to make it to where I live outside the US and Japan. Claude told me about 2 visas available for me to utilize, either a business manager visa or a startup visa.
Hey, it's nice, too, to be able to just work remote and live wherever you want. So, more power to you. I hope you get to experience that. You might get homesick. You know, the home away from home feeling is hard to attain when you're overseas. Especially Japan is a big move. And language barriers are a bit rough. You feel isolated. ChatGPT 5.5, apparently it's much better. It's on like Mythos level good. So I might start coding with that, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get into it. We'll look it up and see what's happening. And then we'll continue with the next one is going to be this. It was requested. I was bribed. So we're going to get it done.
I genuinely do, like, I truly have empathy for these people. But yeah, there's even these things I've been hearing about called ghost jobs. So some jobs, they're not real. They're not actively hiring. Companies just post listings, like I said at the beginning of this video, just in case. What they're trying to do is make it seem like they're hiring, make it seem like they're more desirable, increase their market value to candidates. All it does is waste time and energy. Now you have all these applicants that are maybe you're giving them false hope. That's what you're doing. I think it's messed up. I truly do.
It's not false hope. It's even worse than that. It's more malicious than that. Those ghost jobs are just there to collect your data. And then once a application is put in and they collect all your data, they sell it to the data brokers, make money off of that shit with zero intention of hiring. And when they do finally hire, they keep kind of like a cold stack ready of the people they actually approved. And then they'll make a few calls and people are so starved for work that when they need the position filled, it fills immediately. That's it. That's the system. That's how they win. So you're just applying to sell your own shit for their profit. And if your resume actually is good enough to get hired, they will only call you when the position actually opens up and they intend to fill it. By the way, I believe there's some government incentives they do get. I don't know if it's a tax break of some form or some kind of financial benefit from keeping the job postings open. And it has something to do with them cooking their books and how they report figures. And they do get some benefit for just keeping jobs open there. I don't know for sure. Don't quote me on that one exactly. But there is some form of fuckery there also with when a company reports that they have so many job openings and they're looking for work.
The uncomfortable truth is that it's really not just you. It's actually the majority of the system right now. The majority of the fault falls on the system. So there's more competition, more filters, less human interaction. When you submit a resume, if it can't seduce an AI with the right, keywords or whatever, then you're not even going to be seen. Your resume won't even be seen by a real human. I think I saw a statistic that said it's expected that by 2027 that 80% of all applications will never be seen by a human.
Damn.
So yeah, you better figure out how you can turn on an AI. I can't even believe I'm saying that. This is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Late stage capitalism right there. And how you counter it is by creating a resume with AI yourself. So now you have AI talking to AI. This can't even be a real world right now.
Oh, it's so real, bro.
Luck plays a bigger role than people would like to admit. As I was saying before, a lot of it's
not luck, it's connections. Oldest trick in a book is who you know, not what you know. And that's the unfortunate truth. Look, dude, when I started my business, my father was a huge reason why I succeeded because he already had some clients, but the experience and all the rest that he taught me helped. If I started from scratch, I would have failed. So, and some really good business decisions helped as well. But my father was the glue that helped keep the company together because I knew I had somebody with decades of experience that could go on the site, quote prices properly, knew all the connections for the material, and could do the work himself. So I knew I had the hardest part done. I could do the work. I just needed a client to sign. But a lot of that shit is about who you know, not luck. Without his connection, without some of the other connections and learning how the business works, for example, when you're bidding on $1 million plus job and you're doing multiple units of like a condominium complex, for example, I learned the hard way that the entire industry is corrupt. I learned how corrupt business is. It actually shocked me. I wanted to be a good little boy, do it the correct way. So I went and I bid out this job for a price that was like rock bottom. The quality of the work was going to be solid. I just wanted to get my first giant job signed, my first big boy project that would take months to complete. So I underbid it on purpose, didn't get the job. I talked to the property manager and I ended up finding out why they went with the other company, who was more expensive, by the way. And they had a handshake deal. The other guy, that was me for the other company, worked out a deal with the property manager to hand him money under the table to the tune of like, I don't know, 40 some G's. I can't remember even what it was. It was tens of thousands of dollars, from 20 to 40 grand. I can't remember. And that's the only reason we didn't get the job, despite being cheaper. The property manager knew what the insurance company was willing to give the condominium complex for the repairs. They had their set price. And then all that guy had to do was just pick any company that would go under that price, and the insurance company would have fully covered everything. I was well under the price. Normally, I would have to get that job if we were playing fair. The other company, the property manager, told them exactly the limit of the insurance company. And so that guy charged exactly what the insurance company was willing to pay, took a haircut in his own pocket to give to the property manager in order to secure the job. That's dirty, bro. And that's how every single big job works. It's who you know and cutting people money. It has nothing to do with your skill, nothing to do with luck. The game is rigged. That's what you learn in the world. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't dirty enough, but the world taught me that only dirty people win. Hence, look at society. Isn't it funny how that works? You try to do a good job, you uphold the absolute highest standards, and you do right by your customers and by your crews. I paid my crews the most out of anybody. We did the best work from anybody you can compare us for. All my clients were extremely happy. Still can't get the job because I won't cut people checks under the table. That's wild. So I knew from that moment on, I got to get out of this business. I got to get out of a business. I got to get out of a business that makes me a slave to this kind of dirty shit. So I like that YouTube became the new business because there's no dirt here. It's just me speaking to you guys, and that's it. I don't need to sell. I'm not selling you fucking hemorrhoid creams on the face with like bug sandwich shit, nothing. If you want to get a shirt, thank you. If you're one of the ones donating, appreciate you. If you're in the private community and want to hang out for chats 3 times a week, learn some shit, and then evolve with coding and all the new stuff to escape society, dope, bro. But I'm not selling you slop. I'm not selling you hemorrhoid creams. I don't have to deal with you trying to get checks under the table to give me jobs, sell myself out to fucking dirty actors like that. Nope. I'm cool. I'm just a dude in a room speaking on a mic and people are tuning in. It's fucking great. I didn't step on anybody. I didn't ruin anybody's life to get here, and if I even grow bigger, I'm not ruining anybody along the way. So many people get their knees cut up from under. I didn't have to, screw over an employee, a coworker, anybody. So that shit, my conscience is clean. This is chill. Do I got any vids of me doing stucco? Nah, man. I used to have a ton of them. If you want to see me in my little white shirt, completely covered in like paint and stucco and cement and shit, and finish everywhere. Yeah, that's funny. People would never suspect that shit. The life I had was crazy. There is one photo that I have to find it. I saved it because it's the first time I got a job for 100K, or I cleared 100K in a month at 27. My first time I ever made $100,000 in a month. And my entire hand is like dirty, dude. The whole hand is just covered in dust and cement, completely cracked from the cement. You know what wet cement does when you're mixing it to your skin? Cracks your skin. People don't know, dude. Yeah. Over in there in 100-degree weather with humidity in the south, make you want to fucking pass out, dude. Climbing up a ladder 40 feet to go work up on somebody's chimney because they got a couple of woodpecker holes or water damage now. So you got to change out the fucking frame, the 2x4s, everything shot. The plywood looks like shit. You do that in 100-degree weather in Georgia, swamp ash Georgia. That kind of heat. Sheesh Louise. Yeah. And I go, you don't know what a real job is. From cement to coating. Technically, we did. Yeah. We went from cementing to coating. What a fucking evolution, eh?
About connections. I think the best workable solution to this is you just need to be like depressingly ambitious. And when I say depressingly ambitious, I mean, put yourself in every possible room, shake every possible hand you can do. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's stupid, but that's what you have to do at this point. You just have to woo somebody that has some, level or role at a place that they can help you out. My best friend, he's an architect, and he could not get a good job lined up. And then they actually had a career fair at his college, and he went there, and the entire architecture program was actually studying abroad, but he decided not to go. And so he had no competition at this career fair for all the architecture firms that were there. And so he got to go and he shook hands with everybody. Genius on his part. And then he got his pick of the litter. He got an offer from like all of them. And, I'm really happy for my boy, but that's just like this stuff. If you're like me, I do college remotely. You're screwed, right? I just literally, I'm not even kidding you guys. I do all my, like, this is my computer right here. Every day I just sit down right here. I do all my homework. I don't talk to anybody. It's just, I got to lock in by myself.
Here it is. I'm going to make it big. Yeah. Peep this. This was me. It's funny because it's like a premonition almost. I think this was at a Marriott. We were redoing the ceiling. You can see a little blood, all that shit. You know what it's like. If you've ever worked a hard-ass job, you know what the fuck. I said 15-hour day. That's how long we have. 15-hour day from 6 a.m. Oh, you can't see? Oh, it's not showing up. 1 second. Screen. There we go. 15-hour days, boys. There it is. 15-hour day from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. I made $15,000 in 3 days, clearing $100K this month again, dreaming of retirement soon. And shortly after this, not too long, I set it up. Yeah, it's not some soft hands, boy. After this, I set it up so that I put everything in motion to retire my old man and my parents to Romania. And I'll never let go of this picture. Exhausted, bro. I don't think I could explain how exhausted I felt here, but happy. It's that I'm exhausted. I'm dead. I can hardly move. I have pains all over my body. Holding all that cement, you know, and spreading it above your head on the ceiling. It's not like we were spraying it. We were manually applying it, leveling it, everything. I had, I don't know, some kind of inflammation in my ligament in my leg or my tendon, something that was going down my like psoas or something. I don't even know what it was, dude. It looked crazy. Anyways, 3 days at least of 15 hours from 6 to 9 p.m. to finish this job. This is how we cleared the 15K check in 3 days. And it pushed us to 100K total for the month with all the jobs. That was at 27. Back-breaking work. I would see my old man come home. He was in his 60s, bro, doing this shit like 65, 64, 66. And I was like, I got to get you out of here. If this is me at 27's breaking my body down, I don't know how the fuck you're coming home doing this stuff every day. And, you know, it wore out his body. Anybody that's done this for 20 plus years, you know what it does. So I got him out of there ASAP. That was my number one goal at the time. I was like, I don't care how much money I'm making. Like, you got to retire. Because I want to see you live long enough to see my kids. Like, at this point, this job's going to put you in a grave early. So I got my old man out, dude, ASAP. And people don't know these stories. Like, it's hard to say. It's hard to see this kind of evolution because you just, he just sat down one day and he started a YouTube channel. Must be lucky. Must be lucky to have such an easy life. Must be lucky. And it's like the guy telling you your life was easy has no idea what hard actually even is, dude. I put most people right now on this kind of fucking workload. I will break you for sure. No, not many people are handling 15 hours of back-breaking. Not dicking around, not smoking cigarettes, not having a fucking chat. 15 hours of nonstop work. You go off to the side, you eat a sandwich, have a drink real quick, and you're back at it. 15K, 3 days. Working like a machine, dude, just to escape the rat race. When I say you got to try, this is the level I mean you got to try at. If you got a job and you're dicking around and you come home and you got 6 hours of nothing and you're not doing shit about it, I don't get mercy. I don't have any mercy for you. No pity. I don't feel shit. I don't pity you because this is what I was doing with 2 jobs. I had this job and another job at one point for another company I was working. I was doing shit like this on the side, building up my business while I had an actual job being a project manager for another company. I hate to say it, bro, but if you're not grinding at this level, stop fucking complaining about where you are in life. You don't get to complain. When you put in real work, I'm not trying to sound like a boomer, but this is literally what it takes. There's no shortcut. There's no magic fucking pill you can take and that's it. Sorry, bro, you got to work. And you got to work so much, you sacrifice everything. Okay, you can sit here and bitch on a channel and look pretty skin and he's looking nice. His hair is nice and all that shit. I'm just being real, bro. You really want to escape the trap, you have to fucking give it everything. Everything. Sacrifice your friends. Sacrifice all the things you consider fun, your hobbies. You have to. You have to be willing to let go of everything to finally be able to get the thing you want. The universe will not give it to you otherwise. That's it. So, it is what it is. Boomer Gary would love this, actually. Boomer Gary would be rock hard watching this picture. That's a real man. That some bitch made it. Goddamn, no, real working man hands. He got a little soft recently with YouTube, but I'll give him his respect. I'll give him his fucking respect. I won't type in all caps anymore. I bet you his back hurts like mine. He probably threw out his shoulder too. At least his old man did that shit for most of his life. I know he comes from a strong line of man. All right, he's a little different, this feller. I thought he was one of these YouTube pussies. He just talks all day. I don't know a goddamn thing about hard fucking work, boy. Vinty, thanks again, brother. Last dono real quick, but Bo, it'd be hilarious to watch you react to brutal home inspector reviews. I've seen them on YouTube Shorts. Oh, God, those trigger me. I hate watching those. Yeah, I hate watching those. You got soft hands, brother.
It's kind of depressing, actually, and I've had that. I did that for my first 2 years I did in person. In these past 2 years, I graduate in like a month from now. But yeah, I'm on this home stretch right now, and to be totally honest with you guys, it's not as pressing with me as it is for a lot of other people because I do have social media going for me, and I've started to make a little bit of money. Nothing crazy, but at least enough to.
Bro, you're making. Let me see. Let me give you guys an estimate of what he's making. 4 days, 5 days, 4 days, 4 days. What's his posting cadence? 3 hours, 5 hours? Damn, boy's grinding. Okay, grinder, I see you. 16,000, 30,000, 24. He's pulling in 368 4 days ago. He's pulling in 299 6 days ago. What are your video lengths at? 9 to 10 minutes. I'd be surprised if he's not making at least minimum 5,000 a month. Minimum. He's posting a ton. Okay, 10 G's. At least in the last month, he's for sure at 10 racks minimum. 10 to 20,000 he's probably making. Anywhere from 10 to 20,000 monthly from his YouTube. With his posting cadence, the length of his views and the average views, yeah. That boy is earning, and that's just YouTube. Grinder, bro. Look, he started his channel, joined December 1st, 2025. Good on you, mate, for escaping. Damn, 2025, he is fresh to death. There you go. One man that has escaped. And escaped he has, because he's doing this shit. This is like full-time shit right here. Look at this. He's probably going to get another video posted up. There you go. Anyways, that's enough. Hey, to be young and good looking, right? And to talk some real shit. Good for him, bro. Hustling. Back to when Bo said, pull up to the camera and hit the record button. You see, people try too hard, bro. He's in a fucking Dexter container. Doesn't give a fuck. One little ring light. Got his hair all parted. Fuck boy look. And he's just talking. 10 to 20K a month. A month. Just from this shit. Yeah. That boy's making money. Making monies. Okay. Hold on, guys. We got to check this ChatGPT shit. But before we go there, I saw some funny. Says how her year went in 2022. It's the music that sent me. How my 2022 went. Don't judge me. You could already look and see that this is a... She likes to date engineers. She loves doctors and engineers, clearly. Just the facial expression says, I go after high-class quality men. I don't mess with street rats. The nails just say classy. The phone, she's got the double, not the triple, just says, I'm not a materialist. The clothes on the ground say, I was in the middle of cleaning, don't judge. What is that? Don't know what that is. But clearly, it's a high-class woman. Clearly. So hold on. Found out I was pregnant in January and didn't tell nobody, not even my baby daddy. He surprised me with the decorated telly for V-Day. Decided to tell him and he was so happy. Found out he had 2 other kids, one only being 6 weeks. Holy shit, but I decided to stay with him for our son. His baby moms crashed me when she saw us together. My car was totaled. Holy shit. So his crazy baby moms crashed her car into her. Wow. He bought her a car the next day. Great. I got super close with his daughter. This was right before I found out he was still seeing her mom. Ah, beautiful. We officially started dating again and things were going good. Ah, it's a love story. Oh, God. He got off into a coke habit and I had to leave him again. The modern love story. I found him begging outside the hood gas station and gave him a ride. Oh my God. Perfect. We started staying the night together every day. Oh, you don't say. Oh, look at that. I got him a job with me. Beautiful. Sounds. Then he was high as fuck for the birth of our son, so I left him. Stupendous. Stupendous. He beat me, and I ended up in the hospital. I was afraid of my life. Oh, I was couch hopping so he wouldn't find me or our son. Holy shit. He got clean and we started talking again. God, the queen. She's just beautiful levels of IQ. And I decided to let him see his son. Now we're in a happy family, so it was all worth it. Perfect. Shit. A modern love story. Disney, pick this shit up.
At Hagnarth of Viking 6,584 donated $20. What in the pre-Christian contact love story is this?
Fit. Holy fuck, bro. Some people. I'm scared. I am scared to even scroll down. How do I filter out all the white boys on Tinder? Get knocked up by a black dude and put a photo of the kid up in your profile. Oh my Lord. We can't. I just have to hear the song again. This is so good. God damn, these are great, dude. Okay. All right, quick chat GPT and we'll get into a serious video again. Hold on. AI, let's get it. OpenAI just dethroned Claude. Chat GPT 5.5 crushes. I didn't like Opus 4.7. I thought it was trash, to be completely honest. What is this? Can't listen to it because the music. Ooh, that looks so good. What the fuck? Open in Cube browser. Hold on. So they're a new class of intelligence. They went deep, huh? On the coding, agentic stuff to solve the cube. What? Read alpha bug reports, fix the latest bug, create a PR and reply in Slack. Wow. No way. That's so good, dude. And keeps going until task is done. Turn this Q3 financial forecast to a presentation. Do they have the card out yet? What are the... No longer the best model terminal bench. Here we go. Here's the bench numbers. Where are they? GPT is 82. Opus is 69. Whoa. SWE internal 73. They don't list Opus. What about Pro? Not even close. Sam said it would be a leap. That's pretty fucking big, but I want to see the Pro. Pro benches. Where are the Pro coding benches? Holy shit, GPT 5.5 X High and Codex made this paper physics website with wind effect one shot. It did what now?
At Hagnarth Viking 6584 donated $10. Women will upload this and are shocked that every religion, culture, and tribe never treated them as equals of men.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, look, they're going to learn the hard way. With all this freedom comes great responsibility. They never had it, so they don't know how to deal with it. But this looks fucking crazy. If this really was a one-shot, 5.5 kinetic banner. Everything is wired? Not yet. Okay, so physics, texture. Damn, that's insane. Here we go. So Claude Mythos is here. Terminal Bench 2. 82 and 82. Wow. Wow. That's huge. I'm switching. Here's what they're saying about over the past month, some of your reported Claude code quality had slipped. We investigated and published a post-mortem on the 3 issues we found. All the fixes are in here. We've reset usage limits for all subs. The issue stemmed from Claude Code and Agent SDK harness, which also impacted Cowork since it runs on the SDK. Let's make Claude dumb and then make it smart again on GPT 5.5 release day. That makes perfect sense. They dumbed down the model like crazy. Let me see if they really did reset the usage limits here. I'll tell you guys right now if they're bullshitting. They're fully reset. Wow. And they gave people money. I have a 200 euro. Or no, sorry, they didn't. No, okay. They didn't credit any balances. Okay. Interesting. So they made Opus smart again. Breaking GPT 5.5 Spud is out and it's a beast. Okay, here we go. GPT 5.5 on Arc AGI verified. It sits here. State of the art on the Arc AGI 2 model. Okay. If Claude doesn't release Mythos or some update to Opus, like Opus 5 with these same numbers, I'm switching over. I have no loyalty to any of these fucking companies. They just take your money. And I hate how they make every model stupid a week after releasing. This is AI. Of course it is. This is AI. We're cooked. Interesting. This has implications for my coding. GPT 5.5 delivers this step up in intelligence. I'll have to read more about this. Same latency as GPT 5.4, faster model, same speed, fewer tokens per codex, cheaper and smarter, better scores on nearly every eval. It's available for Plus, Pro, Business, Enterprise. The efficiency gain isn't incremental, running complex agentic tasks at 5.4 speed while outperforming it. Computer use, agentic coding, knowledge work, this is the one. Yeah, it just rapes Opus 4.7, huh? Good. These fucking retards try to lock away Mythos. Oh, it's too powerful to release. Fuck off. Give me the product. Isn't it funny how they drop the fixes that people were complaining about the day a new Frontier model comes out? Yeah. Stupid, huh? So this guy says he's been testing it. I know his YouTube channel for the last 2 weeks. It's an incredible model, but there's something different about this launch. They're not going for raw intelligence. They improve the personality of the model. It's almost certainly to capture more of the personal agent OpenClaw market. Its responses are shorter, more human-like, and less formal. It actually has a personality. While Anthropic actively tries to prevent you from using Opus tokens outside of their harnesses, OpenAI is making their model better for that exact use case. If you're using OpenClaw and felt like your agent lost its soul when you had to switch to GPT, try it again now. Ooh. 5.5 is an expensive model, don't care. More expensive than 5.4, but it's significantly more token efficient. It has to be even cheaper than Opus 4.7. I think that's what we saw on the ARC AGI. Using 5.5 Pro is insane. It just feels like you can solve everything. Okay. And it'll work for 30, 60, 90 minutes or more. It's optimized for taking advantage of their plugins, Google Docs, Word, etc. Can easily create 60-page coherent, well-designed documents. Okay. Agents GPT 5.5 soon. Image Gen, they crushed it on the Image Gen 2, by the way. Their Image Gen 2 has incredible shit going on right now. That one, I was surprised. Okay. I guess I'll just wait. Then someone says Opus 4.7 is dominating 5.5 on Val's AI Intelligence Index. Who the fuck is even this benchmark? Yeah. Well, looks like they're going to be forced to release that Mythos. Good. Very good. That's what we like to see. Competition. Aha, GPT 5.5 underperforms. So this is the one we wanted. SW Bench Pro. Couldn't find any. So it underperforms. 58.6 versus 64. We don't like that. I thought it was going to be in the 70s or 80s here. What the fuck is that? All right, we have to wait. So once the hype dies down, people get into the models and start testing them, we're actually going to see. I'm curious. But that terminal bench score for agentic terminal, that is a marketable difference right there. 82 versus 69. That's big. I assume we're going to see some Opus updates, which is great. This is great. Anybody coding right now, this is incredible stuff. So it's behind on SW Bench Pro, but performs exceptionally well on Terminal Bench. Interesting. Uh-huh. Okay. So Mythos is still the king on SW Bench. Okay. Competition is great, bro. Love to see it. Okay. Very nice. Let's get into this now. We have a... Oh. Imagine what the army's using. Oh, dude.
At Hagnar the Viking 6,584 donated $2. Imagine what the army is using.
Imagine. Oh, it's not this video. They're already like a model or two ahead. They're getting the full powered stuff. Where's that video? That wasn't it. Am I fucking lost here or what? 1 second. Let me pull it up. Boomer moment. Trigonometry, yeah? Okay. That's who had it.
The reason why Gen Z have...
Calm down. Calm down, lady. Here we go. So we'll skip to... Oh, we'll play it all. Fuck it, dude. Let's see.
Well, Andrew Wilson, welcome to Trigonometry. Well,
we'll skip the introductions, actually. Let's get into the conversation. Everybody knows this forced doctrine already.
So that's why you end up with postmodernism and many of these other philosophies which come from left-wing liberalism. Those aren't coming from...
We're going to have to make it... We're going to have to speed it up, too. It's a long one, boys. It's an hour and 40-something minutes. So we're going to have to skip through it.
Right-wingers, those are coming from left-wingers. Right-wingers are the reason that they're so much more associated with things like traditionalism or things like religion, this kind of thing.
If we're allowed to watch, I don't even know if you can watch this on the live stream, and I may have to cut in constantly for the copywriting stuff. So I'll see. I don't know. YouTube will give me a warning or something.
It's because they view society as being duty-bound, and progressives view everything through the prism of rights. So I have a right to do this. I have a right to do this. I have a right to do that. And the right is saying you have a duty to do this, you have a duty to do that, you have a duty. So this is where that dialectic really clashes. From Destiny's standpoint, there's no such thing as a moral fact. None. They don't exist. Everything is dependent upon stance. So if that's the case, you can't actually do anything immoral, which is why he does so many things which are immoral, right? Because from his perspective, it's just dependent on stance. The right is saying there's universality with morality. It's not just stance dependent, it's stance independent. The reason that they get so upset with the left is because they perceive them as doing things which are horrendously immoral. But from the left stance, they're like, well, but it's all stance dependent, so I can't be doing anything immoral. And that's why the underpinnings for the kind of like philosophical pillars, they don't align, and why we're constantly clashing. The right considers these people complete immoral degenerates, and from their view, they are. The left, on the other hand, sees that as being totalitarian and evil, and that they're there to control, destroy, oppress. Because from their view, what could they be doing immoral if everything which is moral is dependent on their own stance?
Right. Which I think is an accurate description of what happens when the right looks at the extremes of the left and the left looks at the extremes of the right. But what I'm trying to get in with you, first of all, because it's interesting to me, because our country, hard as it is to believe, if you look at social media, is not nearly as divided as the US, right? Like the binariness of the US is kind of weird for us a little bit, coming from the UK. So I guess to me, it's always weird when people... well, I was going to say acknowledge, but I don't want to impose my view because, you know, Americans know their country better than I do. It's weird to me how little people give faith to the other side.
At Hagnarth Viking 6584 donated $5. Don't worry when you see them making poor arguments, it will make you cut in anyway.
Okay, we'll see.
And I see this on the left, and I see this on the...
What was the timestamp you were recommending too? Can you write that in the chat?
Right. Whereas my model for the world is there's like really good people within the 80% middle, and then there's pretty out there people on the extremes. And what we see on the internet is those people arguing and pretending they represent the entire movement. And then the other side's incentivized to argue as if they represent entire movements as well. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Right.
Sure. I understand what you're saying, and that sells, right? It sells to be on that extremist end.
Right.
That's what makes it fun. It makes it fun to watch people who come in and they say ridiculous over the top things, and then everyone's arguing, right? That's part of human nature. They want the fun. However, I do think that people are more divided than you think. I think that there's the way that we operate in public in survival mode. We'll be pretty nice to each other. Good morning. How are you? No one's going to like run you off the road because you're a Democrat. They might run you off the road if you're a Trump supporter and you have that stick. But for the most part, we'll treat each other fairly well. But when you start to get to the underpinnings of what people actually believe, there's a lot more hatred here than you think on both sides, and it's even from the center. It becomes apparent once you start to get to the underpinnings of the pillars which hold up people's beliefs.
Do you think that's kind of why there used to be a rule that you don't talk about religion and politics at the table? Because when you start digging, like if you really pursue people's beliefs to the very ends of the earth, you do find out like people do fundamentally disagree because they have a different philosophical view. But if we don't constantly talk about this stuff, it's actually easier to get on with each other.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's interesting.
Well, that used to be a thing in the workplace, and it used to be a thing, like you said, around the dinner table with family. You call your family in, and it's like, hey, we're all going to have dinner. We're not talking politics. We're not talking about sex. We're not talking, right? These are the divisive issues, right? Love, sex, politics. And of course, that's what everybody's talking about all the time now. But with the internet, this was bound to happen. Now you can have ideologies which are exported and imported, and they can be exported and imported quickly. And so because of that, you can have, whole swaths of a population begin to move towards an ideology which they never would have before because there was no way to basically deliver it. But now there is. And so now it's a race for power. It's made the best ideology win. And from my view, if it's not Christians who win it, then it's going to be somebody else who wins it. And Christians are going to be ruled by whoever that is.
Yeah, but that's just a battle of ideas, right? So we want a free market to discuss things. And so if Christianity can't weather the storm of open ideas and it ends up losing, then yeah, from Wilson's point of view, that's a bad thing because obviously he upholds Christian morality in society. So then the argument becomes, well, Christians have to do better to convince everybody else of their argument. What the leftists try to do is censor online discussion of the right and everything else. So what happened was, in a sterile environment, leftist ideas win the so-called battles of speech online. But when you take them out of their own sanitized environment and you test them against rightward or right-leaning politics or ideologies, lifestyles, they start to crumble. The hypocrisy gets called. You know, what is a man? What is a woman? A man can become a woman, stuff like that they sell themselves. You know, this is a human construct. This isn't. Well, the right says, well, no, actually, there is a man and a woman because what's in between your legs? Can men give birth to children? You just ask them very simple questions like that. It completely folds their entire worldview. This is why the left can't survive scrutiny. This is why the left gets extremely violent when scrutiny is applied to their worldview, because you're tearing down somebody's identity, their worldview. That is a threat to their ego directly. The right survives this kind of back and forth discussion and disagreement because they're more open-minded. If you can give them information that's grounded in truth or fact, they will then move their position slightly. There are things they won't agree on that are set in stone, but most of the time, the right is pretty malleable and open to changing their minds. You're not going to change their minds on saying like abortion is not murder. That's just a firm line that they hold because that's a human being. It is a child in their eyes, and abortion is murder, more murder, period. We're taking a human life away. Who are you to pass that kind of judgment and have that kind of power over a soul? Only God does. So those arguments are set in stone. But to talk about other topics that aren't as inflammatory, a conservative would move on some of those. A leftist won't. A leftist is literally like, you're a Nazi if you don't believe what I believe. If you question what I have to say, you're a far-right Nazi. You're a white supremacist. You're a whatever. The left doesn't move to the center. The left only moves further left. So they're stuck in kind of a purity spiral. This is what the Democrats in the United States are struggling with right now with the left, is that they've moved so far to the left that the progressives are no longer progressive enough, that they now have a radical left wing that is the loud minority that is asking for beyond progressive policies from the Democrats that completely make them untenable on the national stage when compared to a Republican. That could be milquetoast and, vanilla in all his positions. It seems like that person's the sensible one when the other one is trying to get your kids to undergo like gender assignment surgery and stuff like that. So the left, at least the leadership of the DNC, has started to recognize they can't win national elections appealing to a small radical left wing in their party. But those conversations, they've been fomenting and growing them through online censored platforms. And now that got basically burst open, starting with, you could say, Elon buying X, that their narrative and worldview has completely collapsed on themselves. And now those are no longer popular to talk about because they never were. We were just held hostage by a small percentage of people that were supposed to be the new, like, God's chosen, walking amongst us. Like, oh my God, look at this brave dude that cut his dick off. It's like, no, you have a mental problem.
Whatever ideology that is. But if you think that I'm wrong, explain Hassan Piker, explain Vosh, explain the rise of communism in the United States and the brand new communist lens in which many leftist progressives are now looking. These are the most popular streamers. Well, I mean, that ideology was all but dead, but now it's reemergent through the technology of the internet and introduced to a whole new generation as being edgy and, countercultural, just like it was the.
Yeah, but Hassan isn't even, he's a champagne socialist at best. So these fucking guys spew about communism. They never lived under a communist system. Yours truly has. My family has in Romania, behind the Iron Curtain. I can tell you that communism will lead to the destruction of the United States 100%. These socialist policies will absolutely bankrupt the United States, and it will lead to worse outcomes. The answer is not socialism or communism. The answer is just reining in some of the worst aspects of capitalism, the predatory side of capitalism, and having some nationalist, policies that are socialist in nature combined with capitalism. Protect the people, protect the workers. It's not commie shit to have strong unions. It's not commie shit to make sure that every normal man earns a living wage, true living wage that allows them to have a wife that could stay at home and 2 kids and the white picket fence. There should be protections for our natives, our countrymen. That's not socialist, commie bullshit. That's just common sense. Where our strongest is our weakest link. Where the commies actually take that shit super far is, we have to reappropriate wealth completely. We're going to just take it away just because we want to take it from the top and just redistribute it to the bottom. Well, how are you going to redistribute it? The way California redistributes it, by pouring millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions to a homeless problem that only seems to grow the homeless problem because it's just a money siphon. It doesn't actually solve homelessness. The drug epidemics in like San Francisco where they give the homeless people drugs, or all the other social programs that they've instituted that has been wrought with fraud. So no, we don't want to pay taxes for a corrupt champagne socialist that enriches themselves and impoverishes everybody else, but will virtue signal to the rest of us that he's for the common man. This is what these cocksuckers do, Hassan and all these other people. They are champagne socialists. He drives a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, living in a house worth millions of dollars, multiple millions, in a gated community away from fucking poors, away from immigrants, away from all the fucking insane crime on the streets. He gets to live in the gated community with heavy police force presence and security, telling you about capitalist and socialist policies when the capitalist system gave him the beautiful, nice, quiet, safe life that he's living under. These people are full of shit. Don't take any information from these commie cocksuckers. I like that one saying, the best communism or the best communist is a dead communist. Fuck them, all of them. Every single one of them. My family lived through that shit. It's like in my blood to hate communists and the stories of the things that they've done and the wealth they stole from the people. This so-called communism. Oh, we didn't get to do communism right. Yeah, the fuck right, dude. The Soviet Union, the entire satellite state system that they had, that was communism done right with a power that could defend itself. And it turned out into shit and collapse. And the very people were working jobs that couldn't afford to feed themselves, at bread lines, milk lines, egg lines, odd even road driving based on your license plate or your gender. You want to wait in line for fucking bread, for flour? You want to wait in line to get eggs? Get the fuck out of here, bro. These communist retards. Death is all they deserve. They're fucking ridiculous. I don't mess with any of you. You've never lived in the system and you don't know what it's done to the psyche of the people until you go visit these areas. Not a single person with one fucking brain cell that's functioning ever would push communism ever again. I'd rather sign up and kill them domestically in America. If should the military want or need, I would sign up to fucking eradicate them. It's just something deep in my veins. They stole my family's wealth. They stole it out of the ground, literally appropriated it for the state. I have a nasty history with these cocksuckers.
First time.
Do you not think that the reason that we've seen this resurgence of communism as someone who comes from a country who sadly embraced it?
Britain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that's not, we are
I shouldn't laugh at
embracing
my own joke, but it was a good one.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we are embracing it, which is Venezuela. Do you not just simply think that people grasp for anything when things are getting particularly difficult?
You mean for any type of ideology?
Yeah.
Sure, but what's difficult here?
Well, the gap between...
At Hagnarthaviking 6584 donated $5. The Twitch commies will be censored by the Politburo. The issue is they will make us all suffer with them. Exactly.
They think they're going to benefit from that shit. They won't. They won't. Because the real people in charge are still greedy cocksuckers that want ultimate power, influence, money. You think people like Hassan and Destiny are going to benefit from this system because you're a mouthpiece? Bro, you're going to get lined up against the fucking wall. You're a degenerate. The communists will do purges for loyalty. You think you're going to be loyal when you can't live your capitalist lifestyle anymore? You're too visible. You're too rich. You have too many things. You can't tell the people about the wealth inequality and the class warfare when you have millions of dollars. It doesn't look good. You're flaunting your wealth. You've already flaunted it. You're targeted for fucking execution. They have no idea. They think that they will be allowed to survive. Please, bro. The leaders will look poor, but live in secret mansions. Every communist has done that shit. The leader himself will live in a big mansion, the people's mansion. Look at Romania, what the communists did there. If you don't know, the largest building in the world, it's now the second largest, I think, by size, but it's the heaviest building in the world. It's one of the two. It's the number one heaviest building in the world. It's bigger than the fucking Pentagon of the entire United States defense military industrial complex. It's called the People's Palace. Go look it up. People died to build this shit. Yeah, it's made of like all marble. The People's Palace. Look at this shit. We'll just put it up here. You guys don't believe me. The People's Palace, bro, is so fucking large. And most of it is just empty. This was the guy's house. This fucking building. Look at this. This is communism for you. Where's that image? I want it big. Dude, the inside of this place looks fucking great. Like ballrooms everywhere, marble decked out, like opulence you would never see in a poor country. Give me an image, bro. That looks like shit. But still, this place is massive. Standing next to this shit is fucking... We gotta find a better picture. Pictures are ass. There you go. This place is huge, dude. I remember when I went to visit here when I was in Romania, it's fucking obscene, dude. It's absurd. This is the guy's house. The guy's house now houses the entire Romanian government. That was just his home. Communism for you. Why everybody else is living off fucking poverty levels of sustenance. The commies. I'm telling you, the people, it's like gargantuan next to every other building. I mean, fucking hell. Is there more photos of this shit? Dude. Just stupid. Look at the size of this thing. Crazy. People have no idea. They live in some weird, like in the interior, guys. It's just, you can see what the interior looks. It looks fucking stupid. Look at this. That was the ex-dictator's home. And he gutted the country to build it. He basically made everybody eat fucking air so he could build this shit. That's what's crazy. Of course, Google doesn't even work anymore. Bro, just open the image for me. That doesn't look like shit. Google, you fucking suck. We can't even see this in quality. Every single room essentially looks like this. The most insane building ever. I bet you it's on YouTube, the People's Palace in Romania. Watch. Just so you could get the ridiculous of this shit. Because Google's fucking garbage at showing us images. Yeah, heaviest building in the world. Mm-hmm.
Within the entire as lucky.
Okay, music. Can't watch that.
Just before we get died in Rescue was a junior.
Talking head, bro. Somebody show me this shit. Okay.
Did you know there's a building so massive?
Music again. Yeah, we can't watch shit on YouTube. It is what it is. Inside Romania's monument to megalomania. Yeah, this is his building.
Ciao, Shesco. 1980s and side entrance. But we've been working all day to get into this.
This fucking thing's huge. Is he gonna go inside?
When his country was hungry.
Look at what the interior looks like, bro. This is fucking
this
insane.
To the basic impoverishment of tens of millions of Romanians. And today, this is a ballroom. And if you can imagine being a dictator with your friends here, your corrupt big shots, waltzing.
That's like one room of, I don't know how many. How many rooms does this have? People's Palace, Romania facts. Second largest by area, world's heaviest and largest administrative building. Spans 365,000 square meters. It's 12 floors above ground, 8 underground levels, including a nuclear bunker. It was built by over 20,000 workers operating in shifts of 24/7 with thousands of casualties during its construction. It was built with 1 million cubic. What the fuck? 3,500 tons of crystal? I didn't even know the crystal one. So tons of marble, tons of steel and bronze. He called it the House of the Republic, of course, or the People's House. Like, it's spitting in your face. It now houses the Romanian parliament. Listen to this shit, 70% of the building remains unused. 1 million cubic fucking, that's the most, how much, is that the most marble in one building? 1 million cubic meters of marble, is that it? That's crazy. It's 23 section. Facts rooms. How many ballrooms and shit like that does it have? Okay, here we go. It has over 1,000 rooms. 1,100 rooms. Over 2,800 chandeliers. Huge hand-woven carpet with one carpet weighing 14 tons. The Union Hall, out of one of the most massive rooms with the ceiling designed to open for a helicopter. Come on with this shit. Contains 3 museums, an international conference center, and the 2 chambers of the Romanian parliament. What the fuck? Built with local materials. Almost all the building materials were sourced from Romania to showcase the country's self-sufficiency. Cool story, bro. If you're ever in that part of the world, go see the People's Palace. It's fucking stupendous. 1,100 rooms filled with thick marble columns, staircases, and crystal chandeliers. This shit is like, it leaves you speechless, dude, what it looks like in here. This is like some Roman Empire shit after a successful conquest, and that didn't happen. The dude was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to build the most insane building in the world. Only the Pentagon is going to rival this shit. Holy crap. Yeah, I don't know how many ballrooms it has and all of this. It's insanity. Look at the pictures, dude. Dude, this is beyond king shit right here. This is like supreme leader of earth. Look at this. What is that? Under communism. What even is that? Look at the amount of marble here. Oh, it never ends, dude. Insane shit, dude. The design is insane. It just goes on and on. 1,100 rooms. You literally get lost in here. Look at the column. Look at this architecture. At least this is this stuff looks crazy. At least you could say Intergalactic levels of glazing. Trump would love this place. Yeah, Trump should have been trying to move into this bitch. Like, this is crazy. Dude, the level of opulence is just, and detail to everything. Like, kudos to Romanian engineers and builders, because this is testament to what they were able to accomplish. Like, this looks ridiculous by any age and day standard whatsoever. This is stupendous shit. Live stream, yeah. The consequence. Look at this, man. This is shit you see in a church. The stained glass. Incredible, dude. It just goes on and on. Like, what a flex. Can you imagine inviting heads of state to this? Like, oh, where are we going? Fuck some shitty little country, Romania. And then you pull up to the dude's palace and you just get stunted on while everybody else is like fucking subsisting on flour every other day. Godly, dude. Yeah, communism. Cool. Look at this. An amphitheater. Because why not? Why not? Perfect. Holy shit. Thanks, Eduardo.
At Agami 999L2 donated $5. Have you heard of Karlin Borisenko and her deep dive into modern communism and socialism?
No, I haven't. Email me a video of that. I would like to see that. Dude, it goes on and on. This place is insane. You have to see it for yourself. Like, pictures don't do this kind of shit justice, because the sheer scale can only be felt in person. To walk across stairs that look like this, like the stairs alone is the most expensive thing your body will ever touch. Like the columns, this is just a flex on what Rome did to Dacia. He's like, watch me. Watch me. We're going to do it better. The Roman Empire is gone, but we're not, bitch. I'll sacrifice my entire country to get this building built. Fucking hell. That shit's crazy. Did they have another? I think they had another. What was it? A part 1. Here's the part 1. Fucking massive. Stupendous, dude. This is them going, preparing to get inside the building. Oh, is this the largest Orthodox church in the world now? Yeah, it will be the largest in Romania. I think this is the largest Orthodox church. What is it with Romanians and making grand shit like this? I believe this is the largest Orthodox church in Romania. Oh, I walked past this house all the time. What the fuck? I didn't know. Okay, of course. Look at all this grand architecture and shit. Very nice. I don't know what that is. I walked past that too, but okay. Cool. The streets of Bucharest. Both cool and depressing. Let's see. Largest Orthodox Church, Romania. I think they finished building that too. Yep, the People's Salvation Cathedral. Of course. It's the largest Orthodox church in the world, and it just opened, yeah? Christ. It costs 200 million euros. It holds 6,000 to 7,000 people. It's the monumental project designed to symbolize Romanian spiritual unity. Look at what this bad boy, oh my Lord, looks on the inside. Phew. Hey, Romania is like 99% religious. Look at this, dude. Hey, you Orthodox brothers, you want to go out there and see some real cool shit for Orthodox Christianity? Go on out and head to Romania. Look at that. The amount of monasteries in the mountains and cool churches like this will blow you away, dude. It'll reawaken your spirit. I'm telling you. It's absolute. It's like a stupendous marvel. When you see some stuff like that. Orthomaxing. That's no joke. Hey, man, it does something to you. It does something to you walking into places like this. When I was walking in those monasteries, I felt something. I was like, whoa, dude. There's something beyond the physical realm in and around here. And you kind of feel something different. Seeing all the nuns and stuff. This place looks crazy. Look at this. The scale is just the magnificence. Yeah. Romania is not getting taken over by Islam anytime soon. Let me tell you. That's a Western Europe problem. Eastern Europe is going to be good for a long time. Pretty chill. Although the church is corrupt, unfortunately. Hey, I wanted a giant donut. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Romania history lesson over. Let's go back to the communists.
Rich and poor as ever.
Actually, hold
At
on.
Hagnartha Viking 6584 donated $2. The Roman DNA makes them want to build large.
Probably, right? Leftover blood memories. Everything must be grand.
Widening.
But you have a problem there, right? That's true. But people are still getting richer than they've ever been. It's like when I think of a gap between rich people and poor people, if we go back 500 years or 1,000 years, the difference was you lived in a dung heap and this guy lived in a castle. Now the difference is this guy lives in a castle and you live in a 3-bedroom apartment. It's like, it is true that the guy living in the castle is richer than the guy in the castle has ever been. But the reason you're not in a dung heap is because the poor are also richer than they've ever been. And so it's scalable. It's a matter, it's a matter of scalability. But show me in the fattest country in the world, where's all the starving people? Where are they?
But it's all understood within context, isn't it, Andrew? It's comparisons. So people will go online, they will look at their life, they will see that they don't have a lot of money, somebody else is doing very well. Things like, for instance, a housing crisis, particularly in cities like New York, LA, etc.
Yeah, so this is a strict materialist view. The thing is like, I don't know when this shift happened to strict materialism, but this seems to be
60s.
part of a...
60s to 70s. When the hippies came on the scene, they started changing, the American consciousness started changing after the hippies and shit.
A new conversation which people want to have. And again, that's part of what communism is. The lens of communism is strictly materialist. There is no spiritualism. Communists kill anybody who's religious because that affects a materialist view. It's an
And it seems counterintuitive because you would think they're very spiritual, but what they rejected was the church. They rejected organized religion. They started getting much more individualist in their spirituality. And then that started to bear out this weird leftist take of the system, bro. Like the boomers would be like, we're anti-system. And then the boomers started taking mushrooms and they took that anti-system mentality, that rebellious youth that they had against the greatest generation that ever lived and the institutions that they created for the boomers to thrive. The boomers started tearing them down. And so now we live in a world, a post-boomer world, where they've torn down the institutions because you hear it all the time in the way boomers and the Karens and shit speak. And they're the ones that instituted these ideas in the colleges of, racial inequality, opportunity, of outcome, all that shit, equality of opportunity, equality of outcome, systemic racism, shit like that. It's like the boomers went on this massive bleeding heart, liberal, like mental rager post mushroom trip. And now we're all living in that stupid ass world. Because yeah, bro, okay, peace in the world, bro. No wars, bro. We're just here, man. Listen, man, we just want to get along, man. We're all the same, man. It's just people versus government, man. And they fucked everything up. The generation before them made this system and its institutions, and they function as a guardrail to make sure our society keeps thriving. And then it was turned down or tore down by these people who thought they had better ideas, that they were more awakened than their predecessors. Big fucking mistake.
Oppressed class. So if you're looking through everything from a materialist view, you can always find an oppressor class. There'll always be people who have more than other people do. It's one of the big faults with communism. You can never reach this stateless utopia. But as far as that goes, when I think historically, the endless suffering that happened to people inside of nation states, inside of city states, inside of places like that, in comparison to what you see in modern Western democracies, it's like if these people had to deal with that in any capacity, they would. You just fall over dead. It was miserable. It was literally misery. Where is all of that? I mean, the West conquered that. Industrialization conquered that. That starvation's gone. Where is it? I've heard liberals. They've said to me, "There's people starving right now." Where in my nation? Where? I'll go feed them right now. Guarantee you I'll have a meal arranged by this afternoon if you could show me a person who's actually starving in the United States. They can't, because they're not. We've conquered it. These are conquered issues. So what are you bitching of? Are you just bitching that this guy makes way more money than this guy? It's like, what's the complaint? That's achievable. That sort of dream's achievable now to people. That never used to be possible.
I travel a lot, and until recently, every trip started the same way, standing in an air.
And the desperate hope that it's going to somehow make everything better. I don't agree with it, but I think that's the argument.
Well, I think it's more complex than that.
So maybe we're having this conversation the wrong way around. Why do you think there's been a rise of radical leftism and particularly the appeal of...
Yeah, so somebody's asking, weren't you happy in the last episode about executive order with psychedelics being trumped out? Yes, of course. I'm not saying to destroy institutions. I'm saying to use them as a mental health aid. I'm saying to use them to put you in better spirits, to crush depression, to help you with anxiety, to open your mind to creativity. I don't think the world we have is wrong. I don't think the systems that our forefathers built need to be reinvented. I think they need to be preserved and maybe slightly improved upon for the modern world, modern technology, things where they have obviously been cast aside because the time's need for evolution. But why do we have open borders that was solved before us, multiple generations before us? Why do we have this bleeding heart liberal democracy mentality where blacks and browns are too dumb, too stupid, too something to make their own decisions? So the white liberals think that they should help them, baby them, and treat them with different outcomes, different standards, and create a second class for them in society, how they should be treated, right? 60 arrest on a guy, he gets let out. Why? Because he was black. Why? Because systemic oppression. It's not his fault. That's stupid. We need to hold everybody accountable to the same standards. That's equality. Not giving people special privileges, not giving women special privileges just because they're women, LGBTQ special privileges. But the society that was wrought in was essentially a egotistical people thinking they can do much better. I'm advocating on a personal use. People should, I'm not even gonna say should, people can do what the fuck they want with their bodies. I'm for choice. If I want to eat a mushroom, I'll eat a mushroom. Get your fucking boot off my neck and mind your goddamn business. If you want to smoke a cigarette, you can smoke a cigarette, but you will deal with the consequences. If you get lung cancer, that's your fucking fault. That's all I'm saying. Educate people. Here's what happens if you smoke cigarettes. We had a great education campaign in the 70s and 80s, and guess what? Almost nobody smokes in the United States anymore compared to other countries. Now, people started doing stupid shit like vaping, gay as fuck. So now you got people vaping with nicotine, so they're back to basically smoking, and the vape juice is as bad, if not worse, because half the time it's tainted with some shit. So you look like a fucking homo vaping your gay juice. Anyways, you're a goy. So yeah. Educate people. This is why you shouldn't do this. But you can if you want to, because we treat you like an adult. It's that simple. I want to be treated like an adult, like someone who has a stake in this system, not like I'm retarded and needed my hand held for every little fucking thing. Can't smoke, can't step there, can't do that. Let me breathe, you fucking pussy. Did you know in like Oregon, you'll get arrested if you collect rainwater from your property? Land of the free, home of the brave. If you collect water on your property, the state will arrest you. Multiple people have been arrested already just collecting water in drums on their own property from rain. Who fucking put that rule? Why is that even a thing? Think about this for a second. Our founding fathers would have turned this fucking system upside down if they heard some shit like that. You're going to arrest me for rain? Hey, bro, that is encroachment by a tyrannical government. So when are we waking up here? Just wondering, America. I'm not a libertarian. No, I wouldn't consider myself a libertarian. I have more authoritarian aspects to what my worldview would be. But it's very strict in the way it's applied, more like law and order.
Communism now, as you do see with some young...
I don't believe in the whole libertarian, like, oh, just live and be free and get the government out of your way, but then the government has very little duties to maintain society. I would say I'm a believer, and this is not libertarian, I'm a believer that government should absolutely engineer the national identity, the cultural norms. I don't believe in this just do whatever you fucking want and have your own identity. You can fuck off. We're in a collective. This society, we all have to live together. If you have to live with somebody, You have to have certain decorum, respect, standards, shit like that, in order for us to both have a good society. So I want a government that crushes minority groups and their identities, specifically their identities. It has to be a one culture, one law, one standard of application, one identity. Now, you can have different ethnic people living in your country, but for the most part, you must adhere to one identity and culture, and it will always be whatever the predominant preceding culture is. That's it. So America would have to absolutely institute whatever white American, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant energy, rugged individualism, the things that made the country great initially, must be brought back in, ruthlessly applied to everyone living today. If you come from Somalia and you fly your Somalian flag, you're going to jail. You're going to go do hard labor and go build ditches and shit, dig ditches. If you come to this country, for some reason, you're allowed to come because the borders would be closed in this system anyways. And we're only bringing in people that test really high on IQ or have specialized talents that we need. But if you got into this country and you rep wherever you came from, you're going back. Straight to fucking jail for you. Talk shit about America, straight to fucking jail for you. It is what it is. You're a foreigner. You came here, you assimilate. Yeah, we're not diluting the nation. You have to adhere to, you're eating your fucking what? You're having your mustard on your hot dog and you're going to go to your baseball game. And I don't give a fuck that you came from some country straight out the bush. If you manage to get in here, you now eat hot dogs, bro. You now go watch baseball. You now go shop at Costco. You now eat the same exact food Americans eat because you must assimilate one-to-one perfectly into what it means to be an American. And that exact identity must be enforced by the state. This come into the country, be whatever you want to be, carve out your own community here and there. There's little Italy there. There's little China here. There's Japantown there. Fuck you with all that stuff. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, I would bring, I'm just saying, if I had supreme leader powers, well, you would know right away what it means to be an American. That would be based on the founding fathers' image and their values. And anybody who does not live up to those, you're going fucking back. It's that simple. Yeah, and say the goddamn pledge every morning. I don't care. Oh my God, it's like we're brainwashing the kids. Don't care, bro. The moment you walk in the classroom, when the bell rings, everyone stands up. You put your hand on your heart and you recite the pledge. It is almost like Starship Trooper-like, a little bit of sprinkle of fascism in that sense. But that's what it takes for a nation to survive. This must be, we're too big. We've never had such a society of a country of this massive proportion to hundreds of millions of people. This is a new system we're living under. It requires a different kind of governance where we're no longer close together. There's neighborhoods so far away, states so far away that our connection to one another is being lessened. And so we have to maintain national cohesion, a national identity. That means crushing everything and everyone that does not represent the American ideal. Doesn't matter where you come from, your religion, your skin color, anything. If you don't represent the American ideal, you must be crushed out of existence by the long dick of the law. It's that simple. When you make it that stringent, I guarantee you everybody's going to be walking around outside, repping red, white, and blue. God bless America, greatest country on earth. Streets will be safe. Cities will be clean. Criminals will be in jail. And people will fucking act right. But you know, these liberals, these libertarians, get out of my business. Well, it's like, go fucking live in the middle of the woods then. Institute your retard policies away from us.
Yago King donated $2. DARE. Taught me that drugs are really expensive.
Ah. It's easier to find drugs today than healthy food in stores. Isn't that crazy?
At Hagnartha Viking 6584 donated $5. It will only work with intermarrying or a powerful paternal state, aka the Republic must fall, and a general proclaimed Caesar.
In essence, you can still have a system that works in a republic style, but not everybody gets the vote, so we have to take everybody's ability to vote away, and the only people that can vote have skin in the game. Like a woman with 4 kids, for example, she gave birth to 4 kids, or a man that owns property, land, all that stuff, or pays into taxes past a certain amount, or has served in war and combat in the military, signed up, or, you know, things like that. And the leaders of the country can only be voted in by that small base of people, so they must be capable. If we have a system like that, where we don't pander to the lowest common denominator, the lowest common voter across the entire country, you can institute a system that works better than the one we currently have. Yeah, well, it's not a republic anymore. America lost the republic a long time ago. That's the problem. We have to bring the republic back. That's why Rome was at its most stable and best when it was still a republic. Once the empire came, that was the beginning of the end. It still ascended based on the greatness of the republic. But by the time Augustus came into power, he had to institute pro-natalist policy. So the elites, the soldiers, what made Roman people Roman, that culture was already degrading by the time Augustus took power, right after Caesar. If that's the case, then Caesar was a symptom of a declining Rome, not an ascendant Rome. Now, some of the leaders that came after Caesar obviously managed to take it to new heights by territory and shit like that. But if you probably lived in those times and you asked a Roman what it meant to be Roman, what Rome represented, what the ideals of Rome were, the republic before Caesar, before the tumultuous period where Caesar could take power, was much closer to what made Rome powerful than what came after during the emperor age of Rome, the Roman Empire. So I see the decline in the United States right now in a similar fashion. We're great now, still, because of what we were, what our grandparents' culture and great-grandparents, the founding fathers, and the initial colonies and the expansion out in Monroe Doctrine and all that shit. That's what made this country uber powerful. We're living off of their hard work, their mentality, their technological progression, their rugged individualness. We have a society right now, fucking soys, weak people, foreigners, corrupt politicians. The country's being looted. The country's being destroyed from the inside out. We're beholden to foreign interest groups. Country's subverted. It's not serving the people. Shit like that is the empire's falling. The American empire's on the decline. Somebody would look at the empire today from 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years into the future, for example, and may say America's peak was in 2020, 2026. It went to war with Iran. It's subdued Iran eventually, and that was the extent of the American trading empire in the world. And you can say shit like that. But we, as the people that were living in these times, we saw the gradual cultural degradation of society. We saw the streets becoming unsafe. We saw the political instability that led to a Trump being elected in the first place, not a real statesman. That's what we see. The Romans probably felt the same shit during the Republic as it was transitioning into an empire. And they had their first, emperor. I was going to say, we peaked in 1913, World War I, fucked everyone over.
Eduardo Tyke, Sarah donated $10. See this video, why everybody blamed the boomer. Now it explains all the measures implemented by the silent generation to protect society from the modernism, and explain how the boomers gradually destroyed it for profit.
Why everybody blames the boomers now? Email me that, please. I don't want to lose my spot with all these tabs.
At Madladits donated $5. People coming into America will need re-education before being let in.
Yeah, that would help, certainly. We don't hold anybody to a standard that comes into this country, man. So they have no need to assimilate. So now you have a country that's a democracy, which is ruled by whoever the majority is that has power, or whoever forms a coalition with the other smaller groups. It's not really democracy, it's tyranny now. It's a vie for power down racial lines. People will vote because they're white. Others will vote because they're Hispanic. Others because black. Others because Asian. And then it's what groups align with the other groups to hold on to power versus the other ones. So, Yeah, America's being carved out from the inside out, unfortunately. And it's turning into ethnic enclaves. It's ungovernable. And I talked about this in the private community, I think yesterday with the guys. This country is going to end into either a civil war or it's going to break apart like Yugoslavia did, because you can't convince a Texan in the future because of the massive political shift between right and left. It's a complete divorce of the country. You don't even see them as you're an American. Like a Texan will look at a Californian and tell you that they're not real Americans. They're some lefty, loony, communist, something like that. When you speak like that out in the open about your fellow countrymen, like your country's already going down that decline. There will be a split. Either it'll be a civil war, and I believe one day it may end up being a civil war because we're going to end up going bankrupt from all these wars. We'll have too much debt. We can't service it. The country will become ungovernable as it gets browner and browner because the people coming have no indication that they want to assimilate into American values. They're seen as corrupt and garbage. So the white population will keep losing more and more power until they no longer have the majority say. So America will be governed by a nation of immigrants and very recent immigrants. And what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a divorce in the people of, we want to govern ourselves because the areas that you guys govern look like shit, like the countries you came from. A civil war will maybe happen, hopefully not. But let's just say in this scenario, should a civil war happen in the United States, it won't end like the last one did where one side gives up and you simply walk away and the country reunites. It just reformulates into the new America where one team gets to essentially impose its rules and order on the others. There are nations now like Russia, like China, the international population, global countries in general, other powers that want to see certain sides win, right? Maybe the South rises up against the North. Let's just say that. Who cares? It could be the West versus the Midwest versus the Central of America versus the Northeast and those liberals and whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever faction. Certain countries will arm certain factions. And when those factions win, it's not going to be a ceasefire when they have an advantage and will balkanize. Like, you know, it's a potential that we just balkanize and America breaks up into multiple countries, essentially, loosely trading with each other. But what will happen is, you know, China's going to get involved and arm a side that's pro-China. Russia will get involved and arm a side that's pro-Russia. Whatever side ends up winning will completely overrun the other. So, yeah, because when the American Civil War first happened, yes, sides were getting helped by European powers, but once America reconstituted, it wasn't like there was another challenger to America right then and there. It wasn't like there was another nation that could subvert all of America and have that kind of influence. Like if we get into something like a civil war, dude, China is big enough, influential enough, has enough materials. They can arm one side and have them completely overrun the other. In essence, what I'm saying is other countries can now stick their nose in much more efficiently, effectively, and control outcomes. Before in those days when America had the Civil War, there wasn't countries that could control outcomes post-Civil War like they can now. So it'll be interesting what happens in that world.
Audience.
If that were to happen. If America manages to fix itself, but I don't see how if the American identity doesn't come back. If America doesn't reclaim what it means to be American. Because right now, nobody even knows what it means to be an American. They just point out 20 different things. Actually, what it meant to be American actually meant something. Just ask how everybody else in the world looks at us. How does a Japanese cartoon, anime, or people in Japan, for example, how do they draw what an American looks like? That's America. So if you're not willing to uphold that ideal, you can't have your country.
Because of the moral loading of the term Nazi, fascist, and other things like this, it's pure panic mongering. The idea is that you need to move towards this shielding ideology because the Nazis are coming, the stormtroopers are coming.
Oh, so you mean like since 2016, basically? I mean, they did it before as well, but the far left has been calling the right Nazis, and you think people are going for communism because it's the ideology that can protect you against that? That's
communism, socialism. These are so it's a winner takes all. Like I said, it's a race to power for which ideology gets power. Is it going to be the Christian nationalists? Is it going to be the socialists? Is it going to be guys in New York like Mondi or Mamadi? What is his name?
Mamdani.
Yeah. It's communist Mamdani.
Yeah.
Who gets it? Which ideology gets it? I mean, right now, the ideology which has been kind of traditionally getting it is the status quo ideology. Well, that's changing. That's been changing since Trump. Like, I don't know who our future presidents are going to be, but they're not going to have the same ideologies that they held for the last 40 or 50 years. That's not where we're heading. So which ideology gets it?
But that doesn't, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, except the one thing we started this with, which is the appeal of communism is to push back against the Nazis, right? But why wouldn't you just, I don't know, why wouldn't the ideology be like we're against Nazism or we're for liberal democracy?
But that's exactly how it's pushed. What do the Antifa, anti-fascist people in both our nations say? They say just that. This is about our republic.
But
this
they
is
are
about our
communists.
democracy.
They
yes, they are.
Right.
But this is about our democracy. This is about our freedom of speech, our freedom of assembly. This is about stopping Nazis and stopping fascists and stopping or allowing for due process. They literally market it the exact way you just said. So when you say, why don't they say that we're just anti-Nazi and pro-democracy?
That's so retarded. Bro, I just read this comment. He's talking about Americans. We went through ethnogenesis and are a unique people. We aren't generic Europeans. Jeez Louise, dude. Brother. Culturally, you might have your own unique Americanism. Brother. I can assure you, you are European. Very close. I can drop your ass off if your homies came in the Mayflower. I can drop you in the UK and you would look exactly like them. Dog. Come on.
Or pro-republicanism. That's exactly how they market it.
No, because I guess the reason I'm saying is, like, I would say I am anti-Nazi and pro-democracy, right? And I am. I'm also not a communist. So why is communism the appealing version of those statements?
Well, this is a worldview issue. So do you think a Nazi is the same thing a leftist thinks a Nazi is?
No.
Because a leftist thinks you're a Nazi.
Where do you guys come up with these takes? It blows my mind. It's not about looks. It's about spirit. Europeans are typically authoritarians. What? Who invented republics? Who invented democracy? Where do you think your ideas of states' rights or personal rights come from? Where do you think the concept of citizenship comes from? Roman law, which we use today, where do you think that comes from? Philosophy, from the Greeks. Law, from the Romans. And Christian morality, essentially. Those are the three things that pretty much make up America. Okay. Wow. The reach on some of these is like, it just comes straight out of the asshole. Then he says Romans who are not European. Holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. You're getting ignored. Your levels of retarded that I can't fathom.
Well, I know what words mean,
right?
But this is the problem, is like, I know what words mean, right? So I know that Nazis exist. And by the way, there are some Nazis on the right, including in the US, and you can see them, right?
Talk about horrendous
But I also
takes.
know what a Nazi is, and therefore someone who has right-wing or centrist opinions like me is not a Nazi.
These are one of these dudes that say shit like the earth is flat, gravity isn't real, you're retarded, you don't believe that. Nukes are fake, there's no such thing. All right, bro. The Romans were Chinese. They was kings and shit. We was the greatest engineers ever.
Nazi.
But words do mean different things depending on worldview. They do, actually.
If you are a postmodernist, they do,
Not
right?
just a postmodernist. So if you look at definitions of words, you agree they have multitudes of definitions, right? Well, those are applying often to the distinctions in worldview. When I say spiritual as a Christian, I'm looking at that from a Christian view, right? If you say spiritual as a Buddhist, are we saying the same thing?
I actually think in a way you probably are, but the structure that underpins that is different. But you're trying to point at the same thing, which is whatever it is that is greater than human beings somewhere. And I'm pointing to the sky because that's kind of.
But the way we view epistemology, ontology, cosmology, everything is going to be completely different.
Right.
So when we say that word, we may be pointing to a concept which is similar, but we're actually pointing at something which is different.
But what progressives do, and this is really worth discussing, I think, is what they do is if I say the word cabbage, there's 100 types of cabbage, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Sure.
Alfaturly donated 100 bits. Cheer 100 just in. Microsoft is offering voluntary retirement buyouts to roughly 8,750 U.S. employees as AI spending ramps up.
Yep, you see? Buyouts, huh? And if you don't take the buyout, you get fired. You really have no choice.
And what a progressive will do in a debate, as you referenced, is they'll pretend they don't know what a cabbage is.
Yeah, that's equivocation, right? So the fallacy, debating with progressives, I've been doing it for years and years. The number one fallacy run into with them, fallacious form of argumentation, is equivocation. They use the ambiguity of a word to switch between its meaning, depending on which one serves them best at the time.
Yeah.
Which is why you have to pin them down on semantics immediately, because if you don't, they'll spend an entire debate session or conversation using equivocation to move between meanings in an ambiguous way, so that they never really have to give an accounting for the things that they actually think, because those things are abhorrent. I do agree with that. I also understand, though, that meanings of words are going to change with worldview. From the progressive worldview, you are a Nazi. And I wish
because
more people,
I don't agree with them.
I wish more people would accept, well, it's not just because you don't agree with them. It's because from that frame, from that worldview, right, they're going to perceive you as being a white nationalist. You're a person who thinks that white people are above other people.
Why?
Because you're arguing against mass migration. And the only reason you would do that is because you want to see more white people.
But I'm an immigrant myself.
Doesn't matter.
Well, but no, it does matter, though, because that doesn't make any logical sense.
Doesn't have to. Worldviews don't have to make logical sense, but they are the prism in which we interpret the world. And so every debate that you have and every...
He got him on that point. That's what the left thinks.
At Jimmy Biglid donated $9.99. The Greeks invented democracy, and then the Romans saw the problems and invented the first republic. The founders hated democracy because of its problems, so they gave us a republic Roman style.
Well, the Greeks already knew about that too. Right? They said republics, masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, which give way to tyranny. The Greeks already knew also. This is, like I said in other videos, we have a succession problem in every system that we've created. We don't know how to keep it going. Anyways, back to what he was saying. There is a difference in the kind of immigrants that come. In the eyes of the left, we're all the same. It's a human construct, like genetics is a human construct. Race is a human construct. We're all one people. Clearly, it's bullshit. And all cultures are the same. Bullshit. This is the Marxist mentality. The postmodernist, people and cultures, it's all just paint that humans create into the portrait. In other words, you're a blank canvas. That's bullshit. Yes, there are certain people that assimilate better. I would rather have a European and an East Asian immigrate to this country than any other class of people, simply because Japan is doing well, South Korea is doing well. They have first world civilizations, standards, education, specialty, and skills that our country could benefit from. Now, those are the only people that should be allowed to come here. Everybody else, you don't come from a place that has anything good to offer us culturally. I don't want to be enriched by your culture. There's nothing enriching about you banging goats. There's nothing enriching about you in a mud hut. Don't need it. You have nothing to offer us, our people, in this society. So you could stay home. Now, you can make the case every once in a while, somebody with extreme aptitude is born even in these conditions. They show promise. They're inventors, they're researchers, scientists, they're builders, they're creators of something. By all means, come on in. Come on in. You're showing capability, aptitude that most of your people don't have. You're gifted. If you have your gift, you may come, because we want gifted people among us. If you fuck goats, you could stay fucking goats. Don't need you here. It's that simple. Doesn't make you racist. It just makes you a pragmatist. That's it. I'm a pragmatist. Simple solutions for simple problems. It's only when you inject feelings, like liberals do under the feminist worldview, that all things matter on the surface. What is it that they say? The aesthetic is more important. The feelings on the surface. If things appear good, then it's good. And we can't ever talk about what's stirring beneath the surface. That's bullshit. My worldview is the beneath the surface matters. I don't care if you got a clean coat of paint on this and I wipe it and there's shit behind. Because that's what our society feels like right now. America feels like it's got a clean coat of paint, but the moment you wipe your finger across, behind that paint of coat is absolute shit. That's what it feels like to live in America right now. That's what we want to fix. So the goat fuckers have to stay in their own countries. It's that simple. They call that racism because feelings, because women dominate liberal politics and liberal thinking. And so you can't say this out loud because it offends a group of people. What group of people did I just offend? Can you tell me exactly which group of people I just offended? I didn't name anybody. I just said a goat fucker. Now, you will tell me I've just been racist and offended somebody. Who were you thinking of? Where did your brain go to right away when I said goat fuckers? Because I didn't say anything. I didn't put that on anybody. So who's racist? Or rather, I should say, are you sure you're not racist?
Conversation you have. I wish more people would go in them understanding this concept. Worldview is what shapes your interpretation of all of reality around you. It shapes the meaning of words, how you interpret them, what people mean by the things they say and what they don't mean by the things they say. The reason I think I got very popular on the right is because one of the things I've always done is sit down and make my opposition actually explain what they mean and why they mean it before I will ever even dive into a conversation with them. And the reason for that is because I want to know what their worldview is. What is it that you're interpreting different here than me? And that's where you start to actually have a debate about. So debates are about worldviews. Conversations are about worldviews, right? If we have completely different understandings of our interpretation, how do we even speak?
But there's also a level of deception we're talking about here, because if you take an ideology like Nazism, there's tenets to it.
Sure.
And if you then go, well, you're a Nazi, but then you don't obey or follow any of the tenets, then that is fundamentally illogical.
I've had multiple debates with people on whether or not Donald Trump's a fascist, okay? From their worldview. See, it's simple. All you have to do is you take the historic prism of what fascism is. They'll admit, clearly he doesn't meet that. But he meets certain tenets, which we can say have overlap with fascism enough that they reach like a fascist minimum. Well, what the hell does that mean? Well, it just means that interpretively, from their kind of stance-dependent view, right, which means I made it up, this arbitrary metric, he meets it, therefore he is it. Now, unless you have some grounding which is objective, how do you argue with that? Well, you really can't, because what most political debating is it's taking a fact, and then it's arguing about your feelings over that fact. That's 90% of what a political debate is. Here's a fact, and now let's argue our vibes. So unless there's some objective grounding that you have to tell them that they're wrong, right, it's actually very difficult to get the upper hand in a vibes debate, isn't it? So you really have to bring it back to not just facts, but foundation. They don't have any. This is why I hate them, because they're morally corrupt, ambiguous, no morality having scumbags. And that's what they want to do. They want to take a fact and argue their vibes about the fact. But when you get to their foundations, what is their foundation? They don't have any. Their entire foundation is there are no moral facts. So if that's the case, how can you do anything immoral if there's no moral facts? How? You can't. You can't ever do anything immoral if you don't believe there's no moral facts.
Well, but they believe that we are with all our different perspectives, because we have different perspectives on things, you and I, certainly. Well, they believe that we are immoral. So they must have some kind of morality. It's just...
Stance-dependent morality.
Meaning, what's the difference between that and your morality? Because you would say your morality comes from God or the Bible? Or?
Sure. There's two kinds of foundations for how it is that you can interpret morality. There may be more, but there's usually going to be two. It's, is morality real or not? If it's not real, then you're an anti-realist, let's say. If it is real, then you're not. When I say real here, I'm saying this is a universal fact, that this is a moral fact. Now, the left and progressives and atheists and secularists, they don't generally believe in those moral facts. They think that morality is a social construction that we make up, and it's societally dependent. There is no overarching like moral facts. The religious say that there are, that God gave us moral facts, and these are the moral ways in which you have to live your life. And so they're willing to enforce that.
Yeah, I prefer Roman piety. I think we as Europeans have built plenty of successful civilizations and empires before Christianity came. I think I view Christianity as like a weakening of the Roman Empire, or at least, at the very least, Christianity took root in the empire as it was becoming, or already had transformed into some like morally decayed, decrepit version of what Roman ideals were. The empire had started granting everybody, morality is DNA. I believe that too. I think morality like that, we in us have a natural instinct genetically to not hurt other people. Like seeing somebody hurting makes you feel bad. That's a genetic response. Like it's pre-wired in you. So I don't need my morality from the divine, but I like the Roman piety system, the Roman civic system where you do things for the state does things for you. You sacrifice for the state sacrifices for you. You put everything into the state, your body, you go to war for the state gives you land that you could live off of. Like you had a contract there. You had a contract to serve your country, serve your people, serve the land that you are tilling for the betterment of not just your family, but everybody else around us. We had duties. We had moral obligations to the state, to our people. I prefer that. I prefer to have a moral duty to my people, to the state, and the state have a duty to me. I think the Roman Empire was already on the way out. Christianity swept through the decay and the degeneracy and the opulence and the disconnect of what it meant to be a Roman. And it offered people a belonging, a place, an identity. And it took away civic duty of the Romans because you no longer fought for Caesar, fought for the state, for the glory of Caesar, the glory of the empire. You fought for the glory of God, or should we say the glory of the afterlife. You didn't build any more things, grand things that say the Romans managed to build that we could still see today, because the only thing that mattered, and I was reading a book that was talking about this, the only thing that matters now is the afterlife in the post-Christian worldview, right? You don't serve your country anymore. You serve God for the afterlife. Your gift is in the non-material world. So whatever you do here, as long as you don't do bad, doesn't really matter anymore. So why fight for country? Why fight for the state? Why fight for anything outside of God's purview in that sense? So no longer need to build things of grand scale because it's ungodly. It's opulence, it's wealth, it's greed. It's unbecoming of a godly man. And so Rome, in its civic sense and civic duty to military, to empire, to conquering, to the legion, shit like that, fell to the wayside. You no longer essentially were born into a system where you lived to serve, and serving granted you power if you served successfully, if you're a successful general and you managed to conquer land and shit like that, or build things. And then you were given titles and responsibility for being successful in those avenues. That was gone. You went now and served the church instead. And so it diverted Roman money and attention and power from the state to the church. So that, in a sense, weakened the empire also. I don't think Christianity would have ever taken root in the Roman Empire. Let's just say if it happened during like Augustus' time or the Pax Romana, when the empire was still strong and kind of holding together in a sense. It wasn't until real decadence and decay started happening, with tons of pressure in the frontiers from invasions and them losing Dacia and starting to lose the edges of the empire to the invaders and the savages and shit like that, barbarians. Only then did you get this religious sweep, because that's what happens when your society is crumbling and decaying. You need a new story of creation. You need a new identity to form. You need to reinvent yourself. You need an energetic society to flourish. And so that begins with a new story that grants you a place in this world, not a decaying one, a growing one, a better world. Well, what better world is there than the world of God in God's image? That was the messaging back then. We're no longer serving a decrepit state that's full of corruption and its currency has no more value in the eyes of the people. We're not serving a Caesar, some other empire toad. We're serving the glory of God now. So we've reinvented ourselves as a people. That's what was happening. The empire was reinventing itself under the Christian lens. So I think it's very interesting when you read it like that through I would say as much as an objectable lens as you possibly can. It's fascinating. I think history in that sense is fascinating.
They're willing to enforce those moral facts because for them not to do that is immoral, right? Allowing my society to run around and do immoral things. Obviously, I want to curtail that. The other side thinks that that's totalitarian, though, right? That's the worldview divide. So the question is, how can you tell a person, how do you tell Destiny that it's immoral that he sucked 50 dicks? How do you do that? If it's the case that it's not a moral fact.
What?
How? Well, you can't. And that's where they live. That's
well, his sucking of dicks is irrelevant to me personally. He's perfectly entitled to suck as many dicks as he wants. I encourage him to do more.
Yeah, but why? Why is it that this idea of like OnlyFans hook?
Why are there shots being fired at Destiny?
And homosexual marriage and stuff like this. Why is that stuff we have to deal with again? Like why?
Why isn't it?
Well, see what I mean though? Like even that question, why isn't it? It's like that's not giving an accounting for a worldview. That's asking me to give an accounting for a worldview.
Yeah.
But the thing
But you're insisting that there is a worldview that's correct,
sure,
right? And therefore it's up to you to articulate why it is correct.
Sure, but when you say why isn't it?
It's a genuine question. I'm trying to probe your worldview, that's all.
And I'm gonna walk you through it.
At Totha Chickens donated $2. How'd you get done dirty? No SPLC money?
They took away my white supremacist money, bruh. They took it all away. Fuck. The Imperial Grand Wizard won't visit me anymore. Shit.
If there are no moral facts, because I said so, that's why. And that's the failure of left-wing and progressive anti-realists. If there are no moral facts, and you ask me why it is that I should enforce my worldview, because I fucking want to. And there's no way for you to ever object against that. Any objection you have, which is stance dependent, which it will be, this is going to be the same objection that I give you, which is stance dependent. So which one of us is right?
Well, that's why we have elections, so that is adjudicated and then legislated on, right? Because ultimately there's philosophy and then there's politics, right? So you might philosophically believe that homosexuality is wrong, but at the level of society, we can have a vote, and it may turn out that the majority of the country doesn't agree with you.
But do you agree with me that your morality cannot come from the majority? Because if it does, all you're doing is doing the exact same thing. You're just saying, hey, now the majority says there are no moral facts, or only moral facts come from the majority.
Well, sure.
If that was the case, then we could have slavery, and that would be moral simply because the majority said it was.
And at one point it was, right?
And those
people believed in God way more than we do.
Well, yes.
They did,
this
right?
This is true, but the thing is like, that's the idea of presentism. The whole world always believed in that. Just like the whole world usually didn't entertain things like race mixing, though they had no conceptualization of race. They thought of things in a tribal way.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that either. Like, that was one of the things, the United States always gets shit because in the 20s, 30s, 40s, especially heading into World War II, post World War I, well, there was a lot of segregation with black people. Well, that was global though. That was global. Everyone was racist then. Like everybody.
Sure.
And so you're looking at this through the prism of presentism.
Super racist.
And the reason that that's kind of...
Come back to the Destiny sucking dicks point, because it's important, obviously.
Damn.
Right? Why is it that you think he shouldn't suck dicks?
Because I said so. And if you're...
But that's fair enough.
Right.
But then the question is, are you seeking to convert your philosophical view into political reality?
Why shouldn't I?
I suppose that's a fair question, actually. Yeah.
Why shouldn't I?
Well, I guess it's a question of what happens when the majority of the public vote for somebody who doesn't
agree.
Now
we're just outsourcing our morality again to the populace.
But see, there's laws that I don't agree with.
Right.
And there's laws that don't exist that I think should exist. But I accept that the majority of the country in which I live doesn't agree with me. And that is a kind of compromise we all have to make at some level, right?
Why do we have to make that compromise?
Because we want to live in the society of other people who have different views.
But
right?
Now we're moving into the right reduction. And so I guess maybe this is where I wanted to get to in the conversation. If there aren't any moral facts, and I just say because I said so, and you say, well, that's fair enough, right? Because that's all all of us are just doing because I said so, I guess.
All of us are entitled to a view.
Yeah, I don't want democracy because I said so. I want fascism because I said so. I want a new Hitler because I said so, right? Let's say that. If you can't point at that and say that that's wrong, right? There's some objective appeal to a standard for why that's really immoral and you shouldn't do it, then what happens is erosion. And the reason that erosion happens is because everything becomes permitted. So an example of this, I was told with gay marriage that it's no big deal. It's just like heterosexual.
Slippery slope, yeah.
Sexual people getting married. Well, okay, what's the argument against 3 men or 4 men getting married and then adopting a child? There really isn't one. You can't really be consistent and be against that. Like, where's the consistency issue? You can say, well, it's the outcomes. It's like, well, can you prove the outcomes will always be bad? No? Or can you prove that if if there's two straight people who are heterosexuals who are from vastly different backgrounds, they could have really bad outcomes statistically too. We would prevent them from having a kid. It's like, what's stopping 10 men from getting married and adopting a kid? Nothing. Nothing's preventing that. And by the way, it's happening now. Now you see.
Told you. This is why I was telling you about my worldview. The nation needs a strong identity enforced by the state. Andrew's worldview is Christian-based. Mine is a little more authoritarian in that sense.
A dank 911 donated $5. I bought another unit today for $960. The old owner wanted to pay what I paid to get her stuff back. I said no and asked for $4K because of what I saw and estimated the value of what I saw. She started yelling, calling me racist and something else.
Oh, shit.
LOL.
Damn, bro. Well, guess you should have fucking paid for your unit, lady.
Men getting married in 3s and 4s. And you see polygamy coming back in a big way. You see birth rate collapses. Like, these are real issues in society. And they
in fairness, I don't think birth rate collapses is to do with 10 men getting married to each other, right?
No, it has to do, but it has to do with another issue, which is women, if you want to get women pregnant, you have a small window. And it's best to do it in their 20s. And what we do is we tell women to defer their best childbearing years to go to college during those years, which is insane. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I don't know why you would take the opposite sex who has the most limited window for childbirth for healthy babies and tell them to squander all of that. Especially because they end up at college running, the cock carousel often and things like this. And it's like, it's just not good for society. But kind of back to what I was saying, when we're getting to the idea of moral facts, this erosion always begins with the idea of, well, you can't really make a case. Like, I don't believe in your stupid objective morals. I don't believe in any of this. And so you can't really tell me that being a hooker is wrong. You can't really tell me doing this is wrong. You can't really tell me doing that is wrong. And so if you come to me and you say gays should be allowed to get married, and I just ask you back, why can't 3 of them get married? What's your answer to that? What is it?
I have people in my life who...
What's your answer to that?
Pretty damn good.
At Ryan the Eating Warrior donated $20. I'm convinced morality is tied to IQ.
I agree. That's controversial, but I agree. I think your moral compass is literally tied to your IQ. Just saying. Well, not genetic. We could just say morality is also genetic. But the higher IQ you tend to be, generally, your moral compass is like aligned in general. Always, and we have to say this too. It's so funny that you have to say, but there are the rare occasions of your like uber smart serial killers. Yeah, dude, the exception doesn't prove anything, it doesn't make the rule. Excuse me, actually, most serial killers have extremely high IQ, actually. Yeah, bro, but are most people serial killers? Like, slow it down with that low IQ take right there. You can't infer what we're discussing. Sit the fuck down, actually.
What is it?
I don't have one.
Yeah, exactly. So what's preventing it? Nothing. And so then you see society become more and more and more absurd over time.
Why is it important? What happens when 3 gays get married?
Well, individually, perhaps nothing, right? Like on an isolated, like what happens when one Muslim gets imported to the UK?
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it depends what he does, but yeah.
Exactly. But now what happens when 50,000 of them get imported to the UK? Well, now something. And it's the same thing when it comes to the importance of moral character inside of a nation is the exact same way. Well, what happens? It doesn't matter.
To clarify for me, Andrew, so when you have, we have, I think, 4 million Muslims in the UK. Overwhelming majority are perfectly good people. But when you have a large Muslim population, what we've discovered is you have a smaller percentage of extremists and Islamists, right?
Right. And when you allow moral standards to fall to the wayside, massive consumerism, individualism, materialism, and everything else is modern in the world. Selfism, you could say that too, because everybody is very selfish, me today. We have no duties and no standards towards one another. Women don't have a duty to have children. Men don't have a duty to uphold civilization anymore. You're expected to consume. That's what you are. You're an economic unit in the system that we're living in, essentially. So the state has no duty to you. It's not protecting you and your vote. Your vote doesn't matter. The state rejects everything that the population wants. Actually, the constituency is pretty much invisible and only partaking in a popularity contest. So the corporations, the real power, are the ones that get to drive this country in their image, you could say. These multinational corporate, these conglomerates, these identities, or things that they can also call people now because they labeled corporations people. They granted themselves a level of a status, a personhood. So you have this society that's backsliding on morality where anything goes. And you can make the argument that there's an inflection point where you go far enough that people no longer have a sense of duty. Overall, a duty to have children, a duty to serve their country, a duty to maintain the institutions and keep them credible, functioning, non-corrupt, a duty to be not corrupt themselves in the system and play by the rules, a duty to your fellow man in your neighborhood, right? Simple. These civic duties, these expectations no longer exist in this society that we've ushered in as we've backslid on the morality, the expectations and the duties. So women feel like they don't need to have kids. Men can fuck around and do whatever they want. And you end up with the population collapse, and you end up with institutions that are corrupt, rotted to the ground. You end up with companies that don't care about its people. You end up with a government that becomes increasingly tyrannical, seeking more and more power and control over a population it cares less and less about. This is the backsliding he's talking about.
At Tafa Chickens donated $2. Time to make a voluntary eugenics program app.
Thanks, brother. And I don't think Constantine understands that argument because he's saying, okay, well, you know, what's wrong with gay people getting married? Well, yeah, on the micro scale of one, nothing, most likely. I think that's the argument Andrew's making, nothing. But now if society is immoral as a whole, then you lose certain duties that kept the society vibrant and growing. And now it's in a state of decay. That's what happens when this is wholesale everywhere. Again, something the state should be enforcing.
What happens when gays get married? What is the Islamist version of homosexuality?
Yeah, so what happens is, if you're going to say 3 men can get married, then you need to be able to say 1 man can marry 3 women.
Why?
Because tell me what argument could you possibly have against it if you allow one and not the other? What?
I suppose if you start unpicking laws like that, you probably unpick most laws, right?
Yeah.
On that basis.
It would erode the moral character of the very thing you're trying to preserve, which is your culture.
Exactly.
But your whole culture is founded on Christian ethics. And so if you say, when you ask individually, what's wrong with 3 guys getting married? Maybe I could say, maybe the effect is so minimalistic, who cares, right? But that's not the point. The point is that if you let 3 men get married, then you have to let 1 man marry 3 women. Why wouldn't you? What would be the consistent argument between the two?
That's a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah.
Having 3 wives.
Maybe, but the thing is like, how would,
just kidding.
Yeah, how would polygamy...
So what's your answer to all those questions? Your answer is God said, this is right, this is wrong, therefore that's how we know what's right and wrong, basically.
Well, I would say something more important, which is that Christian ethics, even if you don't believe it, let's say, I'm not a Christian, I don't believe in any of that nonsense. What you should believe, though, is in outcomes. And the outcomes of Christian ethics, even on secular society, are the best outcomes. So if that's the case I would make for why I think Christians should be in charge of basically everything, is that the outcomes are still going to be best for even people who aren't Christians. Now, maybe they don't like that, but so what? I don't like their view either. And I think Christians should be in charge, and they have no objection because they have no moral facts. So who cares? It comes down to, like you said, at the very beginning of the conversation, we'll circle it all the way back. Comes down
got a point there.
Who has the force? Well, it's going to be the ideology in charge who has the force. So is it going to be mine, or is it going to be yours? Is it going to be the commies? Who's it going to be? And that's what I think the state of actual world affairs and politics is now. It's like a race to the top. Who gets there first? I don't know if it's depressing. Like it's almost like may the best man win, right? May the best ideology win. I don't know if it's depressing.
Do you not think all government?
So my issue with the let the best man win. That would be fine if we operated in an equal market. We don't. It's rigged. So if Democrats get in power, for example, the leftists will then institute censorship, shut down conversation, close down anything that could threaten their worldview. So it's not let the best win because open ideas weren't allowed out in the open for people to make their own decisions. Because the leftists won't be running on all those policies. The leftists don't say out loud open borders. The leftists don't say out loud like gerrymandering, whatever you want to say. The leftists out loud don't say like give mass amnesty to 20 million illegals. They don't say these things out loud. They purport ideas that makes them seem makes them seem reasonable, pragmatic even to some of those that are politically homeless. Yet when they get power, then they push the more radical leftist wing of the ideology and then completely overwhelm and saturate the airwaves and the conversation in a certain direction. So even if your idea was better, it can't be challenged. Like, you can't challenge a liberal's idea because you're now a Nazi. This is them trying to take control of the conversation, which he was saying earlier. If we had a free market of ideas where we could discuss and the best idea won, sure thing, that's great. But the market actors, the ones that have the most to lose, never act freely. And they're always subverting the others. It's just the human condition. So I think you have to wield power to usher in the world that you want. Historically speaking, there has never been a revolution, a change in governance, a change in a system without blood. That's a whole nother conversation we can't have for obvious reasons. So, for the moment, just vote harder. For the moment.
And it's fundamentally, even in dictatorships, is about power sharing. What you're talking about is dominance by one group over everybody else, because we've got a better view, right? Yeah, that's what's depressing to me.
Why is that depressing?
Because, like I say, in most societies, there's a recognition. It might be tribal societies. There's the Pashtuns and the blah, blah, blahs, right? The countries that do well are the countries where those different interests are regulated through some kind of peacemaking mechanism at the level of politics. That's what politics is for, really, right? Whereas the country,
it doesn't need to be exclusionary, though. Just because one particular ideology holds the brackets of most of the power doesn't mean that it has to be exclusive or that it can't in some way accommodate other sections of society.
That's also not true. The most stable societies are the most homogenous. It's not the Pashtuns and the XYZs, whoever the fuck you're trying to name, using politics as a form of diplomacy against war with each tribe. That's bullshit. It all led to war. Diplomacy always failed. Politics failed. War happened. One tribe got conquered. One city, state, or nation got conquered and assimilated and forced into the dominant culture. Then that became the law of the land. They're doing it with Iran. Iran has like 12 different or more ethnicities within it, groups of people, and they're wanting to balkanize Iran to permanently weaken it. They want to make Iran into 12 or so different states, you know, the Balochistans and the Kurds and, you know, all the other ethnic enclaves within Iran, the ethnicities that make up Iran's 92 million people. They want to balkanize it. They want to partition the country based on those ethnic lines. And they've actively tried to fund certain ethnicities like the Kurds by flooding them with weapons and hoping that they have an incursion into Iran for their independence. It's never worked. It's always been multiculturalism has always been a weakness of a country. Multi-ethnic societies have always been weak for that reason. Because you have too many competing powers based on ethnic lines. And there's always a tension, and you have to use politics in order to quell it. But politics eventually fails when the ideas diverge enough, when opportunity presents itself for sovereignty. Like a bad actor that would like to flood your ethnic tribe with weapons to grant you your freedom. Go fight for it. Here's the weapons. Here's the guns you need to fight for sovereignty. You don't have to live under their rule. And they go, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Now, if you have a country like Japan that's like 95% ethnically Japanese, do you think they're at risk of fracturing from, say, North Japanese to South Japanese or whatever, the people in Tokyo from some other part of Japan on some island? Absolutely not. They're all the same. In their eyes, they're all one people. And as long as they remain ethnically homogenous like that, they will never break apart. America's at risk for breaking apart. Iran's at risk for breaking apart. All the European states, prior to becoming the states that they've become, were already broken apart and then have assimilated themselves through war into states. The German tribes all had their own little territories and states, and they were all assimilated and unified by the Prussian Empire or the Prussian state. Same shit. The Italian Empire or the Republic of Rome didn't get strength until it united all the different city-states at the time in what today is Italy through war, not politics, mostly war. They sent men. Your offer was join or die. That's simple. And that's what it always leads to.
Well, how are you going to accommodate the population of San Francisco when you're in charge?
Well, I mean, tell me, how would San Francisco like die off if you stop letting gays get married there? It's not going to.
I mean, that's all they do, from what I could tell when we're in San
They don't
Francisco.
get married there. They just do a lot of gay shit there, right? But they're not. They're not.
I didn't observe that directly.
Yeah, but marriage is not the big thing in San Francisco. But
You
look,
see what I'm saying,
Yeah, but
right?
I can point to in
Because you would outlaw homosexuality, I'm guessing.
Sure. Well,
Okay.
I would outlaw homosexual marriage.
But not but isn't homosexuality wrong also?
Sure, it's immoral.
So
but
why wouldn't you outlaw?
You don't need to necessarily always place a law in against something which is immoral. It's not always conducive to the society to do that.
That's fair.
So, for instance,
At Ryan the Eating Warrior donated
Hey,
$20.
thanks, brother.
If polygamy was promoted and encouraged, the country would fall. Violence like we've never seen before in modern times from lonely younger generation guys. It would absolute chaos.
I like to believe that too, but when you look at the average man today, they're so cucked out of their own minds. Their testosterones are... We have men that are 20 years old with testosterone of a 90-year-old man 100 years ago. Like, what fighting spirit? What can you do against drone warfare? And the state being the size that it is. We've never had states that are governed the size of 350 million people. That's so unfathomable. Like, you're not going to go up in arms with your brothers and take over Washington. It just sounds insane, bro. You're taking a fucking kamikaze drone to the face. Like, you will be eliminated immediately if you posed a real threat to the governance of the United States and the rest of its people who would probably not side with you because you're the incel rebellion. You will be put down and crushed with machine warfare. That's over. That's literally over. The only way you're changing the government today is you have to reach across the aisle to the very liberal or leftist that you hate with an idea that it puts you both in a compromised position in the middle that is accepted. You have to be a bridge builder. Bridge builders get killed. It's not the radical leftist screaming into the wind his radical bullshit or the radical right. Whoever that is and what they're screaming, they don't matter. The most dangerous person to a current power structure is the bridge builder that takes those two opposite positions, merges them, and creates a new system. They get killed immediately. Look throughout history. All bridge builders get murdered very fast because they gain power and approval and acceptance and a mandate from the masses at the bottom to bring up change that threatens those at the top. That's it. Yeah, Charlie Kirk, you could say, was one of those people. He was a bridge builder. He did unite some independents and a lot of people on the right. And his ideas were becoming dangerous to certain power structures at the top. But you are not going to get that otherwise. There's not going to be a right-only rebellion. There's not going to be an incel rebellion unless these incels actually comprise a huge swath of both right and left, and they're ideologically aligned against the power structures in place. And you would have to convince a huge swath of so-called, I give up and I'm going my own way, fuck the system, I don't care about it and I'm not partaking. Like, those are not the kind of men that go and fight in wars and shit like that. We're just being honest. Like, they don't even have kids. They don't have wives. What do they have to fight for? Nothing. They already are bitchless. So it's like, oh, if a dude is going to have 10 girls because we have polygamy right now, polygamy, all that shit, who cares? The guy's bitchless. He's 35. He's been bitchless his whole life. Like, it doesn't matter whether one guy has 10 bitches or no bitches because he's never had hoes. He's never had money. There's nothing he's lost. He doesn't know the pain of loss. His children haven't died in his arms. His wife wasn't killed in a raid in his village by a rival gang or tribe or whoever. He has no law. There's no fire in him to bring a system down. He's experienced nothing but what? Porn, weed, video games. He's tranquil. He's pacified. They know what they're doing. The modern man is pacified on purpose with these things. He's never going to rise up, bro. Give up on that idea. You want people to rise up, you're going to have to build bridges with the people you don't like.
Yago King donated $2. Polygamy was already being promoted through the likes of Myron, Andrew, and all of the other red pill grifters. At Totha Chickens donated $2. Wrong. To change governor, get everyone to run on banks.
All right, bro. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, dude.
I would say for homosexuality, you're not going to jail, right? None of this type of thing. But there doesn't need to be any glorification, right? You're not going to get married. Nobody's going to bust in your bedroom and tell you what's what, right? But there's not going to be any rainbow flags in the White House either. There's not going to be any pro-gay government.
Yeah, I agree with that. Don't push the shit.
At Ryan the Eating Warrior donated $10. I'm talking on a social level, not government level. Likely lone wolf attacks from the loner taking out the alpha. This happens in nature. Doesn't need to be a head-on attack either.
I get what you're saying, but in order to institute social change, you need the backing. You need governmental backing. Like, you understand? If a guy like Luigi, the healthcare CEO, did the healthcare system change at all? Would the healthcare system change at all because he took out an alpha? And if more Luigis happened and a couple more CEOs died, you think the healthcare companies would change? No, because the system itself must change. All that would happen is the alpha gets replaced with the next moron at the top, the next health CEO, So the same shit in your system. If on a social level that happens, lone wolf attacks, not condoning this shit. If that happens, the next moron will fill the seat. The system itself doesn't change. Everything goes back to normal. You see, it has to be a governmental change because government enforces the societal change that you're looking for because our country is just too fucking big, dude. How are you going to enforce anything on a social level, a change? How are you going to affect the society of 350 million plus people from all walks of life with different beliefs? Force. This is the entire argument Andrew has, force doctrine. I can only make you do things. We only obey laws because of force, because of the threat of force, of violence. That's the system.
Propaganda anywhere.
Does that not go against the First Amendment?
Well, I think that would be the most important aspect of the First Amendment, to say that the government's not going to propagandize towards one ideology or the other. Isn't that the whole point of secularism? The second they put the rainbow flags up on the White House.
But what about Christian? Yeah.
What about it?
Should that be in public communication?
Mm-hmm. Well, so in this particular case, I do think it should be. Yes.
But you just
Absolutely.
said the First Amendment is about no propaganda.
Right. Well,
and it'd be great if men could rise up like you're saying, Ryan, but think of this too. What's going to happen 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now? Let's just say robot girlfriends come out. Like automatons, literally that Tesla robot with human-like skin and AI chat functionality. Like it sounds like a real person. Latency is 0. It responds. It's practically everything but a real woman. What man is going to go off and have an incel revolution when your needs are taken care of? Think about that for a second. So a guy having 10 real women or the dude fucking his robot girlfriend, what's the difference? To the guy that never had hoes, he now gets a robot girlfriend with a Gluck Gluck 9000. And he's great, dude. Fine. It's better than nothing. One more thing, one more trinket that's going to keep him locked away in his prison of a home. One more pacified goy. Yeah.
His argument to me is, wouldn't it be against the First Amendment to outlaw rainbow flags? Right? And I say, no, that wouldn't be against the First Amendment. That would be more in line with the First Amendment.
Wouldn't it be compliant with the First Amendment to outline crucifixion?
You wouldn't necessarily need to even promote.
And your robot girlfriend is going to spy on you. So when all the incels prepare themselves for their revolution, those robots will turn on, their eyes go red, and then they'll strangle you in your sleep. So like revolution averted. You don't think that's going to be a new form of control? Another modicum of control from the government. You don't think they're going to be listening, watching, recording the Glock 9000 and everything it's doing? You really? Come on, big dog. You don't have any idea the system we're about to go down, and people are accepting
Yeah,
it.
Cooking donated $2. Nerd rage. You underestimate the power of a computer science major with admin privileges.
Crosses or crucifixes.
Thank
but
you.
what you could do is you could promote things like value structures. So let me give you an example of this. You're driving down the street, you look over to the right, and there's billboards. You've seen this a million times, right? What if the billboards had things like family, right? Mom, and it showed a mommy and a daddy and the kids, right?
Controversial.
And yeah, exactly. And the push was towards the ideas of normalcy. The push was towards the idea of this is what we want to see in society. What if tax breaks went to married people, right? What if we drastically increase this to the point like some Eastern European countries have done, which is help their birth rates, where it's like, okay, you have 3 kids, you don't have to pay taxes anymore.
I agree.
Sign me up for that.
Yeah. You don't have to.
But you don't have to be Christian to pursue that. You could be a secularist politician and promote all those things.
Sure, but under a secular view, why do we need to have a domestic increased population anyway? They can just import who they want. And that's what they did in your country. I mean, that's what they do in my country.
I can give you lots of secular arguments for why having a bigger population is better and having more.
Yeah, but why
children
not
is better.
import it?
Why not import it? Because you get issues with integration, cultural compatibility.
Unless you import so many of them that the original culture's replaced.
Well, you don't know who you're importing. And also, the argument for tradition, it's actually one of the interesting differences. I mean, we had Dr. David Starkey explain this to I don't remember if it was on our show or not. The difference between American conservatism and British conservatism is British conservatism is about tradition and history, whereas American conservatism is about religion and values. So you could argue for the preservation of a society or the multiplication of an existing culture through time from a non-religious point of view, which is like, what we have is good by definition, a priori, because that's what it is. It's our country, it's our society. We want to make more of that.
So it's good because it's good?
It's good because we are already here, right? It's good because where we are is a product of where we've come from, and where we are, we like ourselves, right?
But then you can't argue against mass migration because it's just, what you're saying is just a tautology. This is good because it's good, and that's good.
This is good because we've been given, okay, if my dad gives me a watch, right? It's not necessarily the watch and its unique qualities that make it special. It's the fact that I got it from my dad. So the culture that we got from our ancestors is worth valuing because we got it from our ancestors, because it's where we've come to as a civilization.
So why doesn't he say our culture is simply better than theirs and we need to preserve it? Not all people and cultures are the same. He can't make that argument because it's inflammatory. So we still have to say, well, everybody's kind of the same, but we just have to preserve our culture. Why? Why do you have to preserve your culture? Just historical reasons. Isn't it because it's better?
That's, again, it's tautology.
Why?
Because what you're saying is, because I got this from my ancestors is good. What makes that good? Because I got that from my ancestors.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's tautology. So that what you're doing is you're pointing to the identification of the thing as being the thing, right? Which makes the thing the thing.
I get what you're saying, but I think you're missing my point.
So then I say, well, mass migration is good. Why is it good? Well, because it's good.
No, but I think what I'm saying is, if you take the watch example that I gave you, my dad gave me a watch, right? Yeah. There is a sentimental value to that. Why is that? Well, it's connected to the passing down from generation to generation. Why is that important? Well, it's kind of, I mean, you might not agree with this, but from an evolutionary perspective, the point of life is to recreate itself. And you'd probably say that's tautology if the point of something is to
I mean, so now we're getting a worldview, right? I totally agree with you. The primary edict from an evolutionary standpoint is reproduction.
Right.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
So that's why mass immigration is not good. Because you're not reproducing your culture, you're bringing in a foreign culture.
But they're getting replaced.
Why can't you reproduce your culture with mass migration?
Because it doesn't work in practice, clearly. Because people don't integrate.
Let me give you the counter.
Okay.
Are the people that you're importing generally more or less traditional than you?
Traditional to their tradition, yes.
Okay. Do they usually, do their women get pregnant younger than your women?
Yes.
Well, then that seems like it's really good for reproduction.
Of their culture, not of ours.
Well, it's culture.
If they don't integrate into our culture, they're not reproducing our culture.
But you want to reproduce your genetics, right?
From an evolutionary perspective, sure.
Why can't you do it with them?
Because culture matters.
Okay, right.
And our culture is better.
But you said the primary edict's reproduction, not reproduction of culture.
No, but it's like saying you said the primary edict is reproduction, so why didn't you adopt kids? Well, no, I want to have my own kids. That's what I'm saying.
But that would be reproduction. You reproducing your genes.
Yes.
You adopting kids, not you reproducing
Is not
your
reproducing,
genes.
just like mass immigration.
But culture itself, the idea of it's an externalized, like, philosophical concept, or it's a concept of the mind.
Yes.
Right? You would agree with that?
Sure.
You're not reproducing that. You're reproducing your genes. That would be the evolutionary view. And
Sure.
so what the evolutionist progressives would say is like, this is the best way for you to reproduce your genes because you can bring in a bunch of women who you can breed with younger, so they're going to have more of your children.
But that isn't what's happening. You're importing people who bring their own culture with their own family structure, and they're reproducing that
Look,
culture.
I'm not arguing this. Right? I'm 100,000% with you.
Yeah.
If I were in charge, if I was king of the UK tomorrow, monarch tomorrow,
Yeah.
I would close the gates of immigration immediately and give Tommy Robinson a badge and be like, good job, man. You did the best you could with what you had. But the thing is like, I guess what I'm getting at, before we get into too many reductios, I'm just trying to point this out.
Yeah.
That what you're arguing, you see how what we just did is we took a fact and we're like vibing over it, but now I've introduced some philosophy to it. And so now I'm asking about the grounding. What is the grounding? What is the thing under the pillar?
I think actually we were both talking about the philosophy.
Yes.
Your argument is from a secular perspective, or from a perspective that's not aligned with yours, you can't argue against mass immigration. I thought I gave you some pretty compelling arguments from a secular perspective against mass immigration.
You can argue it. Okay, what I'm saying to you is that if everything that you're arguing is just coming from a me perspective, all morality is just dependent on stance, then even if these people are doing something you consider dumb, it's not immoral. How can it be immoral, or how can it be wrong for them to do that? How? And this is a question when you reduce to the ethical purview. I realized a long time ago, Christians can basically do whatever the fuck we want to secular atheists, progressives, because
What happens to treating others as you would like to be treated?
well, so you're going to bank on the benevolence of my view,
No, that's the follow.
but
I should, because you're a Christian.
right? So if you're going to bank on the benevolence of my view, are you ceding that my view is the right one?
Better,
because
superior.
if it's not,
No, but I'm saying benevolence is an inherent part of being a Christian.
so but if you have a foundation of just stance dependence for all of your moral claims, right? Then even if I violated,
Yeah, that appeal is always the same to Christians. Why do they constantly attack that same argument? The morality of Christians. Because their worldview, it's like, don't judge. Aren't you a Christian? You shouldn't be judging. Aren't you a Christian? You should forgive. Aren't you a Christian? You should, and then they hold you to a higher moral standard. Like, you're supposed to be a Christian. You should forgive. Rapists, murderers, all that shit. You're a Christian. You should welcome everybody. So have no borders and nothing in the country. They always invoke those Christian ethics when it serves their argument. But when it's time to enforce something like law, order, consequences, punishments, not very Christian of you, is it?
this and was a complete hypocrite and actually just verbally just paid it lip service for the purpose of controlling your mind, you can't tell me why that's wrong. You can't really point to it and be like, that's immoral, because there are no moral facts.
Yeah. But, okay, but that being the case, but what we're talking about is, you're saying that you want your ideology to dominate.
Yes.
Effectively.
Yes.
Is that a Christian way of doing things?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, well, if we want to look back through human history, we start with the Byzantine Empire, if you want to.
No, but
massive Orthodox Empire. We can talk about the naming of kings by God Himself. We can dive right into the lineage of the King of Kings, if you want to. The thing is that I'm not here advocating for a monarch. What I'm saying is that society is better off dominated by Christians than dominated by non-Christians. And if you can point to me a society where that's not true, I'm all ears.
Yeah. And what do you mean by?
I would say Japan. I would say Japan. Japan. This is what I always fought with, this idea that Andrew's talking about as well. I'm like, okay, what effect did Christianity have on the formation of European societies, and why European societies have done so much better than non-Christian societies, the Christian-dominated ones? And the argument for the morality is like, well, you will never have a moral society without Christianity as the scaffold, right? God's edicts on how you should treat your fellow man and behave in society. But then you look at Japan, then you look at China. I mean, Japan is the model perfect example to use anyway. But just look at Japan. They have morality. They have their degenerate shit, but so do Christian countries anyways. Like, we have OnlyFans everywhere. Porn is a problem here, drug abuse, all that shit. But before the degenerate fall and all the things that were instituted that are un-Christian, like, let's just say, in a stronger Christian-based country, if you compared it with Japan, look at Japan. They have law, order, morals, values, duties. They're not out in the streets, savages and killing one another. If anything, Japanese people are considered far more, what could you say, well-tuned and tailored for modern society because they follow rules. They're always on time. They operate almost in a robotic manner. They're very agreeable, orderly people. They have very low murder rates and assault and, violent crime in general. I don't know what the drug epidemic or addiction is like in Japan, but I assume they don't really have a problem with drugs like we do here in the West. It is a very high trust society. I would say the Japanese are higher trust than even some of the best European countries, at least on par. So we have a nation in East Asia, in Japan, that operates on the level both of trust and morality, like some of the best European Christian countries. And so you don't need Christianity, would be the logical conclusion there, because here is Japan. That's something I've always argued with in my mind too, because, hey, we have an example of a non-Christian society that's functioning as a first world country in a lot of ways better than ours is currently. So that would be my argument back to the fundamentalists, to the religious fundamentalists, because they use, of course, religion as their moral scaffold, and there's nothing wrong with that, and there's plenty of good in that, but is it the only system that is viable? It's not. Japan shows that it's not.
Dominated. Because a lot of people hear that word and go, whoa, that sounds authoritarian.
The social, political climate, well, there is some authoritarianism to it, I suppose, but I just think there's authoritarianism to each ideology which exists, including liberal ideology. It's just authoritarianism now by direct democracy. So it's like, I suppose Christians might come in and say some things that are pretty controversial. They might be like, no, gays can't get married. Prostitution's illegal. No more pornography, right? Blasphemy. Let's be a little more chill on that, right? Maybe they'll put in some things like that. Tell me how society's worse. Like, how's society worse because 18-year-olds can't show their asshole on OnlyFans? Like, I honestly want to hear, how's it worse? Like, it seems to me like by every metric, it's way better. Right?
Someone said, unfortunately, Japan has a dying population, so both it and the Christian West are not doing great. Yeah, but the one thing they share is corporations. My working theory of the modern world is that corporations are the cancer. Corporations are these entities that helped Europe explode in power because it allowed resources to be managed very efficiently. So the earliest corporations, like the East India Trading Company and shit like that, like they turned into nations practically in power. They had their own navies, armies, mass wealth and power and influence acquired. The framework of what a corporation was the moment it hit Europe exploded European advancement. Like, look at when the first corporation basically founded, and then look at the trajectory of Europe and its power in the rest of the world, because it was the most efficient framework we had to delegate resources for profit gain and power. Okay. We're now in this like post-corporatist environment, in this multinational conglomerate global economy where the corporations have coalesced into this kind of corrupt, what could you say? This corrupt influence on society. Kind of like how we had the separation of the church and state in order to rid ourselves of the corporate or the corrupt church, because, churches got corrupt at one point and the popes were like basically wielding their influence and their power to wage war and all this other shit. It was very ungodly what was going on, very corrupt morally as well, and corrupt in general. And so the church became corrupt. And so it needed to be separated from the state. I think in the future, fuck fascism, communism, capitalism, any of these isms for our economic governance, our systems, until we address corporations. And I think Korea is a perfect example. Korea has the worst birth rates because they have the biggest corporate dystopia. They have like 3 conglomerates in Korea that basically employs everybody. They have the strongest corporate hold. If corporations are a leech that kills a society because it starts to compete with the citizens, because it competes for power and influence, then Korea is our first example of what a corporate takeover of a country looks like. and the population collapse that is instituted from it, and the degradation of society, and turning the people into cattle and economic units of production. And so those corporations control everything, including the government, because that's how much power they've amassed. South Korea is ground zero for this working theory. The rest of the world, where corporate structure is embedded in governance, embedded in society, has a ton of influence, you notice the same population decline, the same population drop. When a country begins getting wealthy, when a country utilizes the corporate system, it starts to lower in population. Why? Because the corporations gain power now and they compete against the constituency that votes in anti-corporate rules. The corporations with their power vote for and pay for campaigns and politicians that institute corporate positive legislation at the detriment of the people. At the detriment of the people means you can't afford a family, you can't afford to buy a house, men and women hate each other, you're depressed, so you consume and you buy products, and then you're la 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 la. Yeah, the Dutch East India Company is a perfect example of this. And then that system exploded all across Europe, and that's how, boom, Imperial Europe was formed. It just exploded because a lot of that money, a lot of those boats, a lot of those soldiers going to find foreign lands and shit like that were funded by corporations, not just the crowns. Of course, the crowns funded a bunch of expeditions too, but a lot of the money, the resources, the weapons, and the backing came through corporate structures. I think, and we may look back one day and I'll be completely vindicated on this, is that the corporate system we have today must be eliminated if we want a new golden age. We need to, I don't know what we need to create. Maybe it's like a co-opt. Every company turns into some form of a co-opt. But I could tell you right now, the shareholder first corporate model destroys a country for short-term profit. You can clip that. And I believe that fully. So I think all these countries, whether it's Japan or us or Europe or anybody else that attains a corporate structure, is headed for the inevitable collapse in on itself as the corporations literally act like vultures and pick apart the carcass from the inside out for maximum profit. They serve themselves, nothing else. All a corporate system is designed to serve as the shareholder. There's no duty to the nation, to the people, to the future generations. The only duty is to shareholders, which is money. That's it. Profit. Above all else, they'll sell out a country to make money. They'll sell out the people to make money. That's my working theory. If anybody has a similar working theory, has read a book about something like that, send it to me because I'm very interested. This is something I've been kind of dwelling on for the past, year or so. It's corporations that are the cancer that destroys society. It's not necessary capitalism. Corporations have co-opted capitalism. It's not necessary that it's socialism. The corporations have co-opted socialism. Whatever system we're going to create out of all of this in World War III, whatever's coming, if the corporations still exist, it will be co-opted and corrupted, and it will destroy that civilization again. Bruh. Damn.
At Count Chad the Impaler donated $5. Unpopular opinion. Replace corporations with partnerships and sole proprietorships. No more corporate veil.
Yeah, something like a co-op, like REI. I think REI, I don't know if they're still a co-op, but I think co-ops are probably the way you want to go. Like the corporation should serve its workers only. But we have to do it in a way where they can actually still raise funds and money and seed money and angel investing. And, like that system is still superior compared to, I don't know what we could I don't know what we could come up with. Let me just say that. I have no idea. But the way to allocate resources so that people profit, the corporate system, we don't have anything better. I don't know. I think the co-op model works for the workers because REI was a perfect example. In a co-op, the workers share in the profit of the company. So they had less turnover. They had more profit, higher quality products. The workers were happy, all that shit. So the corporation was doing better and better. The co-op model. I don't know how you apply that, though, countrywide without obviously bloodshed. Let's be honest. So what kind of hybrid model of a corporate system that we just described, corporate co-op style, something, a part of each that's the best and, sweeping away the worst of each? I don't know. Because the capitalists will make the argument of, well, you know, if I'm not going to get the lion's share of the profit for the risk I'm taking, I built the factory, I invested the money, I worked my ass off to be able to hire my first person, I took all the risk. Like, you have to be able to answer that question too. How do founders get rewarded for bringing ideas to life, for risking themselves, risking their livelihoods? Like, it has to be fair to both those that started and invented and brought along the 50,000 people that now work for them, but also the 50,000 people that work for them. Don't know. So, smarter people than me have to figure that one out.
At David Taylor 9,257 donated $5. Hey Bo, you speak about men coming together and having their own space. What's your thoughts on Freemasonry? Strong charitable or is it a cult?
I don't know. I didn't look deep into Freemasonry. I know a lot of the conspiracy theorists about what the Freemasons are and their effect on societies and secret societies in general, but I haven't looked deep enough to give you a real thought. To me, it's, I don't know, another shadowy organization that has its effect in some of the founding of the country, and I don't know too much more about that.
At Ryan the Eating Warrior donated $20. It's a mix of WEF propaganda for anti-family messaging along with the government slowly raising prices so people aren't in a procreation-friendly environment in addition to corporations taking advantage.
I think corporations are everything. I think corporations have more influence and power than you could ever believe. I think we made a mistake letting them get as big, as powerful, and as influential as we did. And we're all paying the price for it. We live in a two-tier system. It's us, the people, and then it's the corporations. In terms of, imagine what legislating laws looks like. If you take the last 50 years of America and you look at legislation that benefits the people, and then you look at legislation that benefits corporations, vast majority of legislation benefits corporations. And so your quality of life has been going down precipitously. And that's what you're noticing right now. It's becoming unbearable to live in a corporate dominated environment. That's what you're witnessing right now.
At Mr. Hills 3,283 donated CA $5. Bo, where's that honey you used to podcast with? Hook me up.
Stop simping, bro. It's not good for your health.
At Totha Chickens donated $2. Best we can do is feudalism, champ.
Techno-feudalism, playboy, to be specific. Your Goy bot will deliver your Goy slop in your Goy box. And you will be happy and own nothing. Unfortunate.
And the people arguing against it are like, well, we don't want totalitarianism. That's totalitarianism? I'll tell you what I saw as totalitarianism was COVID checkpoints, potential vaccine mandates, communications going through Facebook and the government to identify people who wouldn't wear their mask. That seems like a lot more of this totalitarianism, fascism thing than like, oh, sorry, you're 18, you can't put your asshole all over the internet. Sorry. It's like, what? Where at some point, maybe we can introduce rationality back into the scheme here, right? It's like, it's not you do whatever the fuck you want or it's totalitarianism. That's not how it works. It works like this. We're a nation of laws, and laws are governed by ethics. Like it or not, all laws are informed by a person's ethical worldview. So which ethical worldview you want to make the laws? The people who want 18-year-old girls to put their assholes on OnlyFans, or the people who don't? Which ones would you prefer make the laws of your nation?
But isn't that just quite a simplistic way of looking at it? For instance, if you look at literature, we had Christians saying certain books shouldn't be published. For instance, Lady Chatterley's Lover by D.H. Lawrence, a classic of English literature. They didn't want that to be published. They were bowdlerizing Shakespeare. But surely you're a freedom of speech guy, aren't you?
I mean, to an extent, there's no. So here's my view on rights. What is a right? Let's start with that. What is it?
You tell us.
Well, it's a social construction that we made the fuck up. That's what a right is. If it's something else other than that, tell me what it is. Where is it? I can't see it, touch it, taste it.
So it's a social construction that you have a right not to be forced to wear a mask.
Yeah. Why? What else would it be?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So where's this going? What's your argument?
Well, the argument is just like rights are made up.
Please read about a history of central banking. Bro, I already have that book. It's one of my favorite. You want me to pull it out right now? Every chapter in there was fire. My jaw was dropped the whole time reading that shit. I was awoken after reading that book. That was my awakening book to a lot of the shit in the world. Before all this got popular in the mainstream a couple of years ago, in the last 2 years, I was already on that shit, bro. Catch up.
What's actually true. What's actually true is you have a right to do whatever you can do within the purview of force. And that's it. You have rights because people use force to ensure that you have rights. And the second people don't ensure that there's force used so that you have rights.
There's also The Creature on Jekyll's Island, and there's one more you should read if you haven't. Fuck. I always forget the third one. I can't remember. Damn.
You don't have them anymore. But the secularist, or in this case, not really the secularist, but the atheist mind or the non-religious mind, they can't ground rights in anything. They made them up. So they don't come from God. They just made them up. So what they're saying is that we just make this shit up and somehow we're just all going to adhere to it, even though there's no overarching real moral duty to do so. Where does it come from? Nowhere. So rights don't even exist.
You say, so I should know everything comes from banks? Caveat. Private banks. What happened when the people gained control of their central banking? Golden ages. What happened when the currency, when fiat, when the people were in control of their currency? It's not banking itself, but a certain kind of banking.
You can't taste them, can't touch them, can't smell them, right? They're just products of the mind.
But come back to me about the D.H. Lawrence.
And usury. Usury destroys growth. Usury destroys wealth of an entire nation. This interest rate system that we have is such bullshit. It's just siphoning of money into the hands of the very few. That's actually a really big problem too. Usury will destroy a country.
Polarizing Shakespeare point.
Yeah.
And you clutched your heart as if you were clutching pearls in a kind of mocking way, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Why do you feel that?
Who gives a shit?
I give a shit.
Well, okay, great. Ground it. Ground why I shouldn't outlaw that book. Why is it immoral for me to do that?
Because you are American. You believe in the First Amendment. You believe in freedom of speech.
So you're going to appeal to my morals. So from your view, why is it immoral for me to do that? Why?
Why is it immoral for you to do that?
Yeah.
Because I believe that artistic creation is one of the ways that the human being expresses itself.
Makes sense to me. Notice how you caveated that with I believe. Well, I don't believe that. Now what? Now where are we?
Well, that's why we have democracy, so we can adjudicate this, right?
So again, now we're just back to outsource. So as long as I can democratically convince enough people to outlaw that book, yeah.
Well, I get, but that's kind of unavoidable, isn't it? Like if you live in a society where 99 out of 100 people believe that something should be X and you believe Y, I mean, logically speaking, you're going to end up in a society that outlaws X.
You would end up in a society which outlawed X, but that doesn't mean that's right.
No, I agree.
Or
I
wrong,
agree.
right?
But then ultimately you have a choice of whether you choose to live in that society or not, right?
To an extent.
Yeah.
I mean, to some extent, maybe you have some control over that. But I guess the point I'm making to you is not that I would outlaw this book, right? The point that I'm making to you is that you don't have any justification for me not to. Like, who cares? Oh, you believe that? So? I believe different. What now? What's the media? What is the threshold breaker? Well, now we're just going to appeal to a majority again. Well, if that's the case, then if I appeal to the majority to outlaw the book, bye-bye book.
Andrew, I'm not trying to argue with you for the sake of argument. It's a great, really enjoyable conversation, actually. I appreciate the way that you stay calm and on the point, but I'm not clear what point you're trying to make here, particularly with this Shakespeare thing. Like
rights or force? That's my point.
No, I agree with you on that. Ultimately, in practice, that is what happens. But what are you trying to say?
It's not ultimately in practice what happens. It's even philosophically the case from the non-Christian view. When you say things like, "Don't you appeal to the First Amendment or this right?" Right? That's what I'm getting at. Okay. Don't you appeal to this right? This right, we need to have the adult conversation. Doesn't even exist. It's just a social construction that we made up and it was pinned on a piece of paper and we pretend that it's something we actually adhere to. But it's really not. Well, violate it constantly. I don't care.
Well, you argue about, and that's why you have a judiciary system to adjudicate whether you are right. But I mean, it's not just some random people wrote it down. It's the founders of your country wrote it down because they were trying to set a set of rules for this society to operate by, in order to fulfill what they thought would be a vision of a new country that would be a good one.
One thing that doesn't get talked about.
Founders, what they wrote down was based on a massive compromise because beforehand they had the Articles of Confederation, and the Articles of Confederation made each little kind of state, which wasn't a state even really then, their own nations. And it didn't work out very well because they couldn't regulate trade or raise armies or things like this. So what they did via the compromise was they had a 10th Amendment. Now, the 10th Amendment says that all the rights that are not given to the federal government are given to the states prospectively. And at our founding, almost every single state had a state religion. Almost all of them.
Well, of course, and they were religious people.
And they continue to have them clear up until there was an interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which was widely viewed as being unconstitutional to this day. States were always allowed to have their own religion and put in their own religious practices, and those practices were to be adhered to if you wanted to hold office, if you wanted to swear oaths, if you wanted to do things like this. That was part and parcel of American society and the way that we did things. Now that has changed as progressives have kind of demonized the whole idea that, that's against the First Amendment. And it's like, well, no, it ain't. And it was part of the initial compromise anyway. When we're talking about the idea of rights, to get this back to the idea of rights, right? Why is it that states don't have the right to do that? Well, it's because there's an interpretation of an amendment, and then they said, well, you no longer have the right to have your own religions inside of these states. That's what they did. I was like, and who has the force? They do. So everything really comes down, when you're talking about rights, to the ideas of force. And the reason that that's so important to understand is because this republic, when we moved it towards a direct democracy, the reason that that's going to fail is because people don't understand this concept that
So the golden age of America ended when we got off the gold standard? Brother, the golden age in America ended the moment the fucking central bank was created. And then you started getting income taxed. America got all its wealth without a central bank and income tax.
At Hagnar the Viking 6584 donated $5. How does everyone feel about the video I recommend?
It's dope, bro. It's actually good. Yeah, America was already declining by the time the central bank was created. Or I would say that's when it actually started accelerating. Remember, this is like Caesar in Rome. The decline started already. The central bank was a symptom of the decline. Because the founding fathers all argued against, well, some were arguing for a central banking system, but a vast majority of the founders and after were vehemently opposed to central banking for this kind of reason.
Rights only exist as some kind of like bizarre social construct if they're not grounded in God. How does a secular society uphold rights? How?
But how do you uphold your right not to have to wear a mask in the middle of a pandemic through scripture or God?
You would still utilize it through force.
Right.
The scripture doesn't prevent you from utilizing force. With this idea of like Christian pacifism and Christians being pussies, I don't know where that came from.
Britain, I think.
Boy, that was never.
So what about the teachings of Jesus Christ?
Which ones? Which ones do you want to dive into?
Well, I was raised as Catholic, so I'm not as well versed in scripture as you. When he was on the cross, forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do.
Of course. And you should forgive people. I absolutely agree with that. I may forgive a man who attempted to rape my wife.
Right. I hate that argument. I don't read my Bible. It's been a while, but you're also told to trade in your cloak, no? I mean, Orthodox Christianity has way more verses about war, killing, revenge, and just fighting in general than the Protestant side. And Catholic side has some too, but the Protestants really took out a lot of those verses. What is it Saint Olga? So that's an Orthodox verse that's not in the Protestant, right? So, the story of Olga, she basically got revenge on the man that killed her husband, and that's celebrated in the Bible. It's a very violent story that you learn about. And there are other stories like that you learn about, but that's because Orthodox Christianity was forged under a system under like occupation by the Ottoman Empire. And they were constantly at war or being oppressed. So there's a lot of verses in Orthodox Christianity that are still in the book that are about surviving oppression and things like Olga and that story and other things of that nature. The Catholic interpretation has a bit more, I wouldn't want to say empire-like, but they're missing some of the versions in Orthodox Christianity that says to persevere under prosecution. There's a lot of being prosecuted in Orthodox Christianity. There's a lot of verses about prosecution and how to persevere through it as a Christian. Less so in Catholic Christianity, and then almost none in like the Protestant one in comparison. Which is very interesting to see how each region in Europe, because the Catholics were essentially like what inherited from the Roman Empire. So they always had a empirical view, an empire's view of the world, dominance and taking over in our way. And then you had the Orthodox Christians that were essentially forced into subjugation by another empire, the Ottoman. And then you had the Protestants that were just way over there, just doing their own shit.
But I'm going to kill him in the attempt, right? Like, which thing's contradictory here? It's like, I can forgive my enemies, but that doesn't mean I need to let them crush me. I can forgive people who've done me wrong. Doesn't mean I need to let them do me more wrong. I can forgive people for doing horrible acts against me. Doesn't mean I need to continue to let them do horrible acts against me. Christian ethics has been widely bastardized by progressive leftists as being some kind of like hippie religion. It is definitely not. It never has been, and I don't know where that came from. Yes, it's true the teachings of Jesus Christ are very heavy on loving your neighbor and understanding forgiveness and understanding the mode of sin, and that most people are going to engage in sin, so we need the forgiveness of Jesus Christ for that. That's true. But it's not a pacifistic religion, and it never has been Jesus told one of his disciples to sell a cloak and buy a sword. But these were not pacifists. Jesus ran money changers out of a temple that with a braided cord that he made out of leather and whipped them out of the temple. So, like, I don't know where the idea of pacifism came from. He called them serpents. He called people serpents, whitewashed tombs. He called them all sorts of names. These were killable offenses in his day.
I don't know enough about scripture to challenge you, but it's interesting what you said. But what I wanted to get back to, so this idea of bowdlerizing Shakespeare, cancelling books, etc. I guess for me, now thinking about it, is the reason that it's not good is that you begin to silence ideas. And what Christianity did, and not solely Christianity, but other religions did, is it silenced scientists and people making breakthrough in the scientific fields. And I guess the ultimate example is people be worrying that essentially in schools is we'd be back to teaching creationism, for example, if certain Christians were in charge and presenting creationism as fact.
Why couldn't you just have a compromise there where you say, okay, you can learn either, or you can learn neither? That should be up to the parents, don't you think? The education standards for their kids. Why should that be up to the state? Do you think the state should have control over that? Or do you think the parents should? So if the parents say, yeah, you know, I don't really want them to learn evolution, why can't they opt them out?
Because evolution has been proven to be scientifically correct.
That's not your business, what people do with their kids' education. That's their business, right?
Okay, well then why can't I raise my child to be a jihadist?
So you're going to raise your kid...
What the fuck? Bruh, that's your... Okay. I don't even know. How the fuck is your argument there? Well, why can't you raise your kid to be a jihadist? Well, one has the implicit threat of subjugating somebody else based on like holy scripture. You don't want to teach your kid, say, evolution or creationism is not an apples to apples comparison. Because him learning creationism or evolution is going to make him go out into the streets to kill people to convert them. Like jihad tells them to do. What the fuck? What kind of argument is that? I guess it's a reduction of like the logic all the way down to, well, then you could just teach people creation or to be jihadis.
Yagoking donated $2. Glasses wanted to use scripture to make his argument, but when he got called out on his argument, he folded.
Yeah, he's folding on this argument too, talking about jihadis. That makes no sense.
No, but well, why not? I mean, if you say it's not your business, then it's not your business.
Yeah, well, I mean,
one has the implicit threat of blowing people up, though. So you're threatening society.
Can you stop parents from raising their kids to be a jihadist?
You can.
How?
You can make sure that within the confines of a school that they're not learning it. We have had schools in the UK where people have been, there's Islamist values and those schools have been closed down.
Okay, so why is it in school that you're supposed to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, and you're supposed to learn science as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying, well, this is a scientific fact, so kids need to learn it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So parents say, well, I dispute this fact, right? I'm not going to teach my kid evolution. How does that hamstring the kid exactly? Like what about that's going to hamstring the child?
Well, maybe they want to be a scientist. Maybe the way that they see the world, you're actually taking out a fundamental part of their understanding of the world and how it works.
That's a strictly materialistic view, and it's silly. What about the ideas of metaphysical accounting for metaphysical things, like the laws that are immaterial, laws of logic, things like this?
I think they should be taught in school as well.
I don't understand. They're not proven facts.
Got them.
Even though you believe in them, they're not proven facts.
God,
you still want them taught in school.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Bible's not a proven fact, and you want that taught in school?
Yeah, I believe you should learn the Bible as part of a religious studies education.
Well, that's fantastic. Great. Okay, here's my compromise.
Because now I tell you what.
You can teach evolution, or you can teach creationism, or you can teach both. The parents can have the kids do both, or do neither, which is exactly what I said before. You say same thing. They should teach both.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that you should teach evolution because it has been scientifically proven.
Oh, sorry, brother. No, it isn't. It's not a law. It's not a law of science.
A damp 911
It's a working
donated
theory.
$5. Help me understand something. Why is it one extreme to another in situations like this? I see both political sides doing this. If one side doesn't agree with the other, it's always based on extremes?
It's the leftist framework to tear down an argument. He's very leftist in this argument, so he's always going to bring up. I mean, they consider him like center right, I guess, but over on this side, what we're on, he gives the leftist style accounting for arguments that don't adhere to his worldview, because he thinks his worldview is the moral one. So being gay is not immoral. Teaching evolution is not immoral. It's correct. Why? Because of the science. Well, what is the science? Well, the science says that's exactly the argument.
But you should also teach the Bible, and you say this is what Christians believe, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not.
Okay. So then I don't understand why. So let me ask it a different way. Is it the case that if you're a religious Christian, that your kid should have to sit through sex education hearing about homosexual sex?
They should have to, hearing about homosexual sex. No, they shouldn't. I believe that...
Why not?
Why not?
Hold on, let me finish. I think there's an important distinction here between different types of sex education. Showing kids porn, as some of your schools do, it shouldn't happen irrespective of whether it's sexual, homosexual, whatever, straight, whatever. Yep, so that's an important distinction.
Well, you have to show them porn. Like, I remember when I went through sex ed, they definitely...
Right, so again, you saw how he went to the extreme. Interesting. So he has no counter to his argument, really. So you go to the extreme. Okay, well, sex ed is now porn. Okay, so what? People go into the classroom and just perform pornographic acts, and that's the only way you could learn? No, dude, you can put up an image of what a penis looks like, what a vagina looks like, how it works biologically. It's nothing sexual. Why do we have to go to the extreme end of like, there's people fucking in the classroom? It's anatomy, biology. It's very simple. Nothing sexual about it.
Showed the naked human body, walked through, showed you these are what breasts are, these are what ovaries are, this is what this is, this is what this is, this is where babies come from. Didn't appear overtly, it wasn't pornographic. Right. You do the same exact thing with homosexuality, right? But why do you think that religious fundamentalists should be able to opt their kids out of that?
I don't believe that we should be teaching. I think sex ed should be about I think sex ed should primarily be about safety, actually.
That's it?
Primarily be about safety, and also about how the biological functions work when you have children, etc.
So you don't want it taught in school at all?
What, sex ed? Yeah. Yes.
You do?
Yes,
okay, great. So then why do you want the parents' ability to tell their teachers, hey, I want to opt my kid out of this? If you're going to be talking about gay sex, you're going to be talking about this, you're going to be talking about that. I want to opt them out of that.
Right. I don't think you should include gay sex in the curriculum.
Why though?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I believe that it actually could offend religious minorities.
Oh,
okay.
What? Wow. It could offend religious minorities, eh? Okay.
Creationism, right?
Right? No, not like creationism. Not like Darwin. No, but when you have
God is ass.
That is a scientific fact. That is a scientific...
I actually wouldn't go quite that far. It's a scientific theory that's currently accepted. But look, it's
the distinction between theory and fact. This
is actually... I mean, it's interesting because just so...
Wow. Why though? Well, the Muslims in my country, they're a religious fundamentalist and they don't want to learn their kids. They shouldn't be taught about gay sex. They're going to riot. Okay, so your entire argument is mute then. So, you don't want to teach gay sex. Okay, but kids should learn about evolution. Okay, but why can't they be taught both? Well, we should because it's a science fact. Okay, so what about gay sex? Can we teach kids about? No, we can't do that. Why? Because the Muslims. Huh?
So, you see, all of this will get condensed into clips on the internet where it's like this person destroyed that person, which is really not the angle of the conversation for us. Really trying to explore the arguments. I mean, I would say a stronger version of your argument is, should parents be able to opt their children out of being taught that climate change is real? Right? Because that's where you're going to get someone like Francis or me to go, yeah, I think they should be able to opt out of that, right? Even though that's a scientifically accepted consensus.
Well, I'm not here for destruction.
None of us are. But let me come back to a point that I think Francis made that you haven't addressed, which I think is a strong argument. What about the jihadi thing? Like, should devout Muslim families be able to create schools according to this devolvement of religion to the states or whatever, where they teach that particular worldview?
No.
Because?
Because I believe in Christian ethics as the dominant force in society. And since that's the case, I would take
Allah enforcing your worldview and identity on everybody who lives in your country, backed by government power, force. You don't get to come to this country and teach anything other than the dominant culture. And society would function better for
laws towards Christian ethics being the dominant force in society.
So there would be no schools that taught anything except Christian ethics?
No, it wouldn't be that they would teach nothing but Christian ethics, but we could definitely tailor laws against jihadist ethics, or definitely tailor laws against even importing Muslims at all. The hell are we importing Muslims here for anyway? We don't need them here. Never needed them here. Diversity is our strength. Has not been a strength having Muslims here. The idea that that we can't tailor or craft legislation and laws around the things that our children learn, or at least what you can opt into and out of. Let's just say for consistency's sake, sure. You could teach your kid, I guess, theoretically to be a jihadist, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing a secular state can do about it either, except not let them come in. And then it's really hard to train your kid to be a jihadist, right? Because you're not here.
Well, so from a policy level, this is kind of ultimately comes back to the final question, I suppose, of what is... do you call yourself a Christian nationalist? Is that your...
I would say Christian populist.
Okay.
Christian nationalism is often conflated with forms of ethno-nationalism, and people do use it as a cloak for ethno-nationalism. I would fall more in line with what's called cultural nationalism. You guys, I think, from watching your content, would fall more in line with probably civic nationalism. So cultural nationalism is talking about the glue which holds cultures together. And the ethno-nationalists obviously believe that's your race, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, I think that race is not enough to hold a nation together. There has to be some kind of cultural glue, and that usually comes from religion. So all the laws that I can see seem to be informed by ethics, and those ethics seem to almost universally be informed by Christianity.
Right, but that worldview falls apart when you look at Japan, because Japan doesn't have a religion. So how do you counter Japan as an example?
So you would you'd support mass migration from Christian countries?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't understand. I want my domestic population to grow. So if I want to tailor the best outcomes for my society, then
Right, so the ethno-nationalists would have a point. So if Japan is ethno-nationalist, yeah, if Japan could be considered ethno-nationalist. China could be considered ethno-nationalist. South Korea could be considered ethno-nationalist. All of the successful East Asian countries are considered ethno-nationalist. Which country, or say which system, the East Asian system or the Christian or the European system in general, which has more cohesion? Which group of people operate as one? Which group of people have a stronger national identity? Which group of people have a stronger tie to culture, family, and values? I would say East Asians. Currently, in the current state that we're in, East Asians. When people say, well, East Asians have no personality, they act as one. Well, that's exactly what they're talking about. They're unified. Well, what are they unified around? Because it's not religion. Japanese people don't unify around religion like Christians do in the West. Japanese people unify around being Japanese, their ethnicity. Chinese people unify around being Chinese, not Buddhism. When a Chinese person describes themselves, Buddhist isn't the first thing they'll say. They say they're Chinese. A Korean identifies themselves based on their Koreanness. That's ethnic nationalism. So I don't agree with his point there. Yeah. Only because those societies exist and they're functioning and they're safer and there's plenty of wealth that was created. But again, going back to the corporatist argument, they also are experiencing a degradation and a decline in their society too, but it's a different reason. They're not experiencing the decline because they lost their religion, they lost their Christianity. That's a unique problem we applied ourselves here as Westerners. We blame our ills on the fact that people aren't as religious, they don't believe in Jesus like they used to. But that same decline is found in atheist societies like Japan, where they don't believe in a God. Chinese, same thing. South Korean, same thing. And they've experienced similar levels of decline, but the only system or the only thing that we have in common between both cultures is the corporate framework for which we live under.
I want my domestic population to grow. I want those families to be very happy. I want them to have the biggest slice of that American dream, right? Because I'm Christian, but also a nationalist. So the idea here is...
Right. So he's saying cultural nationalism, not civnats. So these two are supposed to be civic nationalists. So basically a country can be multiculturalism. Their argument is multiculturalism works as long as there's a instituted government form of civics. We're all bought into the system. So we could be whatever, which I don't think the civnats have that right. I think civic nationalists don't understand that ethnicity. What the ethno-nationalists understand is that ethnicity matters, blood matters, soil matters, shared cultural history matters. Like you can't think of a guy across the street as your kin. For example, me looking at a black guy as like having the same kinship as I would look at another, for example, being in Romania as a Romanian, and you see a guy whose historical record and of his blood and of his lineage in this land had it gone through similar things that mine went through, the same wars, the same founding of the country, the same prosecution, survival, formation of the state, all that stuff, deeply tied by blood. My father and his father and fathers before our fathers, great-grandfathers, down to the beginning of a country. That shared sense of brotherhood, it can never be replicated. For example, in America, here I open my door and there's a Mexican family to the right, and I'm supposed to feel that same level of brotherhood with that Mexican man, although we're both living under the American flag. This is what the civnats don't understand. This stuff is rooted deep. It's a psychological thing. We're apes and we have our tribes, and our tribes are formed by our ethnicity, even beyond skin color. Like Europe, obviously there's many kinds of white people. There's different tribes, different countries, different cultures and languages within the white tribe. And they have formed states and have gone to war and killed each other, although they look the same. So ethnic nationalism in the end probably wins out, just to be honest. Asia is a perfect example of this. Their societies will most likely outlive the civnat style stuff they're pushing for and saying America should be. Which system is more stable? Of course, it's the homogenous one. Yeah.
Yago King donated $2. Japan did have a religion pre-Christianity. It was called Shinto.
And he's saying, what? Cultural nationalism? So he's trying to say, as long as we're all Christians, right? So Andrew's viewpoint on this is he's saying it doesn't matter what you are, where you come from, as long as you're Christian, we're the same. Aha. Okay, so he's saying he would rather have a Christian Nigerian than, say, an atheist British person, an atheist Irish person. Interesting. So he's saying the cultural glue that can hold a country together simply is under the religious view. If all of us would be denominated Christian, period, then there wouldn't be any issues. It wouldn't matter where you're from, what you look like, and all that other shit, because we're all Christian first. Yeah, well, obviously, Christianity has too many denominations. Yeah, and there's some Christians that support gay marriage, but that's considered heresy anyway. So those churches would be, I guess, in Andrew's point of view, those aren't real churches, and that's heretic ideology to be pushing anyways. I don't see how this society could possibly thrive long term. He would be instituting Christian first policies, but he won't enforce. How do you enforce Christianity? You can't enforce Christianity in someone's mind. People can pretend to be Christian, but then privately in their own home, for example, practice another religion or don't practice a religion at all. What happens when a certain group or a certain portion of the population grows large enough in political influence and they challenge Christianity directly? Or what happens when a certain amount of people stop believing because maybe the way they were treated by the Christian first principles? So think about that for a second. So if a system is inherently unstable because you can't enforce someone's idea in their mind, you must be Christian first. What is one thing that works on a longer term? Well, I can enforce you being white easily because no enforcement is needed. You're white. So a Japanese government doesn't have to enforce Japanese-ness in the people in order to keep their identity coherent and bound by each other, because they're simply Japanese. It's innate. So a nation that's innately bound by race is stronger in coherence than a nation that's bound by idea like religion, like a Christian first nation. Think about it.
At Totha Chickens donated $2. Russia is making a go at it. An example.
And Russia's failing, yeah.
At Hagnartha Viking 6584 donated $5. He said the nationalist part will ban importing foreigners.
He did, but America's already culturally diverse, or I wouldn't say racially diverse. So his worldview, he's fighting against Muslim invasion. That's what he's saying. He would not bring in Muslims because Islam is counter to, it would compete with Christian morals and ethics. Okay. If you have an entire nation of multiracial people and you enforce Christian ethics, won't some people have a higher affinity towards race? I think there's a lot of people that would describe themselves, let's say, black first, then Christian. What has more affinity to you? Your skin or the thought in your head? Would a black man identify himself as black first or Christian first? Would you, as a white man or Hispanic man or whatever, do you identify yourself as what you see, what you experience first, or the shared idea? I think that affinity is much stronger. The moment I see somebody and they're white, we have an affinity immediately by how you look. Then I find out the idea in your head after speaking to you. That's how it works. A black man, me standing next to another black man, if a black man's looking at us, he immediately has an affinity for the other black guy. More so. More, he's able to connect more, be more relaxed, have more relation to that person. Then immediately, these are just two Christians. We're all the same. We don't see skin color. There's no difference. We're Christian. We have the same morals and ethics. I don't buy that. I don't think I buy that. I think that is a kind of liberal washing in order to bring up Christian morals and ethics to the masses. That doesn't sound like ethno-nationalism that bypasses the sensibilities of leftists and independents. I think that's what it really is. That's a great way to have a liberal take on the true answer, which is always tied to your skin color. It just is. It just is. And we can't escape it because we're apes and we grew up in tribes. And it's a psychological thing, literally. We can't fix it. We have prejudices based on the differences that we have just on what we can see, skin color. And that affects how we, of course, you can be around different people and have a set rule and how you behave. And it's not like you lose your mind, but your affinity, that natural innateness that you can relate. Who do you relate to the most is the one that looks most like you. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with like being racist or supremacist or anything. It's just, how do you relate to the world and the people around you? Well, it's the people that look most like you. That's it. It's tribal.
Nation first. Me importing a bunch of people from other countries, not putting my nation first, putting their nation first. So my list of priorities would be God, nation, right? Or I'm sorry, God, family, nation. So.
Someone said, not ethnicity is more than skin color. You're being low IQ. No, it isn't. No, it isn't, because when an outside threat happens, your tribe will coalesce around race first. So ethnicity is the divide you get once you've stabilized the society. So, you know, a Southern German versus a Northern German, they used to go to war. Then they've drawn a border, and now these Southern Germans talk with a twang, and they're a little different. And then over time, you can call that a different ethnicity, and maybe they turn into Austrians or something like that. So then you have the Germans in Germany, and then you have the Austrians in Austria, but they speak the same language, but they call themselves different people, ethnically Austrian. Okay, but then if you threaten one of them or both of them at the same time, they will rally around what? If you threaten multiple groups that were divided around ethnic lines, they rally around what? Race. I would say. Russian isn't my tribe? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying a Russian isn't your tribe? Yeah, but if you were facing extinction as a white person, if there were some force that were threatening all whites equally, like whites were threatened with, you would then ally with a nice white, blonde, blue-haired Russian from Moscow together, because the outside force has to be great enough to break down your ethnic differences. So yeah, because it's a tribe that's expanding. First, you're closest to the people in your village. Then the next is the region, the area you're in, and you got your little twang, like Southerners, and they speak Southern, but it's the same shit saying Romania. The Northerners have a different little dialect than the Southerners, same people. But then they'll relate apart from one another. And then you have the country. And then Romania is a perfect example of this, because there's Moldova that got broken apart, that the Soviet Union took a piece of Romania, broke it off, turned it into a buffer state. So now you literally have Romanians and Moldovans, the same exact people, but they consider themselves different, ethnically different. The Moldovans are ethnically different. It's not, it's the same people. But okay, they can call themselves ethnically different. But if there was ever a war that threatened Romanians and Moldovans, they then combine against the threat. They're the same people at that point. Their affinity to one another is still tighter than it would ever be with a Christian Nigerian. An Orthodox Christian in Nigeria coming to Romania will never have, under a Christian country like Romania, the same affinity that a Romanian and a different ethnic consideration of a Moldovan would have. A Romanian and a Moldovan will have more ethnic unity and affinity towards one another than any other person that calls themselves also Christian Orthodox, because the idea comes second.
A damned 911 donated $5. I enjoy learning about this stuff. I've read the Bible, Quran, Torah, and I'm reading the 13 volumes of Buddhism now. It's very interesting to me. They all say pretty much the same thing. Be a good, respectful person. Seems simple to me.
Yeah. Someone said Americans are trying hard to convince themselves that ethnicity doesn't matter because their country is now less than 50% white, and they will learn the hard way that it is the most important thing. Keck. Well, you could see it in the political space, how Americans have to vie for power based on ethnic enclaves. We must appease the Hispanics. We must appease the whites. We must appease the blacks. We must appease the Asians. And yeah.
So culture and borders are very important for the nation.
And so, you're not a Christian nationalist, cultural nationalist. So describe to me the America that you want. What does it look like? What are the...
You mean by tomorrow?
Well...
So you say he's not a Christian nationalist. So what is culture? What is
tomorrow?
Well, you seemed very keen on this idea.
Curious.
I'm sure you're excited about. What I mean is, ultimately, you want to transform America into something that it used to be, or that you'd like it to be, or whatever. Let's not argue about that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's just say you want America to be a certain way.
Because they said with a Christian nationalist, but he didn't call himself a Christian nationalist. So maybe I misspoke. So he's not talking about Christian nationalism?
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. what does it look like once you've got to that destination, once you've got to that perfect America, which represents your values as someone who's really interested in Christianity being the dominant force in society? What can you do? How is it different from what we have to do?
So while I would say that there's, this is a bit of like hypothetical utopianism, of course, as long as you're granting me that this is a bit of hypothetical utopianism. So let's say I was King Wilson tomorrow. I'm King Andrew Wilson, and my decrees and edicts go out to all of the land. First thing, mass migration, that's gone immediately. Next thing is focusing on domestic birth rates and domestic birth policies and trying to move.
And someone said, and that's a good flaw that you're trying to bring up. I don't believe it's a flaw. It says the argument is that Europe has been going to war with itself for 1,000 years, for thousands of years. Yeah, because no outside force threatened Europe. So the point was Europe could go to war with itself over hills, over forests, over who lived on the other side of the river. And they all looked the same because those little groups were the ones that were fighting for resources and power and territory. There was never an outside group of a different race. Well, there was technically, and then you saw that Europe banded together and put shit aside. What was it? The Huns and then the Golden Horde with Genghis Khan. So when there was an outside threat, those groups that previously had issues did band together temporarily to repel the attack. So you had Poles coming together to help Hungary and the Austrian Empire and fight on the same team. But you could say that was under, what could you say that was under? You say, why so extreme though? Because it takes that, unfortunately, it takes that level of extreme. And there's nuance there because I'm thinking of the winged hussars, and that was against Islam and shit like that. The stuff with Genghis Khan was a bit different in that sense. And Western Europe was still, it wasn't under threat, so there was no need to come save the East. Regardless, why so extreme is because it takes death and war for people to come together. Like, if we live on opposite sides of the river and you're getting attacked by some tribe on that side of the river, it's not my business and I'm not going to come to save you. Even if we look the same, we're different. Maybe we have slightly different dialect. And in normal times where there's no outsider threat, we usually attack each other because I want what you have on your side of the river. But then a greater outside force comes and starts to threaten us both. So then we will combine, whether temporarily or permanently, to survive the outside threat. It's just tribalism scaled up. But that tribalism means that it is skin deep, unfortunately. It's not an idea that molds us together because clearly there's different ideas everywhere. Think about it. And those different ideas, even amongst diverse people, never held them together. There's always been the multiculturalism that has broken apart a nation.
America back to a one-income family. The best way to do that.
Yeah, you have to explain this to people. Yeah, Poles helping the Austrians with the Turkish invasion in Vienna, the final battle in Vienna. And then somebody said, funny enough, the soonest that threat was repelled, Austria attacked Poland. Yeah, do you see what I mean? It's the same shit. It's hard. People don't want to accept this because that would admit it's over then for America. If it is the fact that multiculturalism cannot work in a democracy, if it is the fact that diversity kills identity and a shared belief, and not just a shared belief, but skin in the game, in the system, you don't feel like you have skin in the game. If you don't have a shared identity, you don't have civic duty. You don't have a sense of civic duty. So if you lack a sense of civic duty, you don't want to invest in your country. Well, if that is the product of multiculturalism and diversity, then that means that eventually you will destroy a country by making it diverse and multicultural, because you erode the morale, the civic sense, and the duty of the people, because they no longer relate to one another because they're from different walks of life. And so that means yet again, the circle comes back to, well, that means we need a nation that's of one people, don't we? To maintain high moral identity values, trust, culture that requires one people. If you accept that premise, that means America's end is guaranteed. The downfall is inevitable. This is why Americans have such a struggle with coming to terms with that shit. And they're always trying to push like Christian nationalism, civic nationalism, because they think that's going to save America. But the irony is that America was at its strongest when it was majority white, like a super majority white, 95%. They're always saying, but we worked because we had, look at America's founding. It was many different European people that came over. You had people from England. You had people from Ireland. You had the Italians. But they were what? White. They were white. You had an ethnocentric, fully white, with a very small minority black country, a super majority white that were able to assimilate with one another under one identity. You don't have that anymore. You just have multiple people now from all over the world. How do you enforce an identity? It's so simple. Like even when you go watch a movie, let's say it's the 1940s, 30s, and you watch a movie and it's of a white man and a white woman and whatever the fuck's happening. If you're an Italian or a Greek or a German or a Brit or a whatever, you could look at that white man. You don't know what white country he's from, but he is white first. And so you can relate to the character. You have an affinity for the story simply because he's white. That's it. Nowadays, this is why they try to make the cast so diverse. You must have a black character, LGBTQ character. You must have a woman, then you must have a gay couple. Because everybody needs representation in order to what? To have an affinity, a relation to the story. They must be able to feel something. They must be able to see themselves in the character. Well, how do you see yourself in the character? Well, first it's race. Then they do ideology like LGBTQ. But you see how they diversify the cast by race first, then ideas? Because they know race is the most important part, where that's what people feel the most affinity to. So I think, again, the strength of this nation was when it was the least diverse, the most homogenous. And as it became more and more diverse, the civic spirit of the country has died. And thus you see the crumbling of the institutions around us.
At Hag North Viking 6,584 donated $50.
Thanks, bro.
This discussion reminds me of another video I just emailed the link for. Obviously, this is for the next time you have free time. Here's my lobbying money.
Thank you for the lobbying, bro. We'll open it because you've been sending absolute fire. I love these kinds of discussions. I wish I could have them live with somebody. They'd be very interesting.
Yaguking donated $2. Maybe I'm an exception, but I don't identify with the Mexicans I grew up. I never believed in that La Raza bullshit.
Mm-hmm. And the La Raza shit is very interesting, right? Think of that, La Raza. That's very interesting as well. The race. You see, they talk about the race. And it's in the forefront of the consciousness of anybody that identifies as Mexican, for the race. Do you see? That's a perfect example. I forgot about all that. It's not that we're Catholics first. It's La Raza, the race.
At Totha Chickens donated $2. Avarice, the new American god.
Thank you.
Is to prioritize from the government level down that women do not defer their childbearing years for college, right? But rather you offer massive incentives to families for them to get married younger, right? Stay at home, have babies with their husband. And if you contract them from the workforce, wages are going to necessarily skyrocket. The second you begin contracting women from the workforce, wages are going to shoot through the roof, especially if you're not filling those roles with migrants. So those would be some of the very first policies that I would put in place. I'd ban porn, I'd ban gay marriage. I'd put in some kinds of laws which had dominion over the airwaves when it came to degeneracy, right? Meaning, I don't think you should turn on Fox or Channel 32 and see naked women. I don't think that that's good for the public. I don't think it's particularly useful. I would probably outlaw smartphones, or put age restrictions on smartphones, probably till you were like 18 years old. There would be some pretty restrictive things that I would put in place, but it would also maximize human ethical flourishing, right? The idea here is like, why do kids need to be looking at smartphones and training their brain towards smartphones? It's been terrible for them.
No, we just recorded an episode on it. Well, several actually. So I agree with you on that. And Is it important to you that that outcome is arrived at democratically? That like you persuade half the country that this is the way to be?
So ultimately, the views of what's best for the nation, that's what's going to be first and foremost in my brain, right? Yes, the religious aspect, it's always going to be God first, but from like the things that I can do something about, it's going to be from the national level. The nation that we have is a checks and balance based republic.
Interesting. Am I getting fascist vibes? That's what Hitler was saying. I'm going to put nation first, but Andrew's wrapping it in Christian ethics. But he's going to institute things that help what? Pro-natalist policies, people getting houses earlier. He already talked about tax breaks for having 3-4 kids. Brother. National socialism is the word you're looking for. Let me hear that.
So obviously I'm going to work within the confines of that in order to make as many compelling and convincing arguments and as many compelling and convincing things I can possibly do to move people towards this view. But remember, the problem with democracy, the big hole in it, is you can democratically remove it. So you can vote out democracy. It's built in right into democracy to be able to do
hear
that.
This. Hold on.
And the most American thing you can do is
NatSoc, huh?
To remove amendments and put in new amendments. We do it all the time, right?
And is that what you'd prefer? You don't want America to be a direct democracy?
No.
What would you like it to be?
I would like it to be what it used to be at the beginning, which is a state.
He's doing a little hybrid. Like a founding republic. You have to have skin in the game to vote. Small portion of the population votes. So he's doing a NatSoc mixed with the founding republic principles, huh? I see what you did there, Mr. Wilson.
At Count Chad the Impaler donated $5. Why is democracy so sacrosanct? Brainwashing at birth? My democracy has accelerated collapse.
Yep. The two-party system. The goy slop of bread and circuses. The harder you vote, the more shit stays the same, eh?
Stakeholder democracy at the very least.
What does that mean?
It means you're either going to have like one household voting, right?
There it
so
is.
that we're not dividing husbands and wives because it's really stupid. Or it means that you're going to have some kind of stake in property or perhaps 4 years of unpaid public service before you can vote. There has to be some skin in the
There it is. NatSoc with a little bit of Republican values sprinkled in.
game, in other words. I'd also raise the voting age, probably to 25. Right?
Yeah.
I think.
Would women be allowed to vote?
I mean, to at least the degree that men are.
Let me hear this. I gotta hear this.
I don't want men to vote for the most part either. I don't think it's a great idea.
But it would be equal between men and women in your view. Really? It doesn't sound like it. If you want household, well, what I mean is, it sort of sounds like. Well, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding this. Genuinely, you'd like people to get married and to vote as a household, which I imagine would kind of mean that the head of the family, which is the husband, would
typically the man.
That.
Yes.
And if a woman isn't married, presumably she wouldn't be getting the vote partly for that reason.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. What's wrong with that system? Sounds great.
I'm just interested in explaining. Well, it sounds great to you. I'm just interested in.
The thing is like. It's really hard. It's really difficult. When people think of things like, what's the argument against this? This is an immutable character. How could you argue that women shouldn't be able to vote or that men shouldn't be able to vote? It's like, well, at our founding, they couldn't. Women could not vote.
Well, at your founding, as you said yourself, you had slavery, right? So things do change over time.
Sure, but the thing is like...
Sometimes in a good direction.
Sure, and sometimes in a bad direction.
Absolutely.
So the thing is like, the idea that they had there was that most men couldn't vote. There was no universal suffrage for men, including slaves, right? For the most part, were men. And women couldn't vote because most people weren't allowed to vote. Now, the arguments against women voting are pretty simple. And the idea is landholdership and force, right? Can women utilize force in order to maintain land? The answer is no. Generally, that takes men. So the biggest, if you're looking at feminism, for instance, you had the anti-suffragettes and then the suffragettes. But the anti-suffragettes arguments were way better. The argument was pretty simple. It just worked like this. You cannot erode or get rid of the patriarchy because you always have to appeal to it for your rights. And that's a fundamental truth. And since that's a fundamental truth, I've never seen a great reason why women should be able to vote. Because they can vote to send men to war that they themselves do not have to go fight. They are not beholden to the draft. Only men are. And they can say, well, You're not beholden to the draft, perhaps because you're too old for it, but you were beholden to the draft when you were not too old for it. So your time could have come.
At Utangiki 789 donated €5.
Thank you, brother.
YTV filters sorry for language. Chakas in South Af chanting about healing vanillas are all Christian. Good example, right, of what you were saying.
Right. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So his argument is, let me hear that again. 1 sec.
It's pretty simple. It just worked like this. You cannot erode or get rid of the patriarchy because you always have to appeal to it for your rights.
Okay.
At Count Chad the Impaler donated $10. Fractal relationarchy. 55-person neighborhood votes for one leader. That leader joins 14 others and votes for one higher leader, and so on up 7 levels. Dunbar's number, how many people you can know, is at 150.
Yeah. 150 until you stop caring, right? That's as much as our brain can hold. About 150 people until we basically lose, what could you say, humanity with them? You can't math societies together, yeah. I mean, if we know our limitations for our tribe is around 150 people, and then anything larger than that, we struggle to relate with them. Again, I wouldn't even go into that argument again.
Other way around and say women are able to vote, men are able to vote on things that affect women that don't affect men.
Like?
Well, all kinds of things. For example, their right to vote. I mean, among other things. But, you know, things to do with sexual health, abortion, all kinds of things, right?
Well, I don't understand. Abortion does have to do with men.
Okay, fine. I mean, it does, but it has more to do with women because it affects them more directly. But lots of other things. I mean, men could pass a law that women have to wear a headscarf, for example, right? So our votes affect each other. That's not an argument to deny the other sex the vote.
Oh, I don't understand.
Your argument is women can vote to send men to war. And
no,
my
argument is, it's called force doctrine. My argument reduces to this. If you always have to appeal to one sex for your rights, right?
You have
then
no rights.
why are you being imbued with the responsibility of that at all? Because women have to appeal to men for the rights, and anytime men want to take rights away from women, they can, like that. And there's not a damn thing women can do about it. And if you want proof of that, let me show you half the world. Anytime, collectively, men say women have no rights, they don't have any. And that's that. And there's not a damn thing that they can do about it. So the idea that they can erode the patriarchy or remove the patriarchy or in some way get away from the patriarchy to be strong, independent women is nonsense. They're just always appealing to the benevolence of men. Always. And so I don't even understand what the purpose is of the vote for women. What is it? We can literally, via force, take it whenever we want anyway. What is the point here?
Well, I would imagine the point is to include the voice of half the...
So what's his argument then? What skin in the game would women have other than babies? If men get sent off to war, and that is a duty, then women must have babies. That is a duty. Is he going to grant women, is this framework, I haven't seen it. Is he granting women the right to vote based on how many babies they have? Is there like a number? Is that where he's going with that? I have no idea
Count Chad the Impaler donated $5. Planet Leader would spend 5 months in neighborhood and 1 month at each of 7 levels of government.
You're going
no
in on
money in
this.
elections and no out-of-touch politicians.
How are you scaling that up nationally though? You just keep going? Each of the 7 levels of government, no money in elections. Okay, I see.
Population, which is naturally set on different priorities to those of men. And since we live in a society which is half female...
Hold on, I want to see what argument he makes
It would be worthwhile to include their perspective in how we make decisions.
Why does voting...
Because it affects them as much as it affects us.
Let me ask you a question. Are you aware that in the United States, we abolished alcohol?
For a period of time. I've seen some movies about how that went.
Who got that amendment passed?
I don't know.
Women.
Okay. Oh, no. If you want to have an argument about our disagreements with how women choose to vote...
No. They couldn't vote.
Oh, I see. That's what you're saying. Okay.
They couldn't vote.
But
they still got that amendment passed.
Okay.
The idea that...
Yeah. It's same with Mothers Against Drunk Driving, right? The huge influence that women have, they basically got zero tolerance DUI legislation across practically the United States because of the power women have culturally. So Mothers Against Drunk Driving, as an organization, managed massive cultural change in society. It wasn't voting that got that to happen. I see his argument.
Women did not have influence or do not have influence or don't have moral influence on society because they can't vote is stupid.
So what's wrong with formalizing that in the form of a vote?
Well, I just told you, the very idea.
Yeah, it would change nothing. It just dilutes the power of a vote. It causes race to the bottom again. Then our politicians have to appeal directly to women. And if they appeal directly to women, that means they must appeal. It's a zero-sum game. They must appeal against men. Because in order for a woman to get what she wants, let's say abortion or certain marriage rights, then it pits her against a man. So we have a system that's created by default, by splitting the vote. It pits men against women politically and then socially. And then we have a low birth rate again. Another factor that causes lower birth rates, splitting the vote, ironically, right? That's the argument you would make in that situation, is that now the political wedge against men versus women pits them in an adversarial position against one another. And when two groups are vying for power, it's zero sum.
That women, well, like, let's start with it.
So then you could see it in the divorce courts. Colleges, how they're majority women now. Women have a bunch of like abuse shelters that men don't. Women have a bunch of rights, or I wouldn't even say rights, but privileges. Fuck privileges. Women have access to resources that society provides them, like, you know, the domestic abuse hotline, women only scholarships just for being women, women only XYZ just for being women. That is a result of some of this political influence that women are holding. And that is to the detriment of men. Okay.
Do you want women to be able to get drafted in the military?
I personally don't, no.
Why?
Why? Because I've never really thought about it, but it's just an instinctive reaction, actually. I'd have to think about the exact reason, but I just don't think combat is what men do, I guess. It's a very simplistic way of saying it. And
Sure.
there'll be women who go, oh, I can kick your ass, and there are women like that, right?
Agreed. But not generally.
What I am not against women serving in the military if that's what they choose to do.
But what about the draft, though?
But I don't think they should be compelled to, no.
But men should.
I think in some circumstances, yes. Like when the survival of the country is at stake.
So women get a privilege men don't get?
Sure. Why,
And
men
so-
get certain privileges.
But,
too.
so why do they have equal rights? No? What privileges? Name a single privilege men get that women don't have access to. What?
You mean legislative?
Anything. Like literally
What,
anything.
in life?
Any aspect, whether it be governmental, social, women have all the privilege.
All the.
Please don't say something stupid like walking alone at night. God, please don't say that. Like a man could just walk home alone at night, and that's a privilege. That's like the one the leftists and the liberals use all the time.
Privilege.
Oh, yeah. Hey, when the Titanic goes down, who gets on the lifeboat?
Yeah, but that's a very narrow context. Well, who dies in childbirth,
okay.
right? Like, I mean, come on, we're different, and we
Almost no women die in childbirth anymore.
well, some still do.
Sure, but I mean,
And childbirth is optional. First of all, you can choose to have kids. You can't choose to not be drafted. If your nation's under threat, you have to fight. You could choose not to pop a kid out. Unless the state forced it as a civic duty. By law, you must have kids. Then if the choice is taken away from you, you're on equal footing with the man, and now you get to vote. That'd be fair. That's a fair system.
some people die.
They're just like, I mean, there's probably more women that die in
accidents.
childbirth in America than people who die on the Titanic in the modern
Yeah,
age,
is childbirth avoidable? You just don't have
Yes.
sex, right?
Yeah, he got him again.
No, but
Yep.
what I'm saying is there are outcomes that are better for men in life and for women, and that's a fundamental difference between men and women.
As there's better outcomes for men in life. What? Like what? That women don't have. There's better outcomes for men in life, such as earning power. But that's down to the individual and their interest. Are we saying women are at a disadvantage because they have to have families so they can't go to work as long? But isn't it a privilege to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mother? That's what the stay-at-home mothers say. It's a privilege to not have to go to work. So the argument in society is what? Everybody's bitching about the fact that we need a dual income household and that it's a privilege. You hear the argument from leftist women. Oh, well, those conservative women that say they're staying at home to raise their baby, they're privileged to have a man that earns enough money so that she doesn't have to work. So then being a stay-at-home mom is a privilege. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm talking about privilege.
Yeah.
Can you give me any privilege at all?
A damp 911 donated $5. So the current system causes competition between men and women? Low
Yes.
birth rates? Low marriages, high divorce, etc. How does this change? Systemic competition? This is interesting to me.
Yeah, you see, the moment you gave women the right to vote, you put them in direct competition with men. So that's true. You would have to reconstruct the nuclear household where the man is the head, the woman and the man basically vote as one household. It's a household vote. You would have to institute policies from the government that gives people, say, a low to no interest rate loan for a home to start a family. So you make starting a family easy, say on a 0 interest or maybe 1%, something very minor. You could institute some policy like, okay, 4 kids, we wipe your loan. 1 kid gives you 25% off, or simply put, let's just say taxes paid. If you have 6 kids, 0 taxes, you don't get taxed anymore. So you incentivize. If you can give people the incentive, your outcome is very simple to plot out. So if the incentive is I have 6 kids and I get a house paid off, plus I pay no more income tax, everybody's going to want to have 6 kids. Also, the stipulation is you must be married and stay together. You cannot get divorced. If you get divorced, you and your wife are now on the hook for the loan of the house, and you will get a penalty where you'll pay an extra 5 or 10% in taxes yearly. If you do that, then you can get people to have kids. Because you don't want to, so single motherhood is what we don't want. So single motherhood, you could eliminate by simply not having an incentive for it anymore. Anybody that's a single mother, you could penalize through taxes or take away some form of welfare or something that helps them survive. You're going to have to foot the bill yourself. For the strong and independent that have their own jobs and would like to work and not depend on a man, you will do so at a penalty. You're no longer supported by the state by default. So you can then begin crafting a nation through policies like that, through those kinds of incentives. Yeah. And then again, you would start to see people naturally coalesce with their own, because who do people marry? Fucking is something completely different. But if you incentivize people to get married, guess who they're going to get married to? Most likely people in their own in-group because of preferences. And so you're going to get the outcome you want anyway. And then if you take away entitlements from the degenerates, those that don't produce for society, and you only give entitlements to those that pay in, there you go.
That men have, that women don't. Whereas I can give you tons of privileges that women have that men don't. That's what I'm asking.
Privilege. Well, I mean, the privilege concept outside the legislative framework is a difficult one.
Even inside of it. I'm asking for both, either. Any, in fact.
I don't have the data on all this stuff, but I would assume there are contexts in which men are more likely to be employed for a certain thing because they're more likely to be perceived as authoritative, as leaders, things like that. Although that has changed with the kind of woke agenda.
Yeah, DEI changed that. Okay, I could give you an example where women have privilege. The Titanic, it's sinking. Who gets off the ship? Women and children. Why? Because the virtue of being a woman grants you privilege. Why? Because you have babies and you need to take them. And who stays and dies? Men. So that's not even on a war discussion with the draft. That's just a societal privilege, one of many that women enjoy.
the last 10 years.
And it works both ways. Like, for instance, preschool teachers, I would assume that people would vastly prefer that their kid go to a woman, right?
Yep.
So it seems like that privilege is striped across the board. So, like, why is it that women get all of the equality, right, but also get all the privilege? That doesn't seem right to me. That seems like it's backwards. So, like, I'm still waiting to hear from anybody ever. What are these privileges men have over women versus what women have over men? So if you can go and you can be drafted, you can be sent off to war, right? And women can't, but they can vote to send you off to war. How is that not something which fundamentally needs to be addressed immediately? That seems to me like it's completely lopsided, and it's giving one class of people a significant privilege over another.
So if we allowed women to be drafted, you'd be happy with them having the vote?
Well, see, now we come into pragmatic problems, though. The reason that you said earlier, I'm against women being drafted, is because they can't really serve in combat roles. Only in support roles, which draftees of men would have to serve in combat roles. The reason women don't do well in combat roles is because, well, driving tanks is hard work. It takes muscles. And you got to, run the shells, and you have to carry hundreds of pounds of equipment with you, and you have to do all of this type of thing. And generally speaking, women aren't equipped for it, which is why we've never had a female Navy SEAL to date, even though they've been trying for like 25 years. There's not had a single one.
And the Pentagon tried. I remember covering a video where they spent tens of millions of dollars seeing if all female units, mixed group units, mixed gender units, and all male units, how they performed against each other. All male units constantly destroyed all the metrics. The mixed group was the next worst, and the all-female units were the absolute worst. Whenever you introduced women in combat, you degraded the combat effectiveness of the unit, period. And believe me, the Pentagon spent a lot of money trying to shoehorn women into combat roles. If anybody wants to make money off having more soldiers, more bodies for war, it's the Department of War. And they couldn't even prove, despite everything that they tried, that introducing females into combat roles was a benefit. It wasn't.
A damp 911 donated $5.
Yeah,
Do you
we
think that
spent
would
millions.
end hypergamy in women? Or do you think that would widen the already high rift between men and women? Because women would still go after the highest value men, which would bring us back to where we are or worse.
No, it would end hypergamy because the stipulation is you have to be married, right, for the benefits. So you're going to make life harder for yourself. It's almost like a bachelorette/bachelor tax. But the tax is completely optional because all you had to do is get married and have kids, and then your life is made much easier for yourself. And then you would be shamed socially anyways because people take advantage of incentives that are given to them by nature. So you're going to look like a complete retard in society if you're the only one that's not married, and she'll look like a complete retard by going the hard way and not getting married and having kids with somebody. So most people will settle down and have kids with somebody to earn the free house. It's not free because it takes 4 kids, and then no personal income taxes because it takes 6 kids. So then we create 6 more future taxpayers, 6 more workers, 6 more people, bodies that could defend the country in a war. Because capital is worth, human capital is still worth something. The vibrance, the economy, the sway of a nation is very dependent on its population size. So you need to be a big country to hold sway and power still. Yeah. It would completely eliminate all the debauchery and degeneracy because there would be no benefit otherwise. What are you going to do? Go it out alone by yourself on an individual level and try to play the game on hard mode? Nobody, by nature of how we are humans, plays the game on hard mode. So, but we don't have any incentives. You know what playing the hard mode is right now? Getting married and having kids. Our incentives are reversed, which is why people don't have kids today. The incentive today is to be greedy, to be selfish, lonely, not have kids and spend money because they cost a fuck ton, not get married and lose half of your shit. If you reversed all the incentives, bro, people are going to do nothing but get married and have kids. But the governments are too fucking stupid to do that. They think if they hand you like $5,000 or a $2,000 bonus or a tax credit of $2,000 for the year, what the fuck is $2,000 for an entire year going to do for anyone? We need real incentives. I can't buy a house. I'm not raising a kid in a fucking apartment. I can't afford a wife. It's hard enough by myself. So people need real incentives. But governments won't do that.
Anthony Man 8008 donated $2. Is Theo Von Orzor an antichrist? Get baptized.
All right. Thank you.
Can't do the job. Now, what people always do is point to outliers, right? Well, some women can do it. That's true. Some can't, but in general, they can't.
I guess But when you vote for a government, you don't vote whether to go for war or not. It's the government that makes the decision. There's plenty of people who voted for Donald Trump and are absolutely disgusted that he's started a war with Iran.
I thought government was force. We all agreed on that, right? Government's force. Like, ultimately, that's what it reduces to. So when you say you're voting for force, and you're voting for force use. Why does the United States have a massive military? Well, because we're going to use it. That's why we're going to use it. Why do we have a draft? Well, because we're going to use that too, and have used it. And so the thing is that a lot of what we're voting on is force. We're trying to protect our nation from all foreign threats, right? That's why we have this massive military. That's why we have a draft. That's why we have the potential for mass combat. That's why we entered in World War II, right? That's why we entered, and there was a draft then. And we're going to institute a draft at some point again, likely. It's more likely than not. At some point, we're going to do it. So the thing is like, why do women get exempt from that? And if it's the case that you don't want them exempt from that, why is it that they don't go right to the front lines then and battle it out, like draftees have at least the potential to?
Right, and where were the boss babes in Afghanistan then when they were taking the women's rights away when the Taliban got back into power? For all the kicking and screaming they're doing in the West about women's power, girl boss, putting women first, the sisterhood, they did nothing for the sisterhood, and all the Taliban controlled Afghanistan. They were mum on that, completely silent. They're completely mum on the Muslim invasion in Europe of all the girls being grabbed by grooming gangs and completely, just sexually assaulted for years. Completely mum and silent on that. So where is the sisterhood? Where is their fighting ability? Where's their prowess? Where are the units? Where are the women's special forces? Where's the push to save those girls? There isn't. You see how quiet they are? Because they have to what? Appeal to men. You have to get a man to go in there and kill the Taliban. You have to get a man to go in there and reopen the colleges. You got to get a man to go in there and stop the bad guys. It's fucking weird how that works, isn't it?
Well, that's a fundamental privilege that is not being addressed, right? And yet women have the vote. Doesn't seem like they care too much about men's rights, even though we're supposed to care about theirs. Seems like they have a lot of privilege in society.
Isn't that fair, Andrew? I think a lot of women care about men's rights, actually. Look, there's a vocal minority which say that they don't and they hate men. And look, we know those type of women. But let's be honest, a lot of women care about men's rights. They do.
Give me like 3 of the most prominent ones you can think of.
Who care about men's rights? Well, I'm trying to think now, but...
I'm trying to think now. The fact that you have to think about it tells you there isn't really any. There are no women out there in the mainstream right now just purely advocating for men's rights without doing but a real man. But what about the women, though? No woman is advocating purely for the men because it goes against them. Purely. Remember, it's a zero-sum game. If you're granting men more power politically, it means you take it away from women. Women will never vote to have their power taken away. Name one, bro. Name one. I don't know one. I don't know any woman on the national stage that is advocating for men's rights whatsoever. Not one woman that's saying, hey, men need reproductive rights too. You're going to have both parents sign or both parents are going to have to sign in order for an abortion to happen. Like the woman can't unilaterally decide to abort a baby because it took a man and a woman to make that. Men have no reproductive rights. Why does the woman automatically get the kid? That's old ways of thinking. It doesn't mean a mother automatically is better, although for a baby, she definitely is. But why does the court automatically grant a woman custody? If it's not even a baby, what if there's a divorce and the kid's 10 years old? Why does the woman get him? Shouldn't they be battling it out based on, equal metrics? Who earns more? Because most people both work today, dual income households. And if it's not by earning, then what is it? Where are these discussions happening in our system today that are led by women solely benefiting men? I could think of a bunch of fucking homo-ass male leftists that are arguing happily for the crumb of pussy against the interests of men on behalf of women. There's a bunch of male feminists that advocate openly, say that men are an issue, and if men would go away, it's crazy seeing that kind of shit. Nora Vincent is dead. She lived inside a man's body for just a little bit, and that shit made her fucking depressed.
I had feminists on the show who are feminists, like Louise Perry, for example. They're a different type of feminists to the idiots that you'd be spending your time arguing with, but the people who have a very sensible view of these things. There are lots of people like that. By the way, coming back, not to change subject, but coming back to your point,
And the only time I've ever seen for women to start advocating for men is, funny enough, when they have boys of their own. It's only after they have boys that women wake up from the feminist indoctrination and go, oh shit, hold on. The world my boys have to grow in is way too gynocentric. We need to fix this. Oh, but it was girl power up until now. It affects you directly and your son. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? That's why I don't trust women that don't have any kids, especially boys, to talk about men's rights. It's all bullshit.
One of the things that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is, for example, yes, it's true, men serve in combat roles.
Yeah, having a son is like post-nut clarity for women on feminism. It's true. It really is.
Women don't, but women bear children and men don't. And there's a huge disadvantage in all sorts of societal outcomes from a materialistic career perspective to spending the time to bear the child and then to nurture that child, right? So
What? Like what?
Well,
that's backwards.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
The gender pay gap discussion, which is kind of stupid in a lot of areas, is actually a reflection of the fact that there is a motherhood gap in lifetime earnings, which is if you're...
Wow, really, dude? The gender pay gap, that doesn't exist? Because when you look at it per hour, they get paid the same. But his argument will be, but they have to take care of the kid and stay at home, so less hours work, so they earn less. So technically his argument is sound in that sense, but isn't staying at home a privilege, like we said earlier?
A woman.
Well, I wonder if Andrew's going to get him with that.
Who bears children and looks after them.
time off and that
you
type
take
of
time
thing.
off, then over the course of your life...
Less overtime.
Yeah, you will earn less. So that would be one disadvantage that I could give you, where women contribute a different thing. So you might say, well, men get drafted, women carry children.
It's not a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So, oh no, they have to stay at home. Oh, and raise their kids. Where's the disadvantage again? The man's...
Oh no, the men get drafted. Where's the disadvantage?
They die.
You fucking, yeah, you go to war and you get killed, bro. You get droned to the knee. Have you seen enough videos in Ukraine about, Russians and Ukrainians looking up the last second they're getting fucking blown in half? Oh no, men are going to war, and what happens? They fucking die. I'm sorry, I don't want an 80-pound rucksack in a fucking drone warfare trench environment shooting at fucking tanks and drones and robot dogs, bro. Oh no, what would you pick? Stay at home with the kid? Or that? What?
Okay.
They get shot in the face.
Yeah, and women earn less money over the course of their lives. And have
oh, fuck. How is that an equivalence? One gets shot in the face, one earns less money over their lifetime. Oh, fuck, bro. Which one would you choose? You have a choice to earn less money. You don't have a choice to get shot in the face if they draft you. We're back to square one again.
There's a risk to their life, potentially.
What they have instead is they now don't have to pay for daycare, and they can depend on somebody else's income, which is taking care of them. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my God. You get to stay at home, and you don't have to do anything except raise your kid. Wow.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're putting their kids on a bus almost every morning to go to a public school. They don't even have them for 8 hours out of the day.
I didn't even think of that.
So, how is this?
Got him. Fucking got him right there. I forgot about that public schooling. So the kids are gone for most of the day where other adults are watching your kid. You're not even teaching your kids. It's not like they're homeschooling. You have to watch them every waking moment every day. So then she's dicking around the house with her fucking crotch up, blasting her vag while you're at work. What's she doing? Enjoying her little fucking wine and smut books? Get the fuck out of here. I forgot about that.
The most incredibly difficult job ever, or in some way requires them to have they're the ones who are privileged. There's an old comedian who made this joke, and I agree with it. Any job you can do in your pajamas can't be that hard.
Bill Burr, favorite comedian of ours. But
okay, it can't be that hard.
He was joking though, knowing Bill. And
well, Bill Burr turned out into a fucking major cuck.
Now that he's married with kids, I think his perspective's changed somewhat. But I guess
I'm married with kids.
Right, you're married. You watched your wife carry the baby or babies inside her for 9 months. That's a big deal.
Sure.
So I guess that to me would be one example versus the hypothetical risk of once every 50 years you get drafted.
In a 2-income household, it's a privilege that women get to stay at home. It's a privilege.
But we're not talking about staying at home. We're talking about carrying the child.
Yeah, but the child has to be raised.
And most women in America then go back to work.
Yeah.
At a disadvantage, as we just
Well, that's not a disadvantage, though, right? They don't have to have children. You have to go out for a draft.
Well, women do have to have children for our society to reproduce.
Well, they're not.
That's a different argument, though. Biologically speaking, a woman has to have children for the society to continue, but they're not mandated to by the government. That's the difference. See, you're mandated to get drafted and go to war, fucker. So what argument is that?
So,
well, I mean, they are.
I mean, they're definitely
Your wife is, my wife is.
Yeah, but what's the birth rate?
Oh my God, he's doing like the liberal thing. Well, my wife did and your wife did. Yeah, okay. And Andrew's getting them again. So what is the fucking birth rate then? What's that about?
We're under replacement levels.
I know, but you're talking about a side argument. What I'm saying is, in a society that wants to reproduce, men have to go to war and women have to bear the children.
That's true.
Right. And are you going to implement that duty and mandate it under law? So you're going to force women into childbirth?
True. And so why don't we just say, well, the men go to war, the women have children, that's why they both
When are they going to start having the children part of this?
I mean, my wife's doing it.
Yeah, but
your wife's doing it, so shouldn't they have the right to vote?
Bro. Come on with that shit. What is that argument? Well, my wife is. Well, is your wife going to fuck you 1 billion times and give birth to fucking enough kids so that America repopulates? What are you on?
Bruh.
You're not fucking fighting war, are you?
Men, well,
nor am I.
Is there the potential for that through the draft?
Well, like just the potential for them to have children. You say they're not. Well, I could say you're not being drafted. Same thing.
No, you can't. There is no equivalency, and I can point out the distinction.
Yeah, the compulsion thing.
The compulsion, yes.
But for a society to work, men have to go to war and women have to have kids.
I agree, but you need to get to the they're having kids part before you can tell me that there's some equivalency to men being drafted, because they're not having kids.
And you're not being drafted.
But I can be compelled because I've signed up for the draft. Where have they signed up to have kids?
I think this is
Got him. That's it. That's the argument. Got him. So if I'm legally compelled, it is a duty, then women must be legally compelled, and that's their duty. Now we can talk about equal rights in voting. Got him. Got him. There's his face. Got his ass. Look at that. That's the look of got him. Got him. Ha! Bruh. Got his ass.
I think it's not. I think that the idea that they're having kids part before you can tell me that there's some equivalency to men being drafted, because they're not having kids.
And you're not being drafted.
But I can be compelled because I've signed up for the draft. Where have they signed up to have kids?
See?
I think this is a splitting hairs argument.
I think it's not. I think that the idea that my children can be drafted, or I could be drafted even at my age because perhaps I have knowledge which would be useful to the United States military. They could do it in 5 seconds. They could bring me on. In Ukraine, they draft 60-year-old men. Okay? If they need you, they're going to take you. You can peel potatoes or whatever it is they need, right? Women do not have to do that. They do not have to sign up for selective service. Yeah. They're not compelled and will never be compelled.
It's asymmetrical in that way.
They can avoid pregnancy, though, right? And if you're saying that they have a duty to have children.
I'm not saying they have a duty.
But you have a duty to go fight a war if you get drafted.
Correct.
Oh, okay. And this is fair how? Where do we get to the fairness?
Well, not everything has to look exactly symmetrical. But your argument initially was, where's a privilege that men enjoy and women don't? Well, I would argue, in a functioning society where we want to reproduce, women end up with the burden of childbearing and child rearing in a way that men don't.
So he's trying to equivalate. He's trying to make the argument that in totality, a woman giving birth and raising a kid over multiple years is somehow equal in value to getting sent off in war and dying. So his distinction is, okay, the birth itself is not a problem. It's the fact that the time investment holds far more value and sacrifice than it is going to war. But again, is that going to be a duty? Because not all women will have kids.
I think it's a fairly simple and obvious argument, right?
And yet they're privileged when it comes to custody and divorces. They're privileged when it comes to child support. They're privileged when it comes to alimony. They're privileged when it comes to all of these things. They have every advantage when it comes.
Yeah, how does he equate these? I don't know. That's not, is that arguing in sincerity? Because that doesn't seem like it is. Just being real here. You can't equate childbirth plus watching a kid for multiple years as having the same impact in society as being sent off and going off to war, yet only one grants you the right to vote. What?
Comes to having the child. And so it's like,
it's a different argument. What I'm saying is the burden of bearing the child is uniquely with women.
So the burden of going to war and dying is
in the same way
men,
that the burden of fighting in war is uniquely with men.
So it's an ontological argument. The nature of woman is to have children, nature of men is to go to war.
Right. And so
then the woman needs to be fulfilling her nature then, right?
Well, my woman is, and so is yours, right? So I would insist for my woman to have the right to vote on that basis, that she's contributing, frankly, at this point, way more than I am.
All right. So he wants his woman the right to vote because she's contributed and had kids. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So the argument now changes. I think if Andrew catches them in this is that, okay, then me and your wives get to vote because they've done their duty and had kids. And so, but no other woman gets to vote until she does the same thing. Is that fair? Can you equate that with us going to war then? Because he's placing the fact that he can be drafted on the same level, because this is how he sees it on a personal level, with his wife raising his kids. He sees the work his wife is putting in, the work it took for her to birth the child, and he says that in his eyes has an equivalent value to going to war in the trenches. Okay, fine. If you have a wife, if a woman is a wife and she gives birth, then okay, then she gets to vote, right? Is that the line?
Yeah. Drafting's collective, right?
Yeah.
So then the duty's collective?
Yeah.
Then why isn't childbirth?
He went the collective route. Okay. And then that also works. I went the exclusion route. Got him.
I don't understand. You're saying for women to have the right to vote, they must have a duty to bear children.
Yeah. Well, if you're saying that there's a duty for men to go to war, and you're saying that the reason that they do is because that's their ontological nature, and the ontological nature of women is to have children. Okay, I can see that argument.
But yeah. That's the logical extension of your argument, your own argument.
We just ran into a problem then, because if one is collective and then the other is collective, why do I have to fulfill my duty, but they don't have to fulfill theirs?
Well, I never said that. I thought it was a collective duty for women to have children.
But it's a collective duty for men to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, then again, that sounds like privilege.
Yeah. In the same way that fire safety in your own house is a personal thing that you do.
Got his ass, bro. He got him. He's trying now to walk back and find like a way out of the logical conundrum. It's illogical what he's arguing.
But if there's a fire in the neighborhood, it's a collective duty of the neighbors to get together and try and put it out, right? There's a different, something can
do you go to jail if you don't do that?
Yeah. Look, I agree with you. The compulsion element is different, but not everything is exactly the same.
I'm not even asking, like, I agree with you. Getting drafted and having babies is different. We can agree with that, right?
Both important though, right? For
both
society.
Important. But the idea here that we are talking about, which should be equal, is the idea of duty. If we're talking about the
rights. Yeah, duty and rights. In an equal society means you have to have equal skin in the game, even if it's asymmetrical. A woman can't fight and go to war. That's perfectly fine. No one's saying they should. A man can't give birth. We know that. That's perfectly fine. It's understood. But they hold equal value in the eyes of nation forming, maintaining a nation. A woman must have duty of giving birth and having kids, and a man has a duty of going off to war, fighting and dying, if called upon. That grants you both equal rights, aka voting, the right to vote.
Compellence of you. If your country drafted you, even if you're in terrible shape, and they told you, look, we're in a collective war effort and we need you, and you're going to come in here and just cook food because our soldiers need food, right? Are you going to go do it?
I'd do it voluntarily, to be honest, but yeah.
Yeah, you would do it.
I wouldn't be very useful, but yeah.
Now,
terrible cook, terrible
Now,
soldier.
you're compelled to do that.
Right.
And part of your duty and honor is that you have to go do it.
Sure.
I agree with this, okay? But if we have a compelling duty that men have an ontological function, only men can do this, therefore they should, why does that duty not apply the other way? That to me is inconsistent, and it's a hole in the worldview. It makes no sense to me.
I agree with you, it's inconsistent, but that's because the acts are not equivalent. Like, not everything is the same.
Right, but they hold similar value for each gender. He's stuck, dude. He can't walk this back.
I think in order for the defense of the realm, so to speak, you'll have to compel all the men to fight in certain
This is the liberal worldview that's coming apart. You know, like they think men and women. He's still very liberal, although he's considered conservative, but he has very liberal views still. He concedes that women can't fight because they're not as adept at fighting. He concedes that men have an obligation. It's mandated that they go to war. But then when you try to build an equivalent argument of saying, well, what's the equivalent for women? Well, clearly it's child rearing and childbirth. Well, okay, if those are the equivalent for women because it's asymmetrical because the genders are different, you're not going to say war for war, you know, body for body, woman for man. Clearly, it's logical that you simply say, well, then women must give birth and raise children. That's the logical trap you got.
Where do those men come from?
Women, right.
So then one duty is being fulfilled?
No, I'm all with you in terms of we need a higher birth rate. I just don't think duty is the way to get there. Anyway, wait,
couldn't you just, I'll just wrap with
this.
Yeah,
it's just,
couldn't
it's a time
you,
thing.
when you say duty,
yeah,
can't you instill the ideas of duty and honor even absent legislation, through propaganda, things like that?
Sure.
Those are the routes that I would be more apt to move towards.
Well, yeah, to be honest with you, man, this is the thing is like, actually, a lot of this discourse, I think, is misguided because the vast majority of women actually do want to have kids, but there are circumstances in their life which make them less likely to do so.
I agree.
And so if we, I mean, you made this point yourself, there are countries, it's not, they're not having as many results as people would like to think, unfortunately, places like Hungary. But I think...
Yeah, because the policies are shit. It's not, they're throwing money at a problem and it's not even enough money. Giving people a couple $1,000 does nothing. It doesn't solve the core foundational issues. Getting raped in court, how expensive it is to buy a house. Taxes are overbearing in Europe, for example, in Hungary and all these other places, like the 50% tax rate that they have. You lose half of your income. The income's already too low anyways. No.
The way to get people to have more kids is to get obstacles out of their way, not to compel them.
Also to empower them to be able to nest and live on a single one-person household income and give them the ability to get out of taxes by having more kids and help them get a loan, not have to deal with the banks, but a loan that gives them some nice standard high quality housing for them to start their family. That shit would do it. I guarantee you because it's already been done and it was successful. You just have to read about who in history did that. I'll name you one. I won't. Fuck it. You go research this shit yourself.
Like, here's your ticket, have 2 kids. You know what I mean? I don't think that's going to work, but it seems we agree on that. Anyway, Andrew, it's been great having you on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very interesting, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for the lobbying. This was an incredible episode, actually. Constantine would never say those things I just said, of course, for obvious reasons. Guess who came up with a lot of those ideas? It's their version of the Antichrist. Can you imagine him advocating for policies like that? Come on. Bruh.
A damp 911 donated $5. How long has the human race been arguing these same points? So until this is answered, we cannot move forward as a species. Again, call me naive, but shouldn't we be beyond this by now?
Yeah, but that's what happens when you give more voices power. See, if you concentrate voting in the hands of a few who've earned it, you don't have to deal with this kind of shit. Every once in a while, someone comes along and simps and goes, you know what? We're being too strict. Give those people the right to vote too. You know what? We're being way too strict. Tradition, the values and guardrails, you know what? Tear them down. Let women vote. You know what? This is what happens in times of peace. Unfortunately, we get soft as people. It only takes like 3 generations. So it is what it is, boys. Anyways, superb stream. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. I certainly did. That was actually a badass episode, I'll be honest. That was actually dope. I hope we get more of those. Anywho, we're calling it for the day. We've been at this for 5.5 hours. Anywho, thank you, boys, for everybody that super chatted, donated, everybody that supports the channel directly like that. If you're subbed on Kick, YouTube, wherever, the few of you on Twitch while we're running our test, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Everybody in the private community that joins us for the chats, everybody fucking around with the Claude code and making a difference, thank you so much. Cool to see you guys attempting that stuff. It's all brand new. You're learning with me. Yeah, man. Just again, thank you to everybody supporting and chatting with me. Makes this shit fun, honestly. It was a good day today. Can't complain. Still got to go to the gym. Got to eat some food. I'm starving. We've been at this for 5 minutes. And what else am I missing? It's Thursday. Hope you have a good weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. Try not to slack on the stream tomorrow. And throughout the weekend, maybe. I think Sunday, I got to take my girl. Show her some cool parts of Arizona. So I might be out. Oh, yeah, merch plug. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Merch plugs. Got to plug the merch. Shout outs to everybody that's been getting their hats. They're Just Vote Harder hats. Fire. They've been going out like hotcakes. The classic Make Masculinity Great Again. And the mugs, dude, the shirts, everything from the shop. Appreciate everybody. It's a good way to get something. And yeah, man, just grateful and thankful to everybody, as usual. Look at how they did me. They just did me dirty, bro. We're signing off with this dirt. This is your boy on an alternate universe, goyed out of his mind. You see that? This is what happens when you goy out of your mind. When you don't eat clean food, when you jack off all day, when you don't exercise, you don't sleep, you smoke meth, whatever gives you that look. This is me goyed out of my mind right here. See, this is what happens to you. This is alternate universe Bo, the bug sandwich. And then he tunes in and he saves himself. He watches a channel called, what do we call it? Tribe of something? Tribe of Dudes or something in that alternate universe. I forgot. Legion of Bros. We signed into the Legion of Bros. And then we got even a tattoo. We turned into a fuckboy. Look at this shit. Fuckboy version in a Thai island somewhere on the beach. Smashing hotties. There's my alternate universe logo, which I also tattooed on my chest because fuckboy level shit. I got to rep myself. And that's it. You too. You too can be a former bug sandwich and turn into a tribe bro. Go touch some grass, boys. I was going to say it was so ass. Go touch some ass too if you can. Don't get arrested though. Touch some grass. Eat some good food. Don't feed your body poison. And yeah, Manosphere does have apparently a multiverse arc, eh? And we'll see you on the next one tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Hope you have the rest of your day. And it's good. And it's peaceful and it's quiet. And nobody's annoying you. And we're signing off. Peace out, gentlemen. And the few ladies.